try to make you proud. I live my life so loud. Before I go, can I say how much a difference it makes with you in my corner? I didn't feel like a goner. I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do it all for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. Just wanna let you know I love to watch you grow. Yeah, we're in this together. I've got your back forever. Just wanna let you know I love to watch you grow. Yeah, we're in this together. I've got your back forever. I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do it all for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. Bring it on, baby, come on. Don't be shy, you can test me. Turn me on, make me feel on and on, ready to fly to your heart, ready to fly to your mind. So let me touch you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to another day of ESL 1 Birmingham. If you're here, you are currently watching the Newcomer stream. This is a secondary stream where we go over the basics of what Dota 2 is, with the idea of helping people learn along as we watch the tournament progress. So today we're going to be heading into, this is the final day of ESL 1 Birmingham, so we are going into the lower bracket final first, which is going to be Tundras versus Falcons. And then the grand finals awaits the winner of this series. Will move on to match up against Bet Boom, who are currently sitting in the finals, waiting for their opponent in a best of 5. So we're going to be doing this stream for the entire day. And we are just going to go along the basics of Dota 2 and gradually progress over the entire day. And we'll just kind of curate the experience to you guys in chat, and any questions that you guys might have, any questions you have, we're here to answer. So I'm Austin Walsh. I go by the moniker online Cap, and this is my partner, Avery Silverman, also known as SVG. And we're going to be kind of going through Dota together. Right, Avery?
Been going through Dota my whole life, Austin. Feels like it never stops. I don't know when it will end. It's an endless journey. It's a game that always changes, is always updated, always something new. And that makes it the most complex game probably ever made. One of the most interesting for sure. One of the most entertaining, and one of the most heartbreaking at a lot of times for a lot of people, because that investment is very high because it's so complex, because there is so much to learn about this game that for those who invest so much time to get there, it means a lot to them. And we're going to see that today with the tournament. I think all the teams on the stage who are going to play today have all spent at least 10 years learning this game in some capacity just to have the chance to win a tournament, which is something that not a lot of players get to actually do in the grand scheme of how many people compete and play this game. So there's a very high ceiling to Dota 2. There's a very low floor as well. And hopefully we can make some people a little better in both of those regards today. And if you don't know what the hell's going on at all, that's totally fine too. Because sometimes I don't know what the hell's going on in these games. So
True.
we'll figure it out together.
For a little bit of our background, I've been a commentator for Dota and Dota 2 for about 15 years now or something like that. And Avery he was a professional player for about how long, Avery? Would you say you were a pro player for? About 10 years?
Yeah, I guess around 10 now. That doesn't sound good, but yeah.
So he was a professional player for about 10 years, and then we've been a commentary duo for about 2.5 years now, I would say. That sounds about right.
That sounds accurate.
All right, so let's start off with the basics. So a lot of people who, the feedback that we got from yesterday, there was the feedback from people who I think were actually new to the game and interested in learning. Of course, there was a lot of people here. Shout out to everybody who has been here just to help other people learn. That's been awesome to be able to watch and chat. But the feedback from people who are actually here is to learn the game. A lot of those people are people who are watching with their family. So they have a brother, sister, wife, husband, or daughter, son who sees somebody in the family watch Dota, and they're watching this esport tournament go on, and this stream is an opportunity for them to be able to show some of their friends or loved ones a little bit about the game. That's been the most common feedback I feel like I've seen. So we can kind of go into the very absolute basics of what is Dota 2. What is Dota 2, Avery?
Good question. What is life? What is God? These are some of the things we all ask.
It's a big question, huh?
They're equally mysterious in some ways. I think Dota 2 is a very weird game because it's a very old game. It goes back 20 years now. And it's a very complex game, which means there's a lot of different elements combining to make it what it is. It's not necessarily one genre. It kind of made its own genre of games called this, MOBA type massive online battle arena. But basically it all summarizes down
multiplayer.
Whatever. We don't pick palms. The basic premise though is each team comprised of 5 players. Each play a single hero or a single unit that levels up over the course of a game, gets stronger as the game progresses, and they try and use that strength to battle the enemy team, defeat them, and eventually kill their enemy base, thus winning the game. And so everything in the game is building up to that end result of destroying the enemy base, wherein you get a victory. And since Dota's played in series of best of 3s or best of 5s, you're trying to do that twice out of 3 or 3 out of 5 to win a series and move on in the tournament. The heroes are selected through a draft, which is where both teams will choose champions out of the pool and ban various other ones against their opponents to try and eliminate what they can select. And after both teams have selected 5 heroes out of the pool each, then the game will start. And the game continues for an indefinite amount of time until one of those bases is destroyed, no matter how long it takes. Sometimes it takes a while, sometimes it takes a very short amount of time. Just depends on the skill of the teams and which are matched against each other.
Yeah, I think it basically kind of marries the best parts of RTS, originally based in Warcraft 3, but it combines the genres of like RTS with other strategy games and gives a team play element that I think is pretty important. So this is what the draft screen looks like. So we have a match that is already started, and this is the draft phase, which every MOBA will have when it comes to the competitive side of it. On the left-hand side there, you see that is a list of bans that the teams are putting up. So individual heroes are being banned away right now. And then we're going to see some heroes pop up in the middle of the screen, and that'll fill out the draft of heroes that they're going to actually be playing with. So that's what this screen is. We're going to see it at the start of every single game that we play. Every single game is a different draft. And that's where a lot of the strategic elements of the game come in. Yeah, I think it's kind of marrying the best parts of like RTS and like World of Warcraft or other MMOs, where you get that like power progression over the course of, 30 minutes or an hour. And you get items, you gain levels, you get strong, and you work with your team to defeat the enemy, usually killing heroes and destroying buildings. So we're going to talk about some of the heroes that we're going to be seeing in this very game, and kind of give you the basics of each one of these heroes as they show up and kind of what to look for when they show up. And our very first hero is going to be Shadow Demon. So, Avery, can you pull up Shadow Demon in demo mode, and we'll show that off to the broadcast and show what some of Shadow Demon looks like and what he does, so you can kind of better identify it when we're actually in the game, because the game itself gets very chaotic because every single hero has a list of potentially 4 to like 6 different abilities that they're going to be using in any engagement, and you multiply that by 10, and you're talking about a lot of things are going on in screen. So it's going to help to actually see some of this a little bit beforehand. So Avery here is just going to cycle through some of the abilities of the Shadow Demon, and we'll talk about them, and so you guys can kind of get used to seeing it on the big screen.
So for people who haven't played this game ever before, this is what a basic hero control layout looks like. Players move by just right-clicking the ground where they want to go, and this moves your hero there. He has a base movement speed. Some heroes are faster than others. He also has a base set of stats. He attacks for a certain amount, so I can summon an enemy hero, and I can go and I can attack him. This is a ranged hero, so he's going to attack from pretty far away. Heroes have different ranges, or they can be a melee hero. They can also be tankier. Here's an HP bar. They can have more or less mana, with the mana bar in blue. And then they level skills as they level up. So this hero currently is level 1, as represented by the 1. You gain experience by killing enemy heroes or little minions within a certain range of your hero. And as you level up, you can take different skills in a different order depending on how you want to play the hero. So Shadow Demon, as we saw in this draft, he's kind of a weird support hero. He's like a spellcaster. He throws out a bunch of spells in a fight and tries to impact the fight through damage or saving an ally hero or messing up an enemy hero. The big spell you want to look for with this guy, as I'm going to level him up a bit, is a spell called Disruption. Disruption can be used offensively or defensively, which is what makes the hero very interesting. You can disrupt an enemy hero, which banishes him for a certain amount of time, and when he comes back, there's 2 illusions of him, which you can then control. So you can hit enemy heroes, you can move him around, do whatever, and it does a decent amount of damage. Makes him do pretty well versus enemies over the course of a long duration game. At the same time, I can use that spell to save my own hero from enemy incoming damage. Let's say he's getting hit or jumped. I can disrupt my ally. They can't hit him. And it buys him some time to maybe get out of the situation or cast items. These sorts of effects. So this hero is pretty dynamic. He can be pretty complicated to play. He can also do a lot on the map for their team. And it has been a pretty popular pick at this tournament, I think. He's performed pretty well. So unsurprised to see him here on the last day make yet another appearance.
So the biggest thing to look out for when we are watching these games and we're seeing these clashes that end up happening is that these heroes have the health bars above each one of the heroes. So they have their own health bar and their own mana pool. Any hero that we have selected, that UI also, that same health bar shows up for them at the bottom of the screen as well. And yeah, we're just going to kind of like go along, talk about the various mechanics of the game as well. I'm going to go ahead and show on my screen. I've got both the Hoodwink and Kunkka, so we can kind of showcase some of the heroes that Tundra is currently picking up, which they have in order. You could see their names right below them when on the draft. Kunkka, Hoodwink, so on and so forth. So Kunkka is a sea captain, and his abilities are all naval themed. So probably his biggest ability is this torrent that he has, which after you cast it, after a short delay, a plume of water comes up, and it will stun the hero. It will knock them up in the air, stun them, and do damage to them. Stun just means that a hero is unable to move or cast any spells during that period of time. Your hero is basically disabled to a point that you cannot really do anything with it. While other heroes can still interact with it, you yourself cannot use any of the items that you have, any of the abilities that you have. So any stuns are going to be quite powerful. So there's that ability. The abilities look like this here at the bottom. You can see Shadow Demon's abilities look pretty similar. They're going to have 3 basic abilities. Most heroes will have 3 basic abilities, and then they will have a 4th ability called an ultimate. Basically, an ultimate is very similar to a basic ability. It's just usually more powerful. Each one of these abilities can be upgraded. Every single time you level up, you will get a skill point. So we'll watch Shadow Demon. He's going to level up, and it'll give me this little indicator showing that I can level up my abilities. So before I actually level up an ability, I don't have access to it. The first time I level it up, then I now have access to this ability called Shadow Poison. As I level up again, I can continue to upgrade that ability, or I can access new abilities. Once you have access to all 3, then you can keep leveling up whichever one is your preference, and the abilities just get stronger and stronger. Whether a lot of times it's going to be the ability does more damage, but some other abilities can have other effects. They can disable for longer, or there are healing spells in the game, so it will heal for more damage. We'll talk about the various abilities and what they do kind of once we're inside of the game, but as far as the ultimates go, while these basic abilities are accessible from the get-go, your ultimate is only accessible as you hit level 6. So we leveled up our Shadow Demon to level 6, and now we have this ultimate available. Again, that more powerful ability, which in this case is called Demonic Purge, which slows the hero and does damage after a period of time. So you could see pretty different amount of damage being done here. So Kunkka, his basic ability that we're going to look for is called Torrent, which does that plume of water. And his ultimate is an ability called Ghost Ship, which he summons a ship from beyond the world and comes in and crashes into him after a period of time. Hoodwink is a support hero, which we should probably talk about what support actually means in Dota 2. There are two basic kind of archetypes to the heroes inside of the game. There's something called cores and something called supports. Supports are kind of what it sounds like. They are heroes that try and support other heroes in doing the things that they want to do. Sometimes they are healers, sometimes they're disablers, sometimes they just buff up allies or debuff enemies. There's a wide range of available supports. And then Kunkka is going to represent a core. And a core just means it's a hero that is has higher priority when it comes to the gold that is distributed in the match. So throughout the match, there's going to be gold and levels that are given away through killing heroes or creeps, these little guys. And so the cores of the game are the heroes that are chosen to get more gold and more levels out of the game when possible. So Hoodwink is a support hero, and she throws out a little acorn, which can create a tree. Let's see it here. Oh. Creates a little tree and has the acorn that will bounce to enemy heroes and can bounce between enemy heroes for a set amount of damage. And then her other basic ability that we're going to see a lot is Bushwhack, which is a stun, kind of similar to the Torrent that we were looking at earlier. But this one has a requirement that you must be tied to a tree. So you could see the little AoE. This is the AoE, so you have to put it over an enemy hero and at the same time overlap it with a tree. And if you do so, you will successfully stun the enemy. And it'll pull them into an area and stun everybody within that AoE who is an enemy. So that's just two of the heroes that we're going to be looking out for, Kunkka and Hoodwink. We're going to see them on Tundra's side. We could probably head back to the draft and take a look at some of the other heroes that are going to be picked up in this match. So taking a look at it, looks like Tundra have a couple other heroes such as Sniper or Vengeful Spirit. And those heroes kind of look like this. Sniper, pretty straightforward hero. I think he's probably a great example of a Dota hero in that he is just a man with a gun. And he just, shoots people through various means. So he just... most of the time, he's going to be doing what we'll refer to as auto-attacking or right-clicking. It's the basic attack ability that every single hero has. So in this case, Sniper is a ranged core, and he just does damage mostly through his attacks like this. So we're going to see a lot of that. His abilities will augment those attacks. So this ability, Take Aim, and this other ability, Headshot, increase the range at which he can auto attack, and occasionally will allow him to do extra bit of damage and a little pushback there. You see from the quacking noise that comes up is the sound of it activating. So that's another hero that we're going to be looking at. And it looks like we got our final heroes coming in, so we can probably take a look at what those heroes look like up close, especially with all the crazy cosmetics that Dota has. Avery, do you have any questions about what Dota is and what a hero is?
I mean, I think there's a lot at first. It can be very overwhelming, but it's very easy to think about these lineups in terms of there's like three things these lineups are trying to do. They're trying to have heroes go in and be tanky frontliners that are going to get hit a bunch or capable or taking a lot of hits, a lot of spells. They're going to have high HP pools, big beefy dudes. And the big beefy dudes look like big beefy dudes. Like we see heroes like the Primal Beast or the Kunkka or the Timbersaw here. Generally, they're strength heroes capable of going in, being the front line in an engagement and setting the fight up by just being obnoxious. You then have damage dealers to take advantage of those frontliners, such as we see here, the Luna, a great damage dealer in Dota. She has skills that let her deal a lot of damage in the fight. She has skills that let her become more powerful as the game goes longer and longer, which we'll refer to as a hero scaling as the game progresses. And that's generally what makes a good damage dealer. As the hero gets stronger at dealing damage the more the game goes, those heroes also generally get a lot of farm or gold priority in the game. You want to make your damage as strong as possible so that you can kill enemy heroes as easily as possible. And then there's support heroes, which just augment the fight through various spell casting. Again, stunning enemy heroes so that they can't cast spells or abilities or items. Buffs. Maybe you're going to heal one of your damage dealers or frontliners. Maybe you're going to increase their move speed or increase the damage they deal. Maybe you're just very good at scouting, giving vision for your team or seeing where the opponent is. So most heroes fall into one of these categories, and most of these lineups that teams are going to play have heroes that fulfill most of these requirements, as Dota is ultimately a game about taking fights against your opponent and being able to make those fights as easy as possible. So most teams are going to think about ways to accomplish that and how their lineup can work together to overcome the enemy's lineup in what we call 5-on-5 team fights, or when everybody comes together for a bigger brawl on the map.
All right, so that sound you hear there is the sound of the starting horn. It's basically kicking off the game. While there might be some action before that point, there is, that's just kind of usually the signal that the game is about to begin and that the creeps are about to spawn. So we can see each one of these bases in the corners of the map have there is a bunch of buildings, and there are barracks that create these creeps. The creeps will run down the lane and clash against each other in the middle of the map. So that's what we're seeing right here. There are 3 different lanes in Dota 2. We're just going to focus on one lane at the start of the game and stick with that lane for a solid 10 minutes just to make sure that you guys aren't too overwhelmed by moving around the map too much. So this is the middle lane. This is a lane that usually has one hero from each side on it, where they kind of combat in a 1v1. The objective of the lane is to just try and get as much gold and experience out of the lane as possible while attempting to kill your opponent or attempting not to die to your opponent. How you do that is by being able to either kill the heroes, or a lot more of it is going to be about killing these little creeps. Now, when a creep dies, it gives experience, or really when any enemy unit dies, it gives experience to some of the opposing units that are in the area of its death. But gold is achieved when a creep dies and you get the last hit. Now, what last hit means is just means that you get the killing blow. So you use your damage to do the final bit of damage that ends up killing the creep, putting its health to 0. If you are the one to achieve that, you will be gifted gold for that. So that is going to be a lot of the lane here. You're going to watch the little sniper here played by Thompson. As he gets last hits, you're going to see the pop-up of some numbers that represents the gold that he's getting for the creep. So plus 36, plus 38. Those are the numbers that he's getting for successfully getting those last hits. So he just got all 4 of those creeps in that wave, got the last hit on all of them. So he got a lot of gold for that. And that is also represented on the side of the screen there on the left. You see the list of heroes and the numbers next to them. This is just a list to keep track of all the heroes in the game and the last hits that they are getting during this part of the game. So you could see Thompson there is represented by the sniper portrait, and he is all the way at the top. He is 13-2 right now. Now, there is another component of last hitting that we'll probably be able to get to see here in the next minute, which is called denying. Now, just like when it comes to last hits, where you are trying to get the killing blow on the opposing minions or creeps, denying is the same thing, but for your own creeps. This is one of the things that makes Dota 2 a little bit more unique compared to other MOBAs, is the fact that you can kill your own creeps. The purpose of that being that you are denying the enemy the opportunity to get the killing blow on a creep, denying them that gold, and it also denies them some experience from killing that creep as well. So you're going to see a lot of that. That's usually going to show up as an exclamation point when you successfully get a deny. So that's what that other number is when you say 15 and 3. He's got 15 of the death blows on the enemy creeps, and he has killed 3 of his own, which again is a good thing because he's depriving the enemy of potential gold and experience.
Biggest thing about getting all this early game gold is you want to buy items with all that gold. That is one of the biggest ways that you can scale or make your hero more powerful as the game progresses. So we can see to the right of Sniper skills here, he has 6 item slots, 5 of which are filled right now, and 1 just got filled. He has 3 minor slots below that called the backpack, where he can store items, but they're not active while they're in there, just basically a storage unit. And these 6 item slots are the best way that a hero can become more powerful over the course of a game. You need gold to purchase items from a shop that is located in your base. And once you purchase that item, you can ferry it out to you using an individual courier that transports each item from base to your hero. That's what all these little donkeys or chickens or cats or cows, they're all personalized. They're all running around delivering items to the various heroes. You can click on them and see what they're carrying, and they'll just deliver items throughout the game. So when you see those things running around, they're just making sure that all these heroes have what they purchased as fast as they can get it, so that they can use it as soon as they can. And there's varying degrees of items. You can buy very small items that help you in the early game. You can buy big late game items to help you late. We're going to see Sniper get slain here. You will actually die, and whenever you die, you are dead for a certain amount of time until you respawn. We can see the big red numbers ticking down here on the Sniper, which means he can't get extra farm, he can't get extra XP. The enemy team also generally gets a decent amount of gold and experience for killing you. And once you respawn, then you can get back out on the map. But that death timer increases the more powerful you are. The higher level you are, the longer it takes to come back in the game. So right there, it wasn't too bad for him, but once we get way later in the game, those death timers start to increase a lot, and therefore dying is a much larger punishment. But overall, he's basically looking to get as much experience as possible, so he can level up his spells as strong as possible, and then get as much gold as possible, so he can buy stronger and stronger items. And all of these things will make him more powerful, and hopefully more powerful relative to the enemy, which will allow him to win fights. So here, he's just farming up some extra creeps called neutrals. We saw the lane creeps earlier that he was trying to get the last killing blow on. Those are those little creeps now running to the tower. Those other creeps he was killing were neutral camps, which are just various camps that spawn across the map and are available for anybody to come in and farm up and get extra golden experience on top of what you might normally get from a lane. They can also sometimes be a bit safer than staying in the lanes versus enemy heroes, depending on what you see or what you don't, and can just be an extra boost, a way to get to your progression faster than your opponents if you can clear through more of them than they can.
Now, eventually coming through the laning phase, You kill as many creeps, and at some point in time, you're going to try and attack the enemy towers. We'll talk about that as that comes up, but for now, Thompson is mostly doing what Avery is referred to as just farming, which is just killing creeps to try and get as much gold and experience and not trying to fight enemy heroes so much. So he's just kind of chilling out. He's actually going to use a TP scroll to move to a different part of a map to farm a different kind of creeps. So he's got what we call a stack. So there are a lot of neutrals in this one little designated spawning area. And he's going to be farming those right now. And then there are some creeps a little bit farther down that are bigger creeps called ancient creeps. But we're going to watch him join his first fight. So Sniper, he casts some abilities. You can kind of see that the dancing purple lights that he throws down, that's called shrapnel. It's an ability that allows you to slow the enemy heroes within that area and do some damage over time. But that is mostly the only ability we're really going to see from him a lot of times. Otherwise, he's just going to be doing these basic attacks over and over and over again. So we're not going to see him cast too many spells too often. It's mostly just going to be that shrapnel. Occasionally, we're going to see him use his ultimate, which he hasn't actually leveled up yet, but he does have access to it if he wants it. And that is a single shot that does a lot more damage. As the name Sniper, it's exactly what it sounds like. He's going to snipe down the enemy. And it's kind of his whole designation. A lot of times when you look at a hero and you can get a fair amount of their playstyle and personality through kind of what they look like. So little guy with a sniper, he's fairly susceptible to damage. He doesn't have a whole lot of health, but he wants to just sit in the back and put damage on the enemy heroes as often as possible. So Thompson there joined his team in a different lane to combat the enemy, and they won that fight. And so they got some extra gold and experience. You could see that Thompson is there at the bottom part of the UI. You could see he's level 8 right next to his hero icon. So he is doing very well for himself. He's also purchasing more and more of those items. You could see that inventory that Avery was talking about next to the abilities that it has been filling up with various different items. As he sold some of the weaker items and purchased more powerful ones, and some of the items combined together to make an even stronger item. So that's just kind of what he's been doing this entire time. So we're going to see another fight here where see a number of abilities get thrown around, but Tundra, the Radiant side, and by Radiant side, we're talking about the team on the bottom left. If you look at the bottom left of your screen, you can see a little mini map. And all of the green squares are the Radiant side's buildings, and then you see little icons for heroes and stuff. And you're going to that's just kind of like the mini map that represents gives you an idea of where people are moving. In this case, they're colors. Sorry, mine is hero icons, but they're represented by colors. So Thompson here is the orange circle that is in the middle of the mini map. So that's where he is at in the larger context of things. And yeah, Thompson is just going to keep playing along here in the middle part of the map and keep farming away until pick up some items and pick up some other things. Hopefully at some point he'll level up his ultimate and we can talk about what that looks like. He has a tower there in the bottom left of your screen, or the top right of your screen. There's another tower. That is the opposing tower. Towers are units that just stay still. They are a lot tankier than the little creeps that you see and do a lot more damage, but they cannot move. And they kind of represent the progression through a game. Typically, a team that has been able to destroy more buildings is usually the team that is winning the game. So as Thompson takes this building, just like the creeps, if he gets the last hit on it, there's going to be a bonus of golds that he's going to get. More so because more than just normal creeps, because it is a bigger unit, so therefore the reward should be higher. So he's going to try and get the last hit here. And with towers, it actually gives gold to all of his teammates as well. So they just got that tower. And now he's going to be moving on to a different lane.
Ultimately, the goal is to, as you get stronger, take more and more of these objectives on the map. And ultimately, that's how you win the game, is progressing through objectives. Yes, you can kill your opponents 1,000 times, and you can kill 1,000,000 creeps, and you can get as powerful as you want, but none of it actually wins you the game unless you kill the enemy base. And so over the course of these games, you're going to see teams progressing up the chain in terms of trying to kill stronger and stronger buildings towards the enemy base, which will eventually lead them to the throne. So that tower was what we call a tier 1 tower, which is the most basic building in the game. And once it's dead, it can't come back, it can't respawn. And that's a pretty good thing to take in the game, because it means you have more space to work with, and the enemy has less buildings to play around or use as reinforcement points, so to say. So you'll see teams fight around these a lot. They will attack these towers, they'll try and defend their own towers. Here we're seeing a fight break out near a tier 2 tower, which is a much stronger tower, but we can see Tundra trying to defend this position against an attack from the Dire Team Falcons here. And ultimately, if you can defend your towers until maybe you get strong enough, you can turn the game. Maybe you can attack enemy towers before they're ready to defend their own and gain an advantage. And the game revolves a lot around manipulating or killing these creep waves to help you push those towers or build up a significant amount of strength or army presence on the map that you can use to then force down these objectives. So a lot of the game is farming a lot of these creeps, trying to get stronger than your enemy, increase that speed, but ultimately it's to lead to taking down enemy towers, enemy base, and other objectives around the map that will actually win you the game.
So we could probably take a look at just like the towers in the mid lane and just go from tier 1 to tier 2. So this is a tier 1 tower. It's the closest to the enemy base, and it's right in the middle of the map. This is a tier 2 tower. So we're going to work our way backwards to the Radiant base and get closer and closer to the bigger objectives. Each one of these towers is getting stronger and stronger as they come along. The next one is going to be this tier 3 tower. This one is standing in front of two special buildings. They are called the barracks. These buildings, if they are destroyed, these are the buildings, you know, just like barracks in actual real life. They are housing all those little creeps that we see. And so the creeps that come out, they're coming out of the barracks. If you destroy those barracks, it will buff up your own creeps that spawn through the lane. So they will continue to spawn even if you kill the building, but your own creeps that run down the lane will become stronger. So that is one of the biggest progressive points of the game. And one of the bigger objectives is being able to take down that tier 3 tower. And then the buildings behind them are unlocked and are vulnerable. And then if you kill those buildings, it will buff up your creeps, and that will help with the progression of the game. The next part is, well, you're going to see a couple little buildings here and there. Those are just kind of like filler buildings, but the next one are the tier 4 towers. Those two are sitting together. Those are the strongest towers in the game, and they are sitting in front of the Ancient. And the Ancient is kind of representing your headquarters. It is the final building. It's the most important building. If the Ancient is destroyed, then the game is over and the opposing team wins. So this is what Defense of the Ancients is all about. It's all about defending this one building and trying to defend all the buildings in front of it to keep the enemy from progressing to the main objective. All of these buildings, the bigger ones inside the base, are invulnerable until you kill the pre-existing objective. So most of the time, you're going to have to go through the tier 1 tower in order to unlock the tier 2 tower. And then once you kill the tier 2 tower, you unlock the tier 3 towers. It's the natural progression of getting more and more difficult to take objectives. And it's only once you take the tier 3 tower that the tier 4 towers are available to take. And once you take the tier 4 towers, then you can attack the Ancient. So we're going to see that natural progression through this game over time. That's what both teams are kind of fighting for. Looks like we got another team fight on our hands. We're going to just see massive abilities kind of thrown around. People are trying to kill specific heroes in a team fight. In fact, our little guy, Sniper there, who's represented at the very top of the screen. You see the numbers ticking down, 33, 32. That is another look at a death timer. So when we click on the hero himself, it shows up in the bottom of the UI. Ticking down in the red numbers, but it will also show up constantly at the top of the screen whenever a hero falls. So our Sniper just got killed in a team fight, in a 5-on-5 clash, and he has a longer death timer than we saw him die last time, right? It was over 30 seconds, so he's going to spend a good chunk of time out of the game, and then he will respawn back at the fountain and TP out to a lane and continue his progression of farming and trying to get strong.
Also see in the top left, we originally had the last hit chart up for the early game, but now it is a net worth chart. This generally shows basically the total gold accumulation of any individual hero in the game. And generally net worth, or the total gold, is a pretty good indicator of which team is winning in any given Dota 2 match. So that chart will tell you which heroes are having the best game in terms of who's the wealthiest. We can see Sniper in the top 2. So even though he's died a couple times, he'll get another kill here. And he is top of the net worth chart, which means he's had a couple missteps, but overall, he's still doing very well, and he has found the most gold of anybody in this game. So from just a gold standpoint, he is the strongest hero. There are some factors that can determine a hero's strength, but gold is definitely one of the biggest ones. And generally is a good rule of thumb. In the top of the screen, you can also see the kill totals, the game clock, and the small net worth team indicator, which tells you how much net worth a team is leading by. So if you don't know who's really winning a Dota game, kills are a pretty good indicator. If a team's up a lot of kills, they're maybe winning. But gold is the best indicator. If a team is up a lot of gold, they are probably winning the game overall or in a much stronger position. So right now, we can look at that gold indicator, and it's around 5k net worth advantage to the Dire team. So they're leading by a decent amount here. That represents an item or two advantage, probably a couple levels. It means they probably got an extra few kills or won a team fight here or there. Sometimes it can just mean they killed way more creeps on the map than their opponents. So in this type of game, they're down 10 to 11 kills, but they're actually up a decent amount of gold. This is not uncommon in Dota. Kills are valuable, but they're not the only way to boost your economy. And ultimately, economy is a very powerful tool in Dota 2. And so you're going to see teams fighting when they want to fight and to try and gain as much advantage as they can. And they're going to kill as many creeps in the downtime as they can to try and be as strong for that next team fight as possible. So this kind of creates an ebb and flow to the game where you have these big 5-on-5 team fight clashes, and then you have some downtime where teams are trying to set themselves up as well as they can for the next one. We're going to see our boy Topson attack an enemy hero and gobble up a rune here, which is just an extra little bonus or perk that can spawn on certain intervals at certain points on the map, particularly around that middle lane. And since he's playing mid, he encounters a lot of them over the course of the game. So you might see a couple of those get picked up at various points, and at some point we can go over what exactly those are. But for now, he's kind of just cruising. He's trying to continue to build up his items, upgrade his items as he gets more gold off the map. He's still top net worth in this game, so he's pretty happy with his position. And since he feels so strong, since he's accumulated so much, he wants to continue to try and press his advantage, which basically means either pushing stronger and stronger towers, or if he doesn't feel confident doing that, he can just continue to try and hunt enemy heroes on the map. And Sniper is a pretty good hunter. He can run around, find an enemy hero, slow them, and then deal a lot of damage while the enemy is slowed in that shrapnel that he can drop on the ground. So Topson's going to keep looking for those types of plays, and he has two other supports, the Squirrel and the Vengeful Spirit behind him, to try and help him accomplish that task. So they're kind of following him and backing him up on these plays. We're seeing him run around invisible right now. The enemies can't see him. And surprise, you have been backstabbed by the sniper. He's going to attempt to kill this hero. Very elusive hero. So he felt like he could not get it, and he will bail on that attempt. That's kind of like a basic flow to the game of what he's looking for. He's looking for some enemies and feels confident enough to bring them down. He'll try and commit for the kill. If he doesn't, he's not going to try and throw away his life in a bad attempt, since he knows how valuable he is. Kills in Dota 2 are as valuable as who you are killing. So in this type of game, since he is the top net worth, since he's so rich and so high level, if he dies, it's worth a lot to the enemy team. As his kill is worth as much as a scaling percentage of his total net worth and level. Whereas if you are to kill the lowest net worth or lowest level in the game, we can see Hoodwink, the little squirrel represented by the yellow player in this game. He's 5 levels lower, and he's the lowest net worth on that chart. In other words, he has the least amount of gold. If he were to die, he would give far, far less than Thompson would at this point. So he's not nearly as valuable a kill as some of these big core heroes with a lot of gold and a lot of items. So as strong as you are, you also have to protect yourself a bit more. And both these teams are constantly trying to find kills on the opponent's strongest heroes so that they can not only take all of that strength off the map, but gain as much as possible in the process.
And just like if you get a lot more gold, you are worth more to the enemy. When they kill you, they will get more gold for killing you. The same thing for experience or levels. So the higher level a hero is, when that hero is slain, they will give a lot more experience back to the enemy. So that's why just, farming away and getting strong, it is always good in the game, but there is a small downside to it. And that when the enemy team kills you, they will get a lot back for it. And that's one way to ensure that there is a balance in the game of, farming or killing, creeps around the map and killing heroes. There always needs to be a balance. And one lineup can't always focus on killing enemy heroes all the time, nor can they always focus on killing enemy creeps. There's going to be this back and forth balance, and some lineups will do more of one than the other, but they will always do a bit of balance of both. So watching these heroes kind of move around the map right now, one of the reasons that our sniper keeps on going invisible, he has an item that allows him to go invisible. It's the one there in the top right called Shadow Blade, the purple one, the purple sword. That is an item that has an active ability to it. So items have two different things, basically. They have a passive part of it where the item just exists in your inventory and gives you a passive bonus. So it can give you things like attributes or armor or movement speed, lots of things that we will talk about. In this case, this ability has a passive as well as an active, and the active is usually something that you have to activate in order to give you some sort of bonus or ability. So in this case, he is activating this item in order to go invisible. So if you're wondering why he keeps on doing that, it's not a part of his skills, it's actually an item that he has picked up. We're gonna set up here for perhaps a little bit of a fight. So right now, Tundra is on their side of the map behind their tier 2, and they thought Falcons was maybe going to be attacking, so they were kind of set up to defend that objective. So we can talk about some of the things that what makes a hero in that regard. You're going to see a lot of numbers on the UI there at the bottom that kind of represent the various strengths and weaknesses of the hero. On the hero icon, you can see a long list of numbers top to bottom. Those numbers are the various attributes that a hero has. So when Avery was talking about how a hero can, when it attacks, it has different attack range. Some heroes can only operate in melee range. Some heroes can shoot from very far back, like the sniper here. One of those numbers in that list is his attack range. In fact, if we hover over it, it's going to be one of the top numbers. There's attack speed, damage, attack range, movement speed, spell amplification, and mana regen. All of those are kind of self-explanatory. Attack speed is how fast he attacks. So our sniper, you could see here, is attacking pretty quickly. You have damage, which is the damage that every hit does. And then you've got the attack range, which is how far back he can attack, which that number is rather large. The sniper has the longest attack range of any of the heroes in the ability, as you could kind of expect a sniper would be prone to do. Now, there are some other numbers in this list that are pretty important, and those are his actual attributes. Attributes in Dota are kind of what make a hero. They're kind of the personality and strength and weaknesses of all heroes. There are 3 different attributes in Dota. There is strength, agility, and intelligence. So they kind of like fit the stereotype of kind of every hero in the game. Any hero in a fantasy genre, right? You have the guy who's super strong, who is big and tall and can punch really hard. Strength will give you, damage as well as HP. So that hero will just have a lot more health than other heroes, and will be, we refer to them, as being tanky. It just means you have to do a lot more damage in order to bring them down. So strength gives you HP as well as HP regeneration. So over time, they will heal back up. Agility, which is what sniper is, gives you attack speed as well as armor. So that hero is going to be better at dealing with physical damage and outputting physical damage. Typically, agility heroes kind of represent the hero that is going to be the strongest the later the game goes. Sniper is one of those, so he's an agility hero. The last metric is intelligence, the final attribute, which gives you mana regeneration, and magic armor. So basically, any hero that is a mage that casts spells, as they level up, they will get more intelligence, and that means they have a larger mana pool to work with and more mana regen, so they can cast bigger spells and cast them more often. So that's your 3 basic attributes that you're going to be seeing any hero represent. There is a 4th one called universal. Don't really have to worry about that too much. The basics of it is that they like all 3 of the attributes, that they kind of are the jack of all trades in some ways. So sniper, being an agility hero, is going to be purchasing agility items because agility is his primary attribute. Whenever you have a primary attribute, so a strength hero, his primary attribute is strength. That means that when you get more of that attribute, it also increases your damage. So for an agility hero, you get more agility, you also get more attack speed and armor, but you also get more damage because that is your primary attribute. So that's why agility heroes are typically the heroes that will scale the best, that will become the most powerful the later the game goes, because that agility is giving you it's allowing you to attack faster, but for agility heroes, it's also giving them more damage. So it's obviously the best stat when it comes to just doing damage, and the more and more agility you get, the faster you're going to attack and the harder each one of your hits do, and it's just kind of like this spiral of damage that happens. So sniper is getting a lot stronger, and you can see there in the bottom part of him, he actually has 146 or now 136 agility. That's just the buildup of both his levels as well as his items. So every level, he's going to get a certain amount of attributes. He gets a little bit of strength, a little bit of intelligence, but because his primary attribute is agility, he's going to get a lot more agility every single time he levels up. And those items are also providing you more stats, mostly because he is an agility hero. He's mostly buying agility items, which can usually be represented by green, right? So strength is going to be red, intelligence is going to be blue, agility is going to be green, and a lot of the items are going to be color-coded that way as well. So you can see he's got 3 different green items in his inventory. Those are all items that are giving him extra agility. A lot of Dota is going to be color-coded in that way to kind of help you keep track of heroes and items. So heroes are often like, the joke is that a lot of heroes are color coded a certain way to kind of represent the similar thing. So a lot of red heroes are going to be a lot tankier. They're usually strength heroes. A lot of bluer heroes are mages, and a lot of green heroes are going to be agility heroes or damage dealers.
Generally, these heroes also fall into a class. So if you have your agility heroes dealing damage, they make good carries who deal a lot of damage in the late game. If you have a strength hero who gets a lot of HP, he generally can be a good frontliner and build items that help him become even tankier or make his HP go longer. And if you have a lot of intelligence, you have a huge mana pool, you can cast a lot of spells. Generally, those types of heroes make good supports or team fight manipulators, backlines, spellcasters, these types of roles. The beauty of Dota, however, is that you don't have to play any of these heroes a certain way. You can use them in very different ways. You can buy any item in the game on any hero. You can utilize them in different ways that maybe they weren't intended to be utilized in, and it gives a lot of creativity to the players and a lot of freedom. So even though these heroes are kind of designed to function a certain way or maybe excel in being used in a certain role, you'll often see teams use heroes or items in unconventional ways to try and make them maybe unexpected or perform in a way that the enemy wasn't really ready for in the way the game was developing. But that's all for a more complicated time. Here we're just seeing a very large team fight break out. Both teams are fighting with everybody, trying to use all their big spells, all their big items to win some ground on the map. Sniper's kind of playing the outskirts of that fight. Again, he wants to maintain as much range as he can, because that's one of the strengths of his heroes. He's the longest ranged hero in the game, as Austin said, which means he kind of wants to maintain that. He wants to stay away from the enemies, shoot them from a very long distance, make sure that they can't get on top of him and use their abilities or use their strength against him. And as long as he can kind of maintain that gap, he's going to be pretty happy in the fight. But if he gets gap closed, if the enemies can get really close to him, make sure he can't shoot them from far away, then that's where some of the heroes' weaknesses lie. Most heroes in Dota have their own set of strengths and weaknesses. They're very good at certain things, but very bad at other things. So, hero like Sniper, he's very good at dealing a lot of damage from a very long distance, a la the name Sniper, but he's very bad at fighting heroes that are very close to him. Most heroes that are very close to him will generally have stronger spells in that vicinity or be able to match his auto attack capabilities, and therefore he buys a lot of items or tries to use spells to maintain that distance where he has an advantage. So a lot of heroes in Dota are going to be good at certain things, and a lot of these players are going to be trying to build items that help them accomplish what they're good at to a higher capacity so that they can make their hero as individually strong as possible and fit in with the team. So Thompson here, we don't have to go through all of his items individually, but in general, he's bought an item, as we saw, the Shadow Blade, that lets him go invisible. That's pretty good for him trying to stay on the outside of a fight, and maybe it's hard for the enemy to find him because, as we see here, he's invisible, so they can't see him unless they have specific items that allow them to see invisibility. He's also bought a bunch of agility items, which give him some extra attack speed and damage, and he's bought some items that give him even more attack range, so he can shoot from even further away than he normally would. We're also seeing him bounce around. He's gotten himself the capability to kind of shoot a grenade and pop himself back. This is another way that he can, let's say heroes get really close to him, he can shoot that grenade, bounce his hero back, and maybe invis away, for example. All these things
he's kind of rocket jumping around.
Yeah, he's trying to maintain that distance as much as he can. So this is like a very straightforward example of how a player is trying to make his hero function to the best of what it's supposed to do. Whereas if he were playing a different hero, which he'll probably play a different hero next game, he's going to itemize very differently for whatever that hero is to try and make it excel at what it's good at.
So we're going to watch Tundra try and defend their base. So we talk about the progression of the game. We talked about the tier 1 towers and the tier 2 towers. So Falcons have actually made it to Tundra's base and are trying to bring down the tier 3 towers so they can hit the barracks. Tundra does put up a fight, they defend that, and Falcons are going to have to retreat. They took a bit too much damage and don't feel confident keeping that up. And that's kind of the progression of the game that we're seeing right now. You can see there at the top, we've got that timer, right? It's 36 minutes in. So the game's been going on for a while. We're pretty solidly into the middle or later part of the game. And with Falcons having that 9,000 net worth lead that we see there below the 14, that kind of shows that they are winning. The dire side, the top right team, is winning the game right now, and they are trying to get to the bottom left part of the map and kill the buildings there. And they are on the precipice of being able to do so. They're really close to being able to, you know, start taking some of the buildings inside of the actual base. And Sniper is trying to do his best to be able to stop that. Those are some of the bigger objectives, the main objectives of the game. You're going to see occasionally some heroes, whether it's killing creeps or there are some other buildings or other bigger units around on the map. Those are some little side objectives that can help you grow more powerful. So when one of those come up, we'll talk about them. But for now, we're just seeing Tundra kind of move around the map together as five. They're kind of grouped up because they're afraid. They are not as strong as the opposing team, and so they are just trying to get what they can. They're traveling around together in a pack, just trying to get a little bit more gold, and hopefully, for their sake, running into an isolated hero and killing it. That is referred to when you take multiple heroes and you try and kill one or a smaller force of heroes. That's usually called ganking. So it usually means that you're moving around the map with the objective to actually kill a specific hero. If we see a bigger clash, closer to 3-on-3, 4-on-4, 5-on-5, that's going to be referred to as a team fight. So a lot of times we're seeing Tundra kind of set up and wait for a potential team fight that might be coming their way, as they know Falcons, being the aggressors, are going to try and take more of their buildings.
You also generally see teams group up more as the game progresses. As the later and later a Dota game goes, the individual scaling isn't as important as the overall team strength, as you eventually have to win these big 5-on-5 team fights to win the game. So we're kind of later in the game at this point, and whereas earlier on a lot of players were playing on their own, here we're seeing them group up a lot more. There's a lot more heroes around Thompson here trying to protect him or let him get a good angle into the fight. Maybe just trying to be ready if the enemy tries to go onto the sniper here. And they're just trying to posture and set themselves up as best as possible. One of the big factors to consider in Dota 2 is we, as an observer, see both teams' perspectives here, but they, as a team in the game, only see their perspective. So maybe we can show Radiant Fog only here, and you'll see that there's what's called Fog of War. So this is what the Radiant team sees. They only see what their heroes can see to a certain extent, what towers see, or what their creeps see. So towers give a certain amount of vision, the creeps give vision when they run down a lane, but the instant any of those die, the vision disappears. Same with a hero. And so your vision's very limited in Dota outside of your unit, or where you can place what are called observer wards, which are just little wards you can place on the map that give you vision for a certain amount of time. Here's an observer ward placed by Radiant. It's giving them vision over all of that highlighted area for around, 6, 7, 8 minutes before it gets killed or disappears. And those are placed generally in areas that teams want to fight in or want to feel confident going to. So you have to play around what you can see, and information means a lot in Dota, which is why certain times when teams are very far ahead, they have a lot more vision than their opponents. It's easier to make moves or try and find these sort of engagements. Here we saw Tundra try and make a move to find a fight, but they see very little right now. And as you can see in that bottom left minimap, they don't know where all these enemy heroes are. They don't know where they were, and they kind of ran into them, trying to find something in this game to fight their way back, and were unable to do so. They lost yet another fight here. Some more heroes are dead with very long timers now, as you can see, and now their base is getting sieged. that little blue shield was called a glyph of fortification that allows you to pop a little mini shield on your base with a 5-minute cooldown to try and help protect your buildings, particularly if you have heroes that are dead. Like in this instance, there's another one. They're just trying to stall this assault by the Dire Team Falcons so they can get their heroes back on the map. This glyph refreshes with every first tower of a tier taken down. So if you take down a tier 1, you get a glyph. If the enemy takes down one of your tier 2s, you get another glyph. And this just helps you progressively defend your base against the incoming enemy assault. So here, Falcons are sieging Tundra's base. They're trying to break the towers, kill the barracks, gain more advantage on the map for themselves, and a lot of gold in the process, as Tundra are trying to defend these buildings as best they can. But since their big carry, the Luna, is dead for still another 30 seconds, it's very hard for them to actually take that defense. And so they use some glyphs to try and help stall, but ultimately 2 lanes of barracks were taken here by Falcons, which is a very significant advantage for them in the game, and they retreat very pleased with the overall result of all of those moves.
So we can see some of the creeps. If we look at the creeps that are running down the middle lane right now, we have the Radiant creeps. So we click on them and we can see their damage and HP. You can see they have a max HP of 610 and damage of 26. So the damage there is those numbers on the left. Or just in general, you could see that the red creeps are doing a lot more damage and just destroying the green creeps, right? So that is the dire side creeps. They've become stronger because of those buildings that died. And that just means that the units that are automatically pumped out, they're just stronger, so they are going to be kind of constantly assaulting the base. They're always going to be stronger than the opposing force, so they're always going to be winning that fight, and they're always going to be kind of pushing into the Radiant side base and building up damage over time. So that's the advantage of taking the barracks that we were talking about. So taking 2 lanes of barracks is a significant boon, and a big advantage that Falcons is going to be building off of here. But we've got another potential team fight. So Avery talked about those wards. Right now they're fighting over a ward on a high ground area, and both teams are just kind of setting up, waiting to see if the other team makes a mistake. The dire side team is going to do one of the map objectives that we talked about. Now, while taking the buildings is an important part of the game, another important part of the game is taking Roshan, but they're actually not going to do it just yet. They're going to take this team fight instead. We're going to see a bunch of abilities get thrown out. That guy right there in the middle, he's called Gyrocopter. He is the Falcon's carry. So he's the guy who is doing the most damage as the game progresses. You can see he's got this host of abilities and items that he's using, and he's turning all kinds of colors and stuff. And he's just running at the enemy, and he's doing a bunch of damage. And he did it very well enough, in fact, that they wiped Tundra. So that just means that they killed all 5 heroes on the opposing side. And if all 5 heroes are dead, obviously that means that they can kind of do whatever they want on the map, which in this case is going to be going back to taking the objective called Roshan. So we can talk about what Roshan is and what he does. So Roshan exists in the top left and the bottom right corners of the map. And he is just a boss, a map boss who lives out there. He's just a bigger neutral creep, a little raid boss per se to be able to bring down. As you can see, it took a little while, but they managed to kill him. And he will drop some items for you to be able to pick up. So these are just like little bonuses to help you, like if you are having a hard time being able to siege the enemy base, if you're having a hard time being able to beat the enemy in a team fight, little objectives like this can be very helpful. Roshan is going to be he's going to come up a lot because the item that he drops is so valuable, which is the Aegis of the Mortal, which is what we saw pop up there. You can see in his item inventory, it's in the bottom middle slot there, Aegis of the Immortal. And what it is, it's just an item that gives you a second life. So normally when the hero dies, right, they are out of the game for a set amount of time that increases the later the game goes. And they will respawn back in their fountain or back inside of their base. The Aegis of the Mortal gives them a second life in the fight, where if they die, after a few seconds, they will come back to life with full health and full mana and be able to fight again. Now, the Aegis of the Immortal doesn't last forever. That's why you see a timer ticking down. It's only going to last 5 minutes once you pick it up. So this extra life that they have a limited time to be able to use that. And this is kind of to try and encourage the team that is winning to be able to go up and siege and try and end the game, right? Sometimes it could be difficult if the team is in a more defensive position to win that fight. So you need certain bonuses to make you stronger enough to actually beat the team that is in a defensive position and take their buildings. So they're going to use this extra life to try and do just that. They're going to get close to the Radiant base here, and they're using an item that makes them all invisible called Smoke of Deceit. And so they are inside the enemy base, and the enemy doesn't know it. So as soon as they see an opportunity, they're going to pop out of that invisibility and try and jump and kill one or maybe multiple heroes, and in which case it's they actually managed to get the sniper. So the sniper is now dead, and the dire side team, Falcons, are pretty happy with that. They managed to kill 2 heroes and didn't lose anybody on their side. They still have that extra life, which we're going to see the gyrocopter go and try and take the final lane of barracks. So when you take a barracks, that lane of creeps that spawn go stronger on your side. If you manage to take all 3 of the barracks, then all of the creeps on your side get another buff. So this is referred to as, so regular creeps are referred to as just regular lane creeps. If you take a lane of barracks, your creeps get upgraded to super creeps. And if you take all 3, you get mega creeps. So this final building they're going to take right here signal the fact that they now have mega creeps. There's the pop up in the middle. It says the Dire now have mega creeps. And we're going to see if the game doesn't end right now. At some point, those creeps are going to come in, and they're going to be even stronger than the ones that we see right now. They even look a little bit tankier and bigger, and they're just kind of roided up. But the game does end, and so we're not going to see those mega creeps really come into action just yet, because the enemy ancient is under assault. So the Tundra team, they think they can't fight back anymore, so they just called GG. So that means game 1 is over. And Falcons are ahead in the series 1 game. Again, this is a best of 3, so there are up to 3 games that are going to be played. It's the team that gets 2 wins the series. So it might end in a 2-0 or it might end in a 2-1. But for now, at least Falcons have that little bit of an advantage. And we'll see if they're able to actually win the full out series as we go into game 2 here pretty soon. But this is the scoreboard. Avery, you can probably break down what the important things to look at in the scoreboard and what these numbers represent.
Yeah, so a lot of information on any given game is given within the game client. But when you look at a final scoreboard like this, you can see everybody's KDA, their kill, death, assist ratio. Generally, the better that is, the better a game they had. So we were looking at the sniper a lot that game. He ended that game with a 6.5 and 6 KDA. He started out really well. At some point, he was 5 and 2, and then he died a few more times, couldn't find more kills. So his KDA didn't end up being that good overall. Whereas a lot of the heroes on the Dire team that ended up winning had pretty positive KDAs, 8, 2, and 12, 7, 2, and 14. Pretty good ratios of kills to deaths, which is what you're looking for. You can also see the net worth here, the total amount of gold that hero ended up with at the very end of the game. Generally, the carry heroes are going to be top of that pack. So for Tundra at the top, they had the Luna and the Sniper leading that net worth chart. They're big damage dealers. Dire Team Falcons had the Gyrocopter and their Timbersaw leading that net worth chart. Again, they're 2 biggest damage dealers. So both teams were prioritizing getting the most gold on their damage dealers so that they can go in the fight and kill enemies as fast as possible. And it also shows you all the items. that any player ended up with. Again, each player has 6 slots. They can only buy items for themselves, and you can sell those items back for half, but once you purchase it, it's kind of locked in. You can upgrade it as time goes on, but that's kind of your path that you're choosing in the game. A couple other buffs that they might have received, and then just, how much gold per minute they had, how much damage they dealt, how much healing maybe they did, how much damage they tanked, just random stats that aren't super important. You can also look at the graph. There are graphs for gold, experience, and the win probability over the course of a game. So when we're looking at a game like that, we can see that the gold and experience in the gold and the blue lines was mostly just favored towards the higher team for the majority of that game, and then slowly increased, especially towards the end. Once they built up enough of an advantage, they were able to press it. We can see the win probability also reflects this. It goes up and down based on teams, winning certain fights or getting big key pickoffs, i.e. kills on a really important hero. But generally that trend was also towards the dire team for most of that game, and they ended up resulting in a pretty solid win for them. So a lot of this information is available on any given game, and it can be used to study games or figure out what went right, what went wrong, who had a really good game, who had a really bad game. But generally, if you win, you win. And if you kill that ancient, you win the game. So that's what most teams are working towards. Stats mean a decent amount in Dota, but all that gold does not do much if you can't use it to kill the enemy throne. And so as we saw here, despite Thompson having a pretty good start and getting pretty strong in this game, and this sniper being annoying, he was unable to really translate that into a late game situation where he could defend his ancient or take the enemy ancient. And therefore he was defeated ultimately in this game 1.
Yeah. Just like any team game, your individual performance only takes you so far. So you can have a very good KDA. You can get a lot of kills, not die very often, but doesn't really matter if you do not take the objective at the end of the game and win as a result of it. So, it's a skilled, strategy game that is meant to be played around a team. So individual performances, while they can do a lot for you, they ultimately will never be able to win you a single game of Dota. It takes all 5 people to be able to do so. That was game number 1. We got through a lot of the basics of Dota 2. We're going to get into probably some things that are a little bit more complex and follow the game a little bit more when we get into game 2. But for now, if you guys have any questions, we are going to go to a break while we wait for game 2. It'll be around 10 minutes. Until that next game starts. If you guys have any questions about Dota, anything that we talked about that you'd like to talk about a little bit further and in depth, drop it in the chat and we'll try and cover that when we come back for game 2. But again, going to be around a 10-minute break, and then Avery and I will be back ready to talk some more Dota with you.
Their chance in life, take it or leave it, to go to the edge and still survive. If you ride that laser beam, it's a light that brings your dream alive. I'm having a feel-good day, and it's all on the bright side. It's starting to go my way, from a crawl to a joyride. Though I don't know why, I could jump the fire and dance a wild ballet. Cover the raindrops in your eyes. Seeing is believing. Let every heartbeat energize. There's a time to shout loud and cry. I'm having a feel-good day, and it's all on the bright side. It's starting to go my way, from a crawl to a joyride. don't know why. I could jump the fire and dance a wild ballet. Just enough, shake the blues off. Now we're changing, it's all on the bright side. Life is better when we're headed. Rearrange it, I'll crawl to a joyride. Just I'm having a feel good day. Now we're changing, it's all on the bright side. It's starting to go my way. So go my way. I'm having a feel good day.
Yeah, check it out. Come on. Negative emotion running round my head. Thinking about the things you did, the things we said. So who's lying now? And who's crying now? 'Cause look who's crying now. Trying to pretend that you don't really see. You don't really see all the things you do and what it does to me. And now you've gone away. But you'll be back someday. But it's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be begging on your knees. Ain't all the lies, the way you made me cry. And begging, baby, baby, please. But it's a long time coming. Talking to myself and wondering what went wrong. Knowing what we had was good, the feeling strong. Voices in my head, repeating what you said. What you said. Baby, what we had was still worth fighting for. The way I'm feeling now, I never felt before. But now you've gone away. But you'll be back someday. But it's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be begging on your
together. Gonna walk that mile. Just me and my sisters. Make it all worthwhile. Gonna come together. Gonna walk that mile. Just me and my sisters. Make it all worthwhile. Gonna come together. Gonna walk that mile.
Baby, I'm looking at you. You're the prettiest girl in the room. I know I'm not the only one. All the other boys want you too. Oh, jeans and those eyes. You don't even try now, do ya? I'm praying I'm your type. I'll be anything that you like. Baby, can we do?
Welcome back, everybody. We are getting into game 2 of Falcons versus Tundra. We spent a lot of game 1 talking about the basics of Dota 2 and how to kind of follow along and what the objectives are for the game. In this second game, we're going to get a little bit more down into the nitty gritty. We'll talk about the heroes that we're going to be looking at for this next game and talking about their specialty and what they do in the match. And just in general, we're going to follow the game a little bit more than we did in game 1. Now that, some of you guys are, feeling a little bit better about the concept of Dota. Avery, did we have any questions during the break that you saw that you wanted to address before we move into the game 2 draft?
I saw a lot of people discussing vision and fog of war and these types of things. So I thought we can just demo all of it.
Okay.
A quick lobby and get it out of the way. So vision's really important aspect of Dota as I get drawn into this lobby. Damn it.
The game's starting, so
demo.
it kicked Avery out, but we'll get into it in a second here.
So vision is really important, and it's one of the concepts that I think is kind of hard to understand when you're watching games, because when you watch games, you see everything. And it's very easy to be like, why don't they do stuff when they see everything? So what is fog of war? How can you counteract fog of war? And what are the ways to play around it? Well, as you can see, it is currently daytime. And what can I see? Well, I can see a certain amount around my hero. I can see what the creeps see, and I can see what my tower sees. But I cannot see through terrain/trees. For example, I can't see in here. It's all fogged out. I can't see uphill. Uphill is denoted in game by mainly these stair pathways, and I can't see around trees even if they're in my vision. The same goes for any like cliff-based terrain. I don't think there's any cliffs in here, but the same idea. And elevation prevents me seeing. So how do I get around this? Well, I can place what are called observer wards. So wards come in observers and sentries. Yellow is observer, blue is sentry. I can toggle between them. I get pulled into another lobby.
Yeah, we had to restart the lobby. The first one failed, unfortunately. So Avery's going to have to reboot that demo again. But the game
really
2 is draft
here.
is starting pretty soon. So we're finally getting into the game here in force. And we're going to see that draft phase again that we saw last time in game 1. But we're going to go through the demo and take a look at the ward vision before we show that off.
All right.
So.
So I can place wards, which are these yellow guys, and it'll show me what they can see. But for example, if I stand here, I can't see anything here. If I go and place a ward, boom, and then I move away, this ward is still going to scout a certain range around the ward. It'll give me vision up the hill, for example, or it still gets blocked by trees and terrain, but it gives me extended vision for a certain period of time. I'm going to go kill this really fast. The same goes for heroes. If a hero moves into the fog of war, I lose vision of them. Can't see them anywhere on the map. unless I go there with my hero or I place an observer ward there. Now, there's certain ways you can bypass this. The enemies are also placing obs. They're trying to see me. So this Luna just placed a ward here. I cannot normally see the enemy wards, which is where sentries come into play. If I place a sentry, sentry gives me true sight or invisible detection within the radius of this sentry. So it'll scout invisible heroes. It'll scout enemy wards and allow me to kill them. So I can kill this enemy ward because I have vision over it. It'll also let me see enemy sentries. So you can fight over these sentries. But the sentry itself does not give any vision. So if I place this sentry in fog, it gives a little vision, but it's not giving anywhere near the same as an observer ward. And it will eventually time out here. As you can see, can't see the Luna right here. So very big difference. If this Luna uses the Shadow Blade like we saw Thompson using, he's out of my sentry, so I can't see him. But if he goes in the sentry range, he's visible. Still invisible, but I can now see him, can cast spells on him, I can attack him, etc., etc. The other thing we saw teams using was an item called Smoke of Deceit. This is a consumable, which means once you use it, it disappears. It comes in charges that restock every 10 minutes. So you get a few of them per team, but they are not infinite, and it takes a while for them to come back. What Smoke allows you to do is to turn you and anybody around you invisible for a set amount of time, which lets you bypass enemy vision or enemy wards until you move within a certain distance of an enemy unit or building. Then the smoke will be dissipated. So if I'm trying to, let's say defend a position with an observer that sees a certain amount of distance and the enemy is trying to attack me in a team fight, a lot of times teams will smoke to bypass the vision mechanism until they're close enough to jump me. And then even if I have sentry, even if I have a ward, I still cannot see them. So the smoke is in some ways more powerful than standard invis because it'll bypass even the sentry vision as long as the heroes are far enough away.
All right. If you guys have any more any further questions on vision mechanics, we can talk about it. But we got the draft underway, so we can start taking a look at what heroes are going to be featured in this upcoming game. Once again, the team that lost last game, Tundra, they are going to be on the Radiant side, and Falcons are going to be on the Dire side again. The different sides do have various, they are not symmetrical. The map is not symmetrical. There are advantages and disadvantages to being on the Dire or Radiant side, but they can switch sides, but it seems like the teams chose to remain on their same sides again. So we're going to see the Hoodwink and the Kunkka. So we're going to see the Sea Captain and the Squirrel being played once again in game 2. So we got some familiar faces. We got some new heroes though. We have Elder Titan next to the Squirrel and Sea Captain there, and then it looks like on the Dire side on the Falcons team we have Doom and Enchantress. So Avery, if I could ask you to maybe pull up some of those heroes. Unfortunately, I was drinking my tea and I spilled it, and I have completely killed my keyboard. So
Oh, wow, that's
so you're gonna have to do all the demoing for this.
So Elder Titan, one of my favorite heroes, maybe my favorite. Big
right.
team fight support based hero. He casts spells from the backline, even though he's a melee hero. And what he's gonna do is he's gonna throw out a spirit. So he's gonna cast a spirit, which is a projectile form of his hero that he can control. He can move it around. It only lasts for a certain amount of time before that spirit returns to him. Now, it returns to him with extra damage and move speed based on how many units that spirit went through. So we can see here it's giving me some bonus move speed, a little armor, and some bonus damage. But the big thing this hero does is to look for in the team fights. He can throw out that spirit and then he can stomp, which causes a big stomp on both him and his spirit, putting any heroes that get caught in it to sleep. This spell has a pretty big radius, so in the team fights when people are grouping up, I can throw out my stomp, And I can sleep and control a lot of heroes at once. This is really powerful for when enemies group up. He can then combo this ability with his ultimate called Earth Splitter, which throws out a big fissure in the ground. And if it hits an enemy unit after a certain amount of time, it slows them and deals a % of their total HP as damage. So it's a very powerful late game spell. And basically his kit works by throwing out a spirit, stomping a couple heroes, and throwing that Earth Splitter into them, which then cracks, pulls them in, deals a lot of damage. And he's just a big team fight controller. He also has an aura, which is a passive ability. So this spell has no active component. I can't cast it. But it basically buffs any damage against enemies if they're in the vicinity of the aura. And part of that aura works on the spirit. So as I move the spirit around, we can see this debuff get placed on the enemies. And they will receive extra damage. So I throw my spirit out. It makes them deal... It makes anything deal more damage against those targets. I can then put them to sleep and then deal a bunch of damage on top of that. So a really cool team fight hero. He can really control a lot of the fights, play on the back line, and generally a hero that is very powerful if left alone, but very susceptible to getting jumped and killed very quickly. We also see Sven in this draft, which is...
We could also talk about the different kind of disables because you said they got put to sleep rather than stunned. So Jimmy asked, how is sleep different from hex stun? So there are various different disables in the game. Stun is going to be the most common one that you see. It means you just kind of lose access or control of your hero for a period of time. There are other disables in the game that are more specialized. So there is like silence, which that while you are able to attack with your hero and able to move it around, you cannot cast spells. There is a break mechanic, which makes you lose access to your passive abilities. There is muted, which makes you lose access to your items. So there are just various disables, and we'll talk about them as they come up inside of the game. But sleep specifically is very similar to stun in that your hero, you kind of lose control of your hero. But if you are attacked for a set amount of damage, then you will wake back up. So a stun lasts a guaranteed duration. Whereas a sleep is similar to a stun, but it can end prematurely if you take a certain amount of damage. So that's just the difference between sleep and stun. So you could see there, well, the Luna took damage. One of the Lunas took damage afterwards and was immediately woken back up.
I was playing around with Sven as we see him in this draft, and Sven is just a carry hero, which means he has the most farm priority in the game. He hits very hard, but very slowly, and he also has a very basic stun. So he's kind of a, well-rounded hero that can go in, tank a bunch of damage, but also lock heroes down. He has a spell called Stormbolt, which he throws out and stuns heroes in an AoE off the initial target. He also has an ultimate called God Strength, which just gives him bonus damage at 100, 140, and 180%. So if I pop it, you can see he turns red, and now I'm dealing double my initial damage. Makes him hit very hard, and generally makes him a pretty good carry when he can jump in and try and burst somebody. He can also cleave, which is why this other Luna is taking damage off the first one. And this spell only lasts for a certain amount of time, and it has a decently long cooldown. So when we see Sven in this game, when he pops his God Strength, he wants to go in, take that fight, and kill heroes before that spell runs out, because then he's just going to return to normal Sven, and normal Sven is not nearly as scary, because he's not red, and he doesn't hit as hard. So a lot of these heroes are very dependent on their spell timings in the fight, trying to land stuns and get the damage out during the periods where they're controlling the enemy and their damage is online, before it either wears off or those cooldowns come into play.
All right, we got some other heroes there to come into play. We can probably talk about the various positions of the game. So we've broken it down in game one to very simple. There is cores and there is supports. There are heroes that want to be able to get a lot of gold and experience, and they will do all the farming. They will do the last hitting. They will try and get the gold for killing creeps, and then there are the supporting heroes that try and just buff up their allies or debuff the enemy in some way. So in this game, each one of these players plays a specific role. Those roles are listed 1 through 5 to keep it simple. 1 is the role that will get the most farm priority. So they're the person that they're trying to funnel the most amount of gold and experience into. That person needs the most items, the most expensive items in order to do their job correctly. And it just goes down from there. So 5 is the role that gets the least amount of gold and the least amount of experience. And the roles just fill in from there. Now, those roles can also come by alternate names. So 1 through 5, very often the 1 position or the person who has the most farm in the game is also referred to as the carry. They will operate in one of the lanes called the safe lane. When we get into the game, we'll take a look at the different lanes and what those differences are. But the 1 position is the carry. So in this draft, we see a bunch of heroes, but if you see the hero on the bottom right there, the purple guy with the double blades, that guy is a 3 position. And that is really interesting because in Dota, there is a lot of freedom in Dota, freedom to be able to move around the map wherever you want. And there's also a lot of freedom in roles. And something that's really unique about this game is that heroes can be played in multiple roles. People can play them as both a core or as a support. They can fluctuate from a 1 position core, so somebody who gets the most net worth, to a 3 position core, or somebody who still has a priority in getting farm, but usually is somebody who starts fights or has a side objective that they're trying to accomplish in the game. So this is pretty interesting little development in this game, and is part of the creative freedom that Dota allows you to have, is that every hero has some basic strengths and weaknesses, but how you use those strengths and weaknesses is almost up to your imagination and what you think a hero is capable of doing. So in this game, we're going to see, as far as 1 positions, we can look at the Sven. So the hero that Avery was showing earlier, that's that guy right there, who his ultimate is the one that allows him to do double damage and turns red. That's the Sven, and that is a carry hero. Right next to him is going to be his supporting player called Snaking. He's playing Enchantress. So the Enchantress is a healer and can also take control of neutral creeps, and we'll see some of those abilities put to use. But those 2 are going to be playing in a lane that is called the safe lane. The safe lane is one of the side lanes, and the safe lane is just the reason it's called the safe lane is because the creep waves that spawn and run down the lane, where they clash kind of determines how safe or how difficult it is to be in that lane. And in this case, we're going to see at some point these creeps meet up, and the safe lane for the dire side means that the creeps are closer to the tower when they clash. And because towers have an aura and they also help protect your heroes from certain aggression, that means that this lane is safer than the other side lane. And so as a result, you put your 1 position in that lane. This is the person that you want the most farm on, you want the most gold and experience on, you want them to be the most protected hero. So therefore, they're in the lane that is safer. On the other side of that, that means that this lane is harder for the Radiant side, for the Hoodwink and Kunkka, the Squirrel and Sea Captain that we saw from last game. They are playing together on the Radiant side, and this is called the off lane or the hard lane. They are playing in a position where they are closer to the enemy tower and farther away from their own tower. So when it comes to side lanes, we're going to watch this one and just see how they play against each other, as opposed to in game 1 where we were watching the middle lane, which was a 1v1. This time around, we're going to watch this side lane and watch how a 2 versus 2 goes on. So they're going to combo their abilities up together, and they're going to cooperate to make certain things happen that give them little advantages in the lane. But ultimately, the objective of this part of the game is to get as much gold and experience it out of it as possible. Same thing as the mid lane, it's just a little bit more coordination between players. So they're going to work together to try and get the killing blow on creeps, and they're also going to try and kill the opposing heroes as well. So the killing blow can be both on your creeps and the enemy creeps, so you can try and get gold, but you also are trying to keep gold away from the opposing player. So you can try and deny creeps or try and keep these neutral creeps away from them and keep them away from being farmed. We're just going to see this kind of like back and forth of them trying to both kill creeps and do damage to each other and eventually try and kill each other.
You also see them interacting with some of these neutral creeps. Those are those small ones to the right of the screen, the little ghosts and ghouls and these random neutrals that we talked about that are the extra bonus creeps on the map that people can fight over. So in these side lanes, there are some camps where those creeps spawn that are pretty close to the lane. So teams will fight over those camps, just try to get the extra bonus gold for themselves, take it away from the enemy, pull farther ahead, or use them to try and manipulate their own creeps a bit, maybe deny a bit extra or put the enemy in a position where they have to fight extra neutral creeps to take a certain skirmish. So that's where you're just seeing those interactions come into play. Enchantress is a unique hero in that she can actually take those neutral creeps over with her enchant ability and bring them under her control. So we're seeing Snaking on this Enchantress, the pink player. He's taking some of those neutrals and using them to fight the enemies here as well. And that's just going to give him a little extra firepower early on in this lane. Try and combat the two enemy heroes and get as much farm for his carry, the Sven, as he can. Which Skeeter, playing that Sven, he's doing quite well. We look at the CS chart in the top left. He's at 24 and 5, pretty much tied for first on the last hits, which means he is getting a lot of those killing blows and farming very well in the safe lane. So he's going to be in a good position over the course of this early game, which is generally the first 10 minutes. Snaking has a pretty strong creep here in that Harpy. You can see the little purple Harpy dragon beating them back here, and they took a lot of damage off that exchange. Didn't die, but still an unfavorable exchange here for Radiant, as they're going to have to try and regen up, get their health back into a good position so they can fight the lane again. But right now, Dire, or Team Falcons, is controlling this lane pretty well, and this is what we'd call just winning the lane for the most part. They're getting what they want out of it. They're maintaining pretty high health totals, and they're continuing to buy up more and more little items that are going to help them take those fights as the lane progresses. So when people talk about the laning phase in Dota, we're really talking about the first 10 or so minutes of the game, and it's mainly comprised of 3 situations like this one, where teams are battling for the early creeps, the early camps, trying to get as much gold in that first early period as they can before the game kind of breaks down and people maybe rotate between the lanes to try and kill enemy heroes or team fight a bit more or go for larger objectives. This is kind of the build-up stage, and this is the top lane that we're looking at, or the topmost portion of the map. But there is the mid lane that we looked at earlier, and there's the opposite lane on the other side of the map, and those 3 make up the 3 lanes of Dota 2. And over the first 10 minutes, 2 heroes in each of the side lanes and the 1 mid hero will fight for that early gold, and that comprises the laning stage here. So we're approaching the 6-minute mark, so we're about halfway through that laning stage, as teams are getting ready to maybe think about breaking that down. And what I mean by that is maybe certain lanes are becoming too scary for you to stand in. Maybe you feel like you're going to get ganked or enemy heroes are going to come and try and kill you soon. So certain players will maybe just leave the lane. They'll go start killing jungle or camps in the forest instead of these lane creeps, which is a little less efficient, but also potentially a lot safer. For now, Skeeter, for example, on the Sven, he feels like he's strong enough to stand here for now and maybe deal with enemy heroes if they come and try and kill him. So he's going to stay here as long as he can before he feels like he needs to leave.
This is one of the key components that makes Dota different from other MOBAs. If you've ever played those, is that there is a lot of movement in the game. Heroes are not set to their position for very long, and they'll try and move around the map to get a numbers advantage, to coordinate abilities to kill heroes, instead of just staying in a 1v1 or a 2v2. That part of the game breaks down a lot faster, and we'll see a lot more action come around as heroes move around and try and make kills happen. So we'll see more of that over time. You see that enchant ability being put to use once again, to control a little kobold, and he's just trying to attack the enemy once again. Our Kunkka hero has the torrent that we talked about, as well as the ghost ship, but the ghost ship not available to him yet because he's not quite level 6. One of the things is you've probably noticed is that while nobody has died in this lane, their health has gone very, very low, and they have been in danger of dying, and then they'll come back at some point in time with more HP. That's because there are consumable items in Dota 2 that allow you to get your HP back up. Toby just used one of those right there, which is called a Tango. So he has a consumable item that allows him to eat a tree, and he'll get some HP back over time. So 7 health a second. So right now he's just slowly regenning up from that. That's part of the reason why you're seeing the heroes come back with a lot of health. There's another side objective there on the left that we pointed out, which is the Lotus Pool. That is another source of consumables, where those spawn at every 3 minutes, and that will give you a little consumable that will instantly heal you for a certain amount of HP as well as mana. So as you can see, the lane has gotten a little bit quieter. That's because we're now sort of in a 1v1. Both the cores of the lane, or both the heroes that are supposed to be trying to farm to get last hit on creeps, they are still in the lane, but the supports have moved elsewhere. So we see little pop-ups of like kills and stuff. That is from those supports. So we said, this doesn't last very long. We don't really stay in the lane for as long as you do in other MOBAs. You make moves around the map to try and upset the status quo or continue your dominance. So those supports are moving around the map looking for kills, and that's what we're watching right now. So you see a little bit of movement here. There's this Sven who just used his ultimate, the God Strength, put to use. So he was strong at that point in time and was trying to kill an enemy hero. Didn't quite work. So now he's going to join in his team in this little team fight that we're having right here, where there's that Stormbolt. He hit that AoE stun, so he targeted that on one hero, and in the AoE actually hit a second hero as well. There's the sleep mechanic from the Elder Titan, so he hit that big stomp to put the Sven to sleep and allowed him to be able to disengage from that fight. So a little clash, traded out some kills back and forth. You could see the kill score at the top, 3-3, so it's a pretty even game right now.
One of the things that makes Sven a good carry is he has a cleave mechanic. You can see that middle skill that he has skilled all the way up to level 4 is quite literally called cleave. This allows his attacks to deal a certain percentage of their damage through the first target and onto any of the targets behind them. Also gives him a little bonus strength, which is nice. We're seeing here, he's killing what's called a big stack of creeps, which is just multiple creep spawns on the same location, or the same camp. And cleave allows him to really just go through these at a very fast rate. He can kill them all basically at the same time instead of having to go through one camp after one camp, which means his rate of accumulating gold off killing all those creeps is very fast, which means he can outpace opponents and get to his items and his levels faster. He's even going to pop God Strength as ultimate here just to increase his damage for killing these creeps even faster, since he feels like maybe he doesn't need to use it to fight at any time in the near future. And he's just trying to get to a power level later on. There are some heroes in Dota that want to fight all the time, but there are also a lot of heroes, a lot of carries like this, that don't want to just fight all the time. They want to kind of scale and get to a later timing, or maybe their second or third big item, and then they want to take that fight. And so right now, Skeeter is kind of just trying to progress to that later stage where if he gets his second or third item, he's going to be really strong. Maybe it brings his skills into a better position, or he can use them better based off the items he has, and then he'll try and go join the fights. So right now, he's just using his hero to clear through a lot of these neutral camps, boost up the overall gold for his team, and be very efficient. As you can see, he's cleaving through a lot of these camps very quickly, and it's one of the things that makes this hero a pretty good carry.
We saw there he was killing some neutral creeps, and he killed them all, and then some other ones came in and replaced them. So these neutral camps, they refill every minute. So if the camp is empty, if he's already killed the creeps that are inside that camp and it turns to 12, 13 minutes, then there will be some new creeps that respawn. So that's part of what Skeeter is doing here, is he's moving around the map, killing these various camps, and you'll see him return to the same camps after a minute because those creeps have respawned. As far as the cleave mechanic that Sven has, there is another hero in the game that also has the same mechanic. We talked about the Sea Captain Kunkka. We talked about some of his abilities where we have this torrent, this plume of water that comes out, or the ship that he throws out. But his middle ability there, the one that's leveled the most, is called Tidebringer. And that also has a cleave mechanic to it. It's a little bit different than Sven's cleave mechanic, which is always going. Kunkka, his cleave mechanic is actually an ability that is on a cooldown. So every 4 seconds, he can do one hit that does extra damage and cleaves in a bigger radius than the Sven's does. So you can see that splash. Every single time he makes that splashing sound, that's him doing the Tidebringer hit. So you can see the cleave mechanic is very good for being able to farm up to kill these neutral creeps in these areas a lot more efficiently. Right, the faster you can kill the neutral creeps in a single camp, then you can move on to another camp, or you can move on to the creep wave that is pushing in. The faster you do this, the faster you move around the map, the more gold and experience you're going to get, and it just becomes a cycle, right? The stronger you are, the faster you kill these creeps, therefore the more you're able to move around the map, therefore the more items you get, and so on and so forth. So we saw our Kunkka just moved to the other side of the map via a TP scroll. So all MOBAs have some sort of way for you to be able to get around the map a little bit easier. In Dota 2, it's called a TP scroll. It is an item that fills out, it has a dedicated item slot. So you can see the 6 items that he has there in the bigger part of his inventory. To the right of that, there is a neutral item that is filling out his neutral item slot. And then there is a TP scroll spot, which is currently empty, but he just refilled thanks to his courier that delivered it to him. So he bought another TP scroll. TP scrolls allow you to teleport to various parts around the map. You can teleport to any building that you control on the map. So that is another reason why taking these buildings is so important. It is part of the way that you control territory around the map, and also allows you to travel to those areas much faster. So now that's what the Kunkka was doing. The TP scroll, it costs you mana and does have a cooldown, so you can't use it constantly. That cooldown is now back up, but he is going to use it again. Now to move to the top part of the map, where we're going to have a little fight here. You're going to see that boat come in and hit the Animage, almost killing him. The Animage has an ability that allows him to blink or jump to a certain distance away, so he was able to get away with just a bit of HP. But maybe he can get a different kill. Instead, he kills the big Doom, the demon. And they look for more heroes, but they don't find anybody right now.
Dire are scanning.
I'm not opposed to taking the occasional bounty.
We can talk about neutral items as well. So these various items that fill out these slots. The neutral item is another dedicated item slot that you can get. So while most of these items that you're looking at in his inventory are items that are bought spending gold, the neutral item is found for free. So these various neutral camps that he's killing, they have a chance to be able to drop an item. Now these items start spawning. You can only start getting them at 7 minutes, and the tier 1 neutral items become available. So at 7 minutes, if you kill a neutral creep, you have a chance to be able to drop one of these items. Now, only 5 of them will spawn, 1 for each of the members of your team. So you can only have 1. They do get upgraded. So at 17 minutes, tier 2 neutral items become available. Just like the tier 1 neutral items, you have to kill a neutral creep to be able to gain access to the upper tier of the item. That starts at 17 minutes, and it goes on from there. 27 minutes, and at 37 minutes, tier 3 and tier 4 neutral items are available. And if the game happens to go all the way to 60 minutes, tier 5 neutral items become available, and those are very powerful and pretty game changing. So that just represents another little mechanic in the game, another way to be able to make your hero stronger. That was a neutral item that just dropped there on the Kunkka. The Sven, he's also farming. There's another one, a little chest that spawned there. So that was a neutral item. So you're occasionally going to see these little chests spawn when they're killing the neutral creeps, and that's just what that is.
We saw the Sven. He's been farming up a lot of camps. He's been getting stronger. He's near the top of that net worth chart, and he just finished up really big item for how this hero functions in what's called a blink dagger. Top center of his inventory, we see it used there. It allows him to teleport his hero a short distance instantly with a pretty low cooldown, 15-second cooldown. You see it ticking there on the dagger, and this allows him to close the gap and then instantly stun a hero and start hitting them, which is very good for his kit because he is a melee hero and needs to get on top of people pretty fast. Blink Dagger allows him to do that. You'll see Blink Daggers a lot in Dota. They're very common for almost any sort of melee hero that needs to get on top of people very quickly or wants to land a stun on enemy heroes very fast. This is usually an item that you'll see teams pick up and then try and make a move with it. We talked about Smoke of Deceit, allowing you to bypass wards. It's very common, for example, that you'd get a Blink Dagger on something like Sven, and then you'd smoke him to try and bypass enemy vision, let him jump into enemy, get a quick kill, and then go back to farming. And that's what we saw here from Falcons. It's a very common play, archetype, but this item is also going to let him take team fights later in the game by letting him jump a specific target and trying to burst them down first, or maybe just letting him reposition. Blink Dagger is also unique in that it is deactivated for 3 seconds if you take damage from enemy heroes. So it can be used for initiation or jumping on somebody, but it can't be used to escape from enemies if they're hitting you, which is a different sort of blink mechanic than a lot of other MOBAs, but one that is still very common and is still very powerful.
All right, so the Sven is going to teleport to the middle lane. We might see a team fight here soon because a lot of what Dota is based off of timings, both on your abilities being off cooldown, so they are available again, as well as items. So fresh items that you pick up that are make your hero stronger. Teams are going to try and use that to the full effect as soon as you get it. So Skeeter here has his God Strength available, so it means that Falcons, the dire side, is capable of fighting with him. He is very strong if he wants to fight, but it looks like his team is going to go fight without him. So they are going to use that Smoke of Deceit that we're talking about, and they are moving around the map. So that is Animage, Doom, and Wind Ranger. So they are invisible right now, and they're currently looking for an opposing hero to kill. And they're going to find one here pretty soon. They're going to see the Medusa, which the Medusa does have an ultimate ability that kind of scares away heroes. That's what that was, is Stone Gaze. Heroes that look at her are petrified. So as soon as she activated that, Falcons had to run away. And they waited it out. Now they're going to go back in. But that Sven has come in with his God Strength, so he just went to work there. Killed a couple of heroes. It looks like they're going to run down that final one. And Elder Titan was trying to use that Echo Stomp, the ability that would put units to sleep. but he didn't get it off in time. The Sven killed him too quickly. And now he'll use the rest of his ultimate ability, God Strength, to do some damage to the tower and farm some more creeps around the map.
There's also a lot of little objectives on the map that you're constantly seeing teams try and fight for, pick up. You're seeing observer wards die, couriers getting killed, runes getting picked up. We're seeing wisdom runes, which spawn at 7-minute intervals at specific locations that if you pick them up give you extra experience. There's a lotus pool, for example, Skeeter is going to take and give him a little extra HP. So there's a lot of like little mini things these teams are also fighting for on top of some of the bigger objectives. There's Roshan, talked about him as well, being one of the larger objectives. So sometimes you want to fight in specific places on the map to try and get objectives after you win a team fight, as sometimes that's worth more than just the enemy kills themselves. And so these teams are going to constantly try and posture where they feel the most valuable part of the map is, or maybe where they can get the most gold, and maybe force enemies into a position where they have to make something happen because they feel like you're getting too much. Here, Skeeter is on a very good trajectory. He's having a very clean game, 4-0-3. He has not even died once. He's gotten some kills, joined some fights, has a lot of creep score, killed a lot of camps. The cleave is letting him pull pretty decently far ahead, which is what his hero is designed to do. And he's building a lot of items here. We can see he has 6 items in his inventory. All of them are pretty substantial ones. And he's pretty much ready to fight from here on out. He's going to join anything that Falcons want to do. He's going to try and take these fights into good objectives like Roshan, like towers. Here we see him God Strength into that initiation off the blink. Almost kills this enemy Medusa. Gets her low. But he's content with that. She has to go heal now. You can always regenerate your HP and mana at your own fountain, which is kind of like your home base. It's a high ground position. We're seeing Pure Walk 2 now. There's the fountain in the bottom left, and that'll slowly regenerate his resources. So if you get really low but you don't die, you can come back here and boost yourself back up for free, which is great. It's very efficient, but does cost you some time in which you're not killing creeps, you're not killing enemy heroes, so you're not getting stronger. So it's considered a downtime in some ways.
Little note about if you're wondering why, so the Sven jumped in and jumped on this Medusa hero, and you see how the green bar didn't really move at all. Just a little note that Medusa is kind of a special hero. It's her blue bar that is kind of representing her HP. So she actually kind of uses mana as health. So when she was jumped on, that green health bar didn't really move. It's because she was actually taking damage to her mana pool. She's a just kind of unique hero in that regard. So if you're wondering why she wasn't taking any damage in that regard, that was why. So she did actually almost die. It's just her mana pool almost ran out rather than her health that almost ran out. So we also have another big item that we can talk about here. We're not going to talk about all the items that are in Dota 2. There is a lot of them. There's just as many items as there are heroes. So there is a lot of diversity in the ways that you can play the game. But we will talk about some of the biggest ones. So we already talked about Blink Dagger on the Sven, and he now has another item called the Black King Bar. That is the yellow item in the top right there. And it gives him a bit of strength as well as a bit of damage. So it's very good for a strength hero. But it also has an activatable ability called Avatar. Now, what this does is make this, when you activate it, it makes this unit debuff immune. So debuff is any of the things that we were talking about before: stuns, silences, mutes, breaks. These are all examples of debuff, stuns being probably the most prevalent one. So being debuff immune means that those abilities can no longer affect you during that avatar state. So in this case, for the next time he uses it, he's going to turn golden, and for 9 seconds, the enemy team will be unable to disable him. which is a very common item. If it sounds very powerful, it is, and it's one of the key items of the game, and you're going to see a fair amount of it. Very often, cores will try and buy a Black King bar at least at some point in the game, and usually there's like anywhere from 2 to 6 Black King bars in a single game. So you're going to see in a lot of these team fights, some heroes are turning golden. That's what's going on there. Those heroes will also, during the avatar state, have higher magic resistance, so they take less damage from spells, while you still can cast spells at the unit while they're golden. While they're in that avatar state, it just won't affect them as much, right? So the disable won't go through, nor will a whole lot of the damage. So we're going to see him jump in, and there it is. Black King bar got to use, so now he can freely hit that one unit until he actually gets petrified. While there is debuff resistance while you are in the avatar state, there are special abilities that are able to pierce that debuff immunity, and he got hit with one of those. So any ability that you look at, if you hover over it, it will give you additional information. And one of the big things there is at the very top, it says ability, no target. So it's kind of telling you, what some of the ability does. That second line is the important one in this situation, which is pierces debuff immunity. Yes. So for Stone Gaze, it's a special ability that allows you to disable a unit while they are in that avatar state. So pretty special situation. There are not too many of those abilities in the game. And a lot of those abilities are ultimate abilities, because being able to disable somebody during an avatar state is very powerful.
A lot of these team fights, you'll see teams commit to them with all their heroes in different ways, but they're going to cast a lot of their big ultimates with the longer cooldowns. They're going to cast a lot of their Blink Daggers and BKBs or Black King bars to try and commit to the fight at some point and delete, kill a few enemy heroes to gain that numbers advantage where they can then roll the rest of the fight over. So a lot of times when you hear people talking about BKB and how important it is to Dota, it's because that hero has a limited interval where they can ignore stuns and get their damage out, particularly the carries, someone like Sven, who needs to get in there and attack people. And if he's stunned, he can't attack them. So when he pops that BKB and he has that 9, 8, 7 seconds to attack people freely, he needs to get a lot done during that period. And if the enemy can wait that period out or kite him out, maybe disable him through the BKB if they have special spells that can do that, then it really limits his efficacy in those engagements and makes his life a lot harder. Here we're going to see him jump again. He will pop that BKB to dodge all of those stuns. You can see that it has no effect on him. He can just run away, but it's running out here, and now it's run out. He does not have it for the rest of the fight, and it is on cooldown for another 80 seconds or so. So he could still fight if he wants to, but it is a lot harder for him to get in there and just delete someone like we saw with the freedom that he had there, because his BKB is still such a high duration.
Clear as clean water.
And now he's just going to go back to farming some more neutrals. He has picked up another item that we'll talk about, which is that red item, Daedalus. This is an item that gives you a critical strike. So critical strike is just, you probably have seen these in various games in other MOBAs or other fantasy games. It just means that you have a percentage chance to do an attack that is extra strong. So in this case, he has a 30% chance to do an attack that does 225% of his original damage. So if you combine that with his ultimate and God Strength, which increases his damage by 180%, and then you hit a critical strike, it means that that one hit can do, over 1,000 damage. And so we're going to see those are usually represented by red numbers when you hit somebody. If you see a red number pop up, it means that that unit was able to do a critical strike. So some heroes have those as passive abilities that they can level up, and there you also have access to critical strike through items, and that this is probably one of the biggest ones. So you're going to see this Sven. He's going to jump into the fights. There's that red number right there. He just one-shot that entire creep wave. It's because he got a critical strike, and his cleave killed all the other creeps that were next to the ones that he hit. So what you just saw him go through there is a twin gate. The map is rather large, and there are a lot of ways to be able to get around the map, and one of them is the twin gate. So you can teleport places, and you can also use the twin gate, which is tied to a portal on the other side of the map. They went through that side of the map, and they ran into the enemy team. So we're watching Skeeter use his God Strength and his BKB. The BKB is now out, so he can be disabled, but he still has that God Strength going, so he's still very strong if he hits somebody. He's trying to chase after some heroes. Didn't really get anybody quite yet. Oh, there's that big crit. 1,500 damage. There's another one. So you can see the Sven has gotten very, very strong. And Falcons is definitely winning the game now. They are up by 8,000 net worth at 32 minutes, which is pretty strong. Here's that gate again. Skeeter's going to go through. So the gate is in the bottom right part of the map and the top left part of the map. And they are tied together. You just have to spend a small little window channeling. It also costs you a small amount of mana, but you can just go to the other side of the map kind of for free. So again, a lot of movement is particularly important in the game, being able to get around. So just kind of keep an eye on that.
Basically, Falcons are now trying to control the Roshan pit. They're waiting for that next spawn. Roshan, after he dies, he gives you Aegis for the 5 minutes. He respawns 8 to 11 minutes. It varies, and it's just based on chance after he dies. So teams will try and time that objective out and try and fight for when they think it's going to respawn so they can get the next one. And that's why these teams are both playing down here. They're fighting over this cliff as well, where they're placing wards. You can see Snake King trying to frontline here on the support hero, get the vision out, maybe try and bait a jump onto him, as he's not as an important target and he's pretty tanky. But Tundra, they are smoked here. They're going to try and start the fight onto an enemy hero. They get him pretty low. BKB lets him disengage. And now they're going to try and chase. See if Tundra can chase super far, though, because Falcons, they're still going to hold this area. They don't want to give it up. And they're going to be ready to counter-initiate with their Sven if Tundra overextend here.
Radiant are scanning.
You can still see Snake King just trying to bait something out with this Enchantress. He's playing up pretty aggressive. Doesn't mind if they go on him here. And there's the Sven jump, so Skeeter, he's going to commit to the fight. Didn't like that positioning, though, and kind of reset a bit, but left his teammate in the dust. So a little miscommunication there for Falcons, and now they're going to have to fight without one of their big cores. Skeeter will commit, but he gets absolutely melted there. This is going to be a one-team fight for Tundra. Big win for them, as they were struggling a bit in this game, but find the opening. Some discoordination out of Falcons there. We could see them jumping, but one of the heroes committed in, the other left. We'll also see Roshan go through the gate here. He also travels through that gate at every night and day interval. There's 5 minutes of daytime and then 5 minutes of nighttime. It continually oscillates throughout the game. There's not much difference between the two, other than your vision is affected, and Roshan travels to the top or bottom half of the map. During daytime, almost all heroes in Dota see a lot farther than they do during nighttime. So we're talking about that fog of war and what wards can see and what heroes can see. Your vision's more limited at nighttime, which can affect things like team fighting or trying to kill an enemy hero, or where you can play and still feel safe. Generally, things are a bit scarier at nighttime since you see a lot less, and you'll see teams sometimes prioritize fighting in day or night depending on their lineup. There are certain heroes in Dota that have really good nighttime vision, and sometimes that'll, incentivize you to fight during nighttime when you have that vision advantage over your opponent. But generally, most heroes function better during the day. This is currently a nighttime cycle, which is why Roshan was at the top of the map. Tundra killed Roshan, claimed an Aegis. And they've put it on their strongest hero in the Medusa. You can see it in the bottom right of her inventory. Has 4 minutes left on it. So they're going to want to use that timer to try and fight here before that item expires and make the most of the second life.
Now, we are going to be doing this this stream for the full day. So we are going to do it for this series as well as the finals. So we are going to just progressively work our way through Dota knowledge. So if you're a little bit farther ahead in knowledge than what we're talking about right now, don't worry. We're going to keep getting things more and more advanced as the stream goes on. So we will try and tackle some of the questions you guys have that are a little bit more advanced. It's just going to take us a bit of time to get there. We want to make sure everybody has like a solid base of knowledge to function with before we move on to more complicated things. And one of those more complicated things that we can talk about is the hero that we're watching there on the side is Medusa. Medusa is a carry hero, so she's again the one position or the hero that tries to get the most gold and farm, and she just reached level 25. So every single time you level up, you get access to a skill level, and that can be put into abilities. But there is also another thing that you can use your skill levels on, which is this talent tree to the left. So you see the abilities all lined up in the left of it. There is a talent tree. There is basically some extra unlocks that you can have to make abilities that you have even stronger in a very specific way. So if you see that talent tree, it starts at the bottom. 10 means that at level 10, you gain access to these two talents. You can choose only one of them at a time. And then at level 15, you get access to the level 15 talents. So you can, again, they choose one of them. So the one that's lit up means that's the one that person chose. And it goes all the way up to 25. So level 25 used to be the max level that a hero can be, but now you can be level 30. So what that means is that as the Medusa continues to level up, she will go back and go through the talent tree again. So the talents that she did not choose the initial time around as she was leveling up, she will get more skill points and be able to go back and level the other side of the talent tree. So this Medusa is getting very, very strong and has access to the level 25 talents, which are usually some pretty significant bonuses to the hero. And then as she continues to level up, she'll do that again. So the max level in Dota is level 30. So if you get to level 30, that is the peak for your hero when it comes to experience in levels. Though you can always get stronger, usually in Dota, through gold. We're going to watch another team fight here. The Medusa is not sure if she wants to take this fight. Looks like Tundra have maybe made a bit of a misstep, and they're going to lose their support heroes. That's the Elder Titan and the Hoodwink, the big guy who does the stomp, and then the little squirrel. So they get picked off. Tundra, their 3 cores are still intact, so we still have this Aegis of the Mortal. We still have this extra life for the Medusa. We also have an additional item. You can see there at the top, if you're wondering why there is a random bit of cheese on the screen, that is another consumable item that you get from Roshan. Similar to the Aegis, the cheese is just an activatable item that will heal you for a large amount of HP and mana. It'll heal you for 2,500 HP and 1,500 mana. So for a lot of heroes, that means you will instantly just heal up to full HP and full mana. We're not going to see it put to use here because Thompson was able to successfully teleport back to his fountain, and he's going to heal up, so he's going to be okay. But he's got that extra, that little bit for a rainy day, ready to go. If he's ever in danger, he can just eat that cheese and instantly go back up. Now, the Aegis of Mortal did expire, so that second life that we're talking about, it only lasts for 5 minutes. It wasn't used, so it at some point in time just goes away. And so we are kind of back to a state where Tundra no longer have that extra life. But they may still feel strong enough to take team fights, and we'll kind of see them pushing into the dire side of the map right now. But that Sven is going to jump in and try and kill her, and he does so pretty quickly. He got a couple of crits in there, so you saw the 2,000 damage he was able to do in one of those hits. So he killed the Medusa pretty quickly, and because the Medusa is the hero with the most gold and levels on the side of Tundra, it meant that once she was dead, the other heroes kind of get run down naturally as a result.
So now we're approaching kind of later stages of the game. We're past 40-minute mark. I think 60 minutes would be considered late game for Dota, but this next 15 or so is us approaching that late game, looking towards what would be a third Roshan in this game, which would drop even more powerful buffs for your team, as well as giving you another Aegis to try and assault the enemy base with. So a lot of these heroes are hitting their damage peak. We've watched the Sven a lot this game. He's now level 25, which means he has access to his highest level talent. He's bordering on 6 slot, which means he's filled up all his inventory slots with big items. There's not much more to do. You are capped on those 6 inventory slots in the game, so once he kind of reaches those, he can keep farming gold, he can keep getting experience, but it's not doing much for him. Your hero kind of peaks out. So you kind of want to end the game when you're hitting your topmost power spike, and that means Falcons want to continue to fight here with the Sven. So he's going to pop another ultimate, he's going to jump in, kill another hero, as Skeeter's just having a really solid game here. You can see the KDA in the top left, 13, 1, and 7. He's very farmed, he's killed a lot of enemy heroes, and Radiant has had trouble bringing him down. And now he's kind of approaching that late game territory where, like I said, he's level 25. He has, 6 slots pretty much full. He can continue to upgrade his items a little bit more, but for the most part, he's pretty capped out. He's not going to get much stronger from here. So it's a matter of how he positions and who he jumps and how he takes the fight from here on out. And any further Roshans they get that will give them perhaps an Aegis he could use, or some other buffs or other items that would boost him from here. The rest of his team can continue to catch up though, as they clear through the map and continue to scale their own power levels. So there's always room to grow in Dota, even if one individual player is kind of hitting his cap. Everybody else can catch up and get there in the end too, and you can just keep getting stronger and stronger. But this is kind of a natural progression of the game, and when teams feel like they're strong enough to take these late game fights, they're going to try and force them more and more often. As we see here, Skeeter's going to teleport to bottom, try and join his team for this engagement, fighting over that next Roshan. And he's going to really try and just pop God Strength and jump a good target that he sees. His team is running in, trying to give some vision, maybe scout some enemy heroes. They don't see anything. Okay, they're waiting for Roshan anyway, so they know the enemy kind of has to go into them during this period. They can play defensive, they can play around the objective they want. There's the Roshan respawn, so now they'll do it. If the enemy doesn't fight them, they're content to just take this objective off the map. This is the third Roshan, which means it drops an Aegis, a cheese, sometimes, or a refresher shard, which is a very powerful item as well. It is a one-time use item that lets you refresh all of your cooldowns on abilities and items, which might sound very broken. That is, indeed it is very broken on certain heroes. So the Sven can go in, use his ultimate and God Strength, use a BKB, and then pop this refresher shard and get it all back for a second round. Really powerful item on a lot of heroes, and this is why getting the later Roshans in Dota are really powerful, because they drop a lot for you to use. We see he took the Aegis and the refresher shard here, so he's going to maybe give it to a teammate, but Falcons are very happy with that exchange, as now they can go in the fight with 2 lives on their Sven. And he's been a problem in 1. He might be too much to handle in 2.
As far as Roshan goes, if you guys are wondering why maybe teams aren't just always killing Roshan if the items that are dropped are so powerful, you can see there on the minimap on the left, there is a little number counting down next to that. That is the Roshan respawn time. Roshan, he basically happens every 10 minutes. So after he dies, he'll come back approximately 10 minutes later. It's technically 8 to 11 minutes. But we're going to see that Sven jump in. And looks like he got one hit in that did a lot of damage, but he missed the other one. Now he's being slowed down and kind of kited around. Ooh. That was one of his teammates, Animage, came in and used his ultimate and killed the enemy carry. So he was able to do a massive amount of damage and allowed Skeeter to kind of come back in and clean up the rest. So what happened there is Animage is the hero that was able to make the big play in that last team fight. He's there on screen. He's got an ultimate called Mana Void. So Animage, his whole thing is that he hates mages and he hates mana. And he is able to jump onto heroes like he did there with the blink. He's able to jump forward, and when he hits you, he will burn some of your mana. So he will just take your mana pool and take away a lot of the mana that you have. And then his ultimate allows him to be able to he casts it on a target, and it will do a big nuke that does more damage for the less mana that they have. So if they don't have any mana, his ultimate will do a lot of damage, and that's what happened in that instance, where the Medusa didn't have a whole lot of mana. So he jumped in and used that mana void, and it killed the enemy carry, and then that kind of allowed the Sven to be able to come back into the fight and do a lot. So this is just kind of an example of like how teammates are able to coordinate together, work together to be able to make plays happen. While the Sven himself was not able to win the fight for them, he did set up somebody else to come in and get a really good use of their ability off.
They still have the Aegis for a little over a minute here, so we could see them maybe try and take another fight with the next God Strength coming up for Skeeter here. He'll find a very powerful rune in the river. Runes just spawn every 2 minutes on either side in that middle of the map and can be various different runes. This particular one is a amp damage rune, which just means when he pops that, it's going to give him basically double damage on his attacks, which combined with his God Strength, which gives him another double damage, means he's going to hit extremely hard. And this is definitely something Falcons are going to try and use to force an engagement while the Sven has this, because that rune does have a timer on it. It will eventually expire or basically automatically go off. So you want to use it in the next 2 to 3 minutes here, and we're going to see them smoke. Again, they're smoking to try and bypass the enemy vision so they can get a good jump. Also speeds them up a bit to try and find that play. And they're going to be really aggressive during this time period because they know how strong their Sven is right now. Radiant can't see them under this smoke, and they're just going to infiltrate the base and look for a surprise jump in the enemy base. They're going to hit some buildings. They didn't find a hero, but Tundra, the Radiant team, were not really ready for this move and weren't ready to defend that lane of barracks, so they just gave up some free buildings.
So that is the second lane of barracks that goes down. So there is only the top lane of barracks that there is a tier 2 and a tier 3 and a lane of barracks left. If the Falcons manage to take that, then they get that really big advantage they were talking about before, the mega creeps, which is an almost insurmountable lead in a game, especially earlier on. It is usually a game-ending maneuver. In this situation, it's possible that Tundra could still make a comeback, and that's a big thing about Dota, is that there are always ways to be able to come back into the game. No game is 100% lost, so that's why a lot of these games will go quite long. So we're at a 50-minute game already, and that's because that, as bad as it looks for the Radiant side, for the Tundra team, and as good as it looks for Falcons, they seem to be, killing a bunch of heroes, and they have a bunch of gold. They're 28,000 gold ahead of Tundra. There are still ways for Tundra to be able to win fights. So even if it looks very dark and gloomy, there is always that silver lining. There is always a possibility of hope to be able to make a comeback. So that just means that as a result, games have a tendency to go longer because teams, even in a winning position, want to be very careful and make sure that they do not make a a bad play that results in the enemy team being able to come back. Because like we talked about, right, if these heroes have a lot of gold, they have a lot of experience on the side of Falcons, it also means that when they die, they're giving a lot of gold and experience to the Tundra heroes that kill them. So they have to be very careful with the lead that they have, because that's part of the comeback mechanic. That it's part of the game, is that you can't afford to make too many mistakes, otherwise you'll give up your lead very quickly.
You're also seeing the net worth of Dire's Falcon team's heroes growing significantly over this last period. They've won a lot of team fights. They've gotten a lot of Roshans. They claimed buildings in the enemy base, and all of those things have added a lot of gold to the team overall, not just to an individual hero. And so they have supports that are extremely farmed at this point, very rich on Dire supports, and they're starting to pick up some of that extra damage. Supports in Dota can do a lot in terms of providing utility, such as heals, saves, disables, long-range stuns, team fight capability, generally what they thrive at. But they can also do a decent amount of damage in their own right if games go long and they get the extra gold to do it. Almost any hero in Dota can do almost anything with the right set of items. So teams in these types of positions like to kind of just get everybody really farmed, and gives them extra confidence going into the very, very late game. We also saw the Divine Rapier on the Clinks there for Thompson. Very unique, very cool item in Dota 2. This is kind of an item you pick up when you need big damage to maybe come back in the game, and you're not going to get it elsewhere. High risk, high reward. This item gives over 350 damage to the user, which is a huge damage power spike for a lot of heroes. We're looking at Clinks here. He hits for about 150. So adding 350 is a crazy amount of damage. It's very expensive. And the downside is if you die, this item drops on the ground, which means the enemy can pick it up. So it's very high risk, very high reward, kind of an all-in play. It means if Thompson goes down in this next team fight, that Divine Rapier could go into the hands of Falcons, which they could pick it up on one of their heroes and get all the benefits of it and make the situation even worse. But it gives them a huge damage ramp right now to try and turn this game around, as they're desperate for something to happen. And he's going to hit quite hard if he can use it in the next fight. Falcons held a pretty decent position though, and they got the first jump.
Yeah, this is your Hail Mary. This is the opportunity for you to be able to maybe turn around the game if you just play it correctly. So Thompson, he's getting some damage out there. He hasn't managed to quite kill. Oh, there he goes. He killed one hero. He got a crit with that Divine Rapier, but now he's being targeted. Now he's in trouble, so he has to use his Black King bar and teleport away. Now, he almost died there. He went down to about 200 HP, and he's 2,500 HP pool. So he was less than 10% of his health. If he had died, again, that Divine Rapier would have dropped, and it pretty much would have killed Tundra's hope of being able to win this game. So because he got out there just by just the sliver, it does mean that Tundra can still play this game going on, still hope that Thompson will be able to find a way to do the damage to stop Falcons. But Falcons are being pretty aggressive right now. They only have 3 heroes alive, but they know there's only 2 heroes alive on the side of Tundra. Now, some other heroes use something that's called a buyback. So for a sort of one-time investment, you can use a lot of gold to be able to bring your hero back to life. That ability has a cooldown of 8 minutes. It's probably the longest cooldown in the game. So you can't use it constantly. It's also a heavy investment of gold. So whether because of time or because of gold, buybacking is something that is used fairly rarely in Dota. You're only going to see it one team and one hero use it a handful of times in a single game. And that it usually is a position where it means that a team is on, again, their kind of last stand. If they have to use their buybacks to try and defend their base, then it probably means that their backs are against the wall and they have to use every little bit they can to keep the game going. So they just use their buyback They just took Roshan during that period of time, and now this team fight is a must win. They will not have another life if some of these heroes die. They use their buyback, so they need to be able to win this fight, and it's starting out okay. Unfortunately, the Divine Rapier got dropped, so that was a huge loss. And Skeeter is doing a lot of damage. You can see the Sven just going in, and he is 2 or 3 shotting a lot of these weaker heroes. And even the Medusa, who's now out of mana, so she's very squishy, she'll lose her first life. Now, she still had that Ageless Immortal from killing Roshan earlier, so she's going to come back. And she does have BKB. She tried to teleport out, but there was something to stop her there. And since she died a second time, she used that buyback earlier. There is no other lives for Tundra to be able to use. And so that is the game as a result. They don't have any heroes to defend their Ancient. Falcons were just going to run it down, so Tundra did call GG. And Falcons will win the series 2-0. So best of 3. They win this lower bracket final, and they are going to be going to a grand final to play a best of 5 against Bet Boom.
So pretty confident victory for them. I think they were probably favored in both those games. They were leading for a lot of them. We saw in that first graph for the first game, they were pretty much ahead for the entire time. This one was maybe a bit more choppy. I think Tundra had some fights where they showed they could come back in this game. They had some, big purchases like the Divine Rapier and some late game Roshan to try and turn this game around. But ultimately, Falcons just pulled ahead in the first 15 minutes or so and put their Sven in a position where he outpaced people for a decent chunk of that game, got to his items very fast, and Skeeter just took this game over. He ends that game 18-2-12 on the Sven. Really solid performance from him. I mean, that is about as much as you can ask for from a carry. That is why they're called the carry, because they're going to carry the game, put everybody on their back and carry them to victory. So interesting draft from Falcons with multiple carries, but they eventually got to that late game where a lot of their scaling, a lot of the heroes that need a lot of farm got there, and it was just too much for Tundra to handle. Tundra were trying to end that game a bit sooner. They wanted to get more Roshan sooner, kind of push Falcons base a bit more aggressively and take the fight to them before all that late game compounded. But they were just unable to do it, unable to get there. And that was the last game that they will play in this tournament, as that was a lower bracket final where they had been eliminated. So they got 2-0'd in that series, and that'll mean Falcons going to that BO5. They were a favored team coming to this tournament, so a lot of teams pretty much had them as number 1. So it's unsurprising, I think, to see them there, but still a very good victory for them, as it would have been disappointing for them to have gone out in third here.
Yeah, and that means we're going to be heading to the finals. It is a best of 5, so it's the first team through 3 victories. So it's going to be a longer series. We're going to keep this going. We're going to keep talking about all the, everything there is to learn about Dota, building that from the ground up. And so we're going to get into some more and more complicated subjects as we go into the finals. But for now, we're going to take a break. Now there is going to be the mainstream. So if you guys want to watch some of that, there's going to be some, I'm not sure what exactly they're going to be doing, but there's probably going to be some sort of entertainment stuff that's going to be happening while they set up for the best of 5 finals. But there is going to be a quite long break. Production, I think it's probably in about an hour? Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. So it sounds like from production, we have about an hour until the final starts. So there is going to be some stuff on stage. There's going to be some panel segments. There's just going to be a lot of stuff on the mainstream to be able to watch at that point in time. So I think it's probably best for you guys just to be able to watch the mainstream to kind of get an experience for what the LAN environment is like there, and to be able to see all the glitz and glamour that goes on with a higher production that happens. It's all going to be a fun part of the experience. But we will come back when the finals is ready to go, and we'll try and break down some more Dota 2 concepts. Again, if you guys have any more questions moving forward, be sure to let us know in the chat, and we'll try and tackle those as they come up inside of the game. But we have a full best of 5 series, so we're going to have a lot of Dota to be able to talk about. We're going to be talking a lot more about specifics of heroes and stuff, so that just look forward to that. But for now, we are going to go on break. We'll come back in time for the finals, and again, that'll be in about an hour.
Hey, I'm gonna get you there. Speed like wind without a storm. Come and get it while it's fresh, while it's warm, yeah. The water in the soul, beneath the purple tree. It's a shame that fills my soul with eternal energy. But it sets me free. Lies from down the way, leads the fools astray. So now there is more for us today. Yeah, yeah. The water in the soul, beneath the purple tree. It's a shame that fills my soul with eternal energy. But it sets me free. Come, let's go every morning. 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 Hey, yeah. Woo. Oh, yeah. The water in the soul, beneath the purple tree. It's a shame that fills my soul with eternal energy. When it fades by its shadow, the sea knocks me out. And now I'm free, yeah. Hey! The water in the soul, beneath the purple tree. It's a shame that fills my soul with eternal energy. And it sets me free. I need your love every day. I think about you night and day. I want you, babe, I feel for you. I'm fine when I look at you. I need your love every day. I need your love, hear me when I say I need your late night, I think about your face and your bright eyes, and now you're not with me. It's a sad sight. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out, loving you out. It's your t-shirt, the way you walk into a room makes my heart hurt. I never felt alone until this best curse. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out, loving you out, loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out, loving you out, loving you out. I wish you were in love with me. As much as I'm in love with you, a silhouette inside to see. I'll wait for you, I'll be the fool. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out, loving you out, loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out, loving you out. Treasure, been longing for someone to call my treasure. Measure, no one in this world could ever measure. Oh, back in time with you. Always going back in time with you. Always on the run. I see pleasure in your eyes. Treasure in the skies. Rain and diamonds from the skies. I see pleasure in your eyes. Precious, you're the only one, you are my precious. Oh, precious, there's no other word that can describe you. Back in time with you. Always going back in time with you. Always on the run. I see pleasure in your eyes. Treasure in the skies. Rain and diamonds from the skies.
just as the sun will rise and time keeps on ticking by. To you I surrender. Was a young boy in New York City. I worked the night shift until it hit me that what I'm living for. My father taught me for years to be a strong man, hold back my tears. My mother taught me love, and she told me I will fight for you. For you, I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do, I do it all for you. I think about that day, remember fondly. I try to make you proud. I live my life so loud. Before I go, can I say how much a difference it makes with you in my corner? I didn't feel like a goner. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. Watch you grow. Yeah, we're in this together. I've got your back forever. Just wanna let you know. I love to watch you grow. Yeah, we're in this together. I've got your back forever. I will fight for you. together. Gonna walk that mile. Just me and my sisters, make it all worthwhile. Gonna come together. Gonna walk that mile. Just me and my sisters, make it all worthwhile. Gonna come together. Gonna walk that mile. I know we've been losing time, stuck inside my head. Don't know if you read my mind. I want you to stay. Feels so right, feels so wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but I've been losing my I've been losing I know we can work it out. watching all the stars rolling. The grass is staining. Met you at the park with your friends. Waiting till the sun went down. Smoke came out and you turned thin. Call me when it's 10:30. Sneak out of your window again. Burning rubber on the pavement. Bottom of the bottle again. Thinking of where you went. Laying on the floor again. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. I'm back on tour again. Wishing I was in your bed. You know it pains me. Your every face I see in the end. You're in the crowd, you're in my head. In my dreams you chase if you want it. I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting for you, babe. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want me, I'll be waiting. You're the one that's still debating. If you want this, yeah. Woo!
Count to 10 and I'ma let you go. Maybe you surprise me, you never know. I can be forgiven, I can give you loving. Baby, make the gamble and I'll let you know. You talk, honey, I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break it down, break it down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me, playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. Let me tell you where it starts and ends. Creeping your way in, but you don't know who I am. I'll get you believing I learned from the best. I came here to tell you you can save your breath. You talk, honey, I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break it down, break it down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool, don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me, playing it cool, playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool.
When you told me that's how you felt inside, did you mean it or were you just messing with my mind? When you told me that's how you felt, did you mean it or way deep inside yourself now? Your lips I'm kissing on the white cliffs of Dover, and see my heels and now my head has fallen over them, and all I know she's rarer than a four-leaf clover, and she's mine and I'm hers. Now I'm sitting here in deepest contemplation about how you came into my world, about the fact that we would never really date. You very quickly became my girl. Your lips I'm kissing on the white cliffs of Dover, and see my heels and now my head has fallen over them, and all of those she's rarer than a four-leaf clover, and she's mine. We learn it sunny side up. 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 Yeah, yeah. Your lips I'm kissing on the white cliffs of Dover, and see my heels and now my head has fallen over them, and all in all she's rarer than a four-leaf clover, and she's mine and I'm hers. We land in sunny, oh, 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 we land in sunny, we land in sunny side up. We land in sunny, oh, 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 we land in sunny, we land in sunny side up. 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 Yeah, yeah.
Bring it on, baby, come on. Don't be shy, you can test me. Turn me on, make me feel on and on, ready to fly to your heart, ready to fly to your mind. So let me touch you.
emotion running round my head. Thinking about the things you did, the things we said. So who's lying now? And who's crying now? 'Cause look who's crying now. Trying to pretend that you don't really see. You don't really see all the things you do and what it does to me. And now you've gone away. But you'll be back someday. But it's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be begging on your knees. Think of all the lies, the way you made me cry. And begging, baby, baby, please. But it's a long time coming. Talking to myself and wondering what went wrong. Knowing what we had was good, the feeling strong. Voices in my head, repeating what you said. What you said. Baby, what we had was still worth fighting for. The way I'm feeling now, I never felt before. But now you've gone away. But you'll be back someday. But it's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be begging on your knees. The way you let me down and treat me like a clown. You'll be back, I just believe. It's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. You're coming back, baby. And you'll be begging on your knees. Ashamed of all the lies, the way you made me cry. Begging, baby, baby, please. It's a long time. You'll be begging back, begging. Begging on your knees. I'm begging, begging, baby, please. But it's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And begging, begging on your knees. The way you let me down, treat me like a clown. You'll be back, I just believe. It's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be begging on your knees. Ashamed of all the lies, the way you made me cry. And begging, baby, said that this might be gone. Don't let the days lead me on. Too late to wonder why. So maybe we should try. Yeah, alright, all night. A moment to know you. I'm gonna hold you all night. Yeah, alright. Tomorrow can wait, or nothing can take tonight. Great escape from in between. Don't need to tell the same old scene. The past is there, so look if you must. The future, it's the two of us. No need to mind those games. Only what you say. And say alright, all night. A moment to know you. I'm gonna hold you all night. Yeah, alright. Tomorrow can wait, or nothing can take tonight. These feelings I have are so strong. Whoa, whoa. Just take my hand, yeah. We'll go running on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Yeah, alright, all night. A moment to know you. I'm gonna hold you all night. Yeah, alright. Tomorrow can wait, or nothing can take tonight. All night. A moment to know you. I'm gonna hold you all night. Yeah, alright. Tomorrow can wait, or nothing can take tonight. Tomorrow can wait, or nothing can take tonight. Nothing can take tonight. Everyone gets their chance in life. Take it or leave it. To go to the edge and still survive. If you ride that laser beam, it's a light that brings your dream alive. I'm having a feel-good day, and it's all on the bright side. It's starting to go my way, from a crawl to a joyride. Though I don't know why, I could jump the fire and dance a wild ballet. Cover the raindrops in your eyes. Seeing is believing. Let every heartbeat energize. Never mind that thundercloud. There's a time to shout aloud and cry. I'm having a feel-good day, and it's all on the bright side. It's starting to go my way, from a crawl to a joyride. Though I don't know why, I could jump the fire and dance a wild ballet. Just enough, shake the blues off. Now we're changing, it's all on the bright side. Life is better when we're headed. Rearranging, I crawl to a joyride. I'm having a feel-good day. Now we're changing, it's all on the bright side. Life is
Take on the world, let's begin. Now turn awake, so much to defend. Let the sun come down, we'll start anew. Let the sun come down, bring the world into. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. It's not too late. Get on board. Follow your face. Open the door. Take it all in. Hold your breath. Now let's begin. Give it your best. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. What about if you open up? When are you gonna tell all about you? All about you, I wanna know. Come on and tell what you want with all your fantasies. Know you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Oh, I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. What about if you talk to me? And in the secrecy, what's behind that little smile that you're giving me? Oh yeah. Come on and tell what you want with all your fantasies. Know you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Oh, I gotta make
when I'm here with you. You know I'm fine, you know I'm crazy about you. Oh baby, you know that my love is true. You know I smile when I look at you. I need your love every day. I need your love, hear me when I say I need your love every day. Come on, give me your love, give me your love.
Grand finals of ESL 1 Birmingham. It's going to be Team Falcons versus BetBoom, and this is the secondary stream. If you somehow got here and don't know what this is a secondary stream to the primary stream that is on ESL_Dota 2. This stream is designed for newcomers to Dota 2. So anybody who is relatively new to the game, this stream is designed to be able to help them understand what is going on when we're watching these matches. I'm Austin Walsh. I go by the name Cap, and this is my casting partner, Avery Silverman, who goes by SVG. And we're going to be together taking you through a very curated newcomer experience into the grand finals. So we already kind of laid the groundwork in the first series about a lot of the basics of Dota 2 and a lot of things to be able to look for. Now that we're in the grand finals, we can spend a little bit more time talking about the specifics, like some of the heroes that we're going to be seeing and what exactly, maybe some basic ideas about strategy that they're trying to employ, things like that. So I think maybe the best way to start this off, though, Avery, is to maybe talk about the tournament as a whole and the two teams that are in the grand finals. Because I think if you're new to Dota, when you're watching any sort of sport, right, there is usually a team that you're looking to cheer for. So maybe we can kind of talk about the two teams that are coming into this finals and what they're like and why you should cheer for them.
Sure. I think both these teams are, at this point, they have a lot of history. If we look at BetBoom first, since they're the upper bracket team that made a pretty clean run through that upper bracket, this is a team that is composed of Russian players, except for Save, who is Moldovan, and they primarily play out of that CIS region in Eastern Europe, and they generally qualify for pretty much everything out of that region. They are considered kind of the super team of the younger generation of the Russian players. After some of the old guard kind of got pushed out or retired, these are the new up-and-coming stars that united together, and they brought in an ex-TI winner in Toronto, Tokyo to kind of lead them. He won TI 10 with Team Spirit, or TI 11. No, TI 10. And
you're right.
After he was removed from that team, decided that he would take his chances with some of the younger generation and try and lead them on a different role. So they have a kind of interesting mix of some veteran leadership combined with super young, super mechanically skilled players. And the signature kind of play style of BetBoom, people would probably say, is very early game lane domination into strong mechanical gameplay. So they're known for having very high skilled players across all the positions. They outplay you in the team fights, and they're extremely skilled on the lanes, which means they generally can compete with a lot of the best laning teams in the world. So we're seeing them on screen now. That is Save. He is the 4 position for BetBoom, and I think a lot of people consider him maybe their best player. I think he stands above a lot of the other 4 positions in the world. He's incredibly consistent, very strong shot caller, plays a huge array of heroes, and he's probably known for some of these like ranged spellcasters, heroes like Wind Ranger or Rubik, heroes that kind of sit in the back line in the fight, can cast out some really high impact single target spells at the right point and turn the tide. So BetBoom, they're a team that has been looking for the success for a long time, but has not found a tier 1 land victory yet. So this would be a huge win for them in terms of the legacy of the team and confidence for the players.
Yeah, I think that's something that storyline wise is pretty important to this team. It's part of their identity, is that they are an incredibly high skilled team. Individual talent is very high on this BetBoom team, but they just haven't managed to put it together in any of the important tournaments in the past. They have fallen apart at a lot of these big LAN events. and this is probably their best chance to be able to win a tier 1 event. Again, this is a team that is supposed to be fighting for trophies, and very often we don't even get to see them in finals at the biggest events. So this is their chance at being able to prove that they can do it when the pressure is on. And this is obviously their best placement so far at one of the biggest tournaments that they have attended outside of TI and Riyadh, which are kind of like the big World Cups at the end for Dota 2. So that is the team. You're going to see them on the stage. They are wearing the black jersey with the red and yellow bits. Obviously, the jersey says BetBoom, so that's another way to identify them. Then the other team is Team Falcons, and they are wearing the black jerseys with a little bit of green on them. And they are the team that is coming through the lower bracket, but they came into this tournament probably the favorites. They are a team that regionality, they are mained in MENA, so the Middle East. But not all of their players are from them there. They have a mix of 2 MENA players and then some European players as well as a North American player. So this team was put together this year as kind of like a powerhouse team. They were put together as a super team. When it comes to all of the teams that changed rosters, this was the team that was by far the most interesting for a lot of people. And they are, just built from the ground up to be a team that is supposed to win the World Championship at the end of the year. So Falcons, even though they're coming from the lower bracket and had a slightly worse performance to BetBoom, they are the team that is coming in potentially as the favorites for the finals, but they were at least the favorites for this tournament going into it. They won a lot of tournaments leading up to this. Not the very last one that happened, but it was kind of a smaller event, an online event, so it wasn't the biggest deal. But when it came to a lot of the LAN events leading into this, they did very well. How would you describe Falcons' playstyle, Avery?
They have some similar aspects to BetBoom. I think they're also a team that one of their strengths is the laning phase, the first 15 minutes. They're very strong at dominating people in those first 15 minutes and just never looking back. They also have very high mechanical skill players individually, and sometimes they just straight outplay people in these fights. So I think the teams share those two aspects really well. I think Falcons are also more known for their hero pools. They have players that play very specific heroes, and they share those heroes. So they're going to pick a lot of heroes in the draft that multiple core players can play. They can play them across the 1, 2, and 3 position and kind of flex them around, as we say, which can hide what you're trying to do in the draft. It can also give you a big pool to draw from in terms of, okay, we can pick this hero early and then keep it open as to what we want to do with it. So they're a very difficult team to draft against for a lot of teams because their heroes enable each other really well, not only in the game, but in the strategic drafting phase as well. And we're already going to see it here. Razor is a hero that not a lot of teams want to give Falcons because of the drafting utility it provides them. It's a hero that they're willing to play on any role, any position, from the 1, 2, 3 to the mid off-lane carry, and have high impact with it. So it's not only a hero you have to try and counter and deal with, but it's a hero you have to counter and deal with on potentially 3 different positions, which is very difficult. And a lot of teams have struggled to do that over the last few events. So BetBoom, we're going to give it here in the first game and see if maybe they can challenge this Razor or come up with some solutions to it or beat it. And if they do, that's going to be a big win for them for the series, because then they don't have to treat it as a huge threat going forward in the draft or in the game. However, if they give this Razor to Falcons, as they did, and they lose this game, then that could also be a big blow to them, because then the hero becomes even more intimidating, and it's likely that they have to ban it from there out if it really does some work this game.
So we can take a look at some of the hero abilities that make up these heroes. I'll showcase the first 2 heroes that we see, the Keeper of the Light that was picked on the BetBoom team, and then Falcons responded with the Razor. So we're going to show off some of the signature abilities that these heroes have and showcase kind of what makes them interesting and unique. So we'll start with the Razor, since Avery was just talking about him. He is a hero that typically operates in any one of the core positions. So he can be a 1, 2, or 3. So he can go to any lane, but he definitely wants farm. This hero, its probably signature ability is going to be this ability right here called Static Link. Now, what Static Link does is you attach it to a hero, and it will drain their damage and give that damage to the Razor instead. So you could see his damage is going up and up and up. You could see it both in the buff here at the top as well as the left. At max level, it'll cap out at 200 damage. Now, that is stealing the damage from the Keeper of the Light, who is the other hero. So you could see his attacks are literally doing nothing because he does 65 damage, but he has minus 200 attack damage. So he's quite literally doing nothing. While you are static linked to somebody, you can attack them for free and kind of keep this leash on them and build up that damage over time. Now, if you manage to get far enough away, this leash will break. So we're going to see, hold on, let me refresh my abilities here. So we're going to see if you put the link on, but you manage to walk far enough away, that damage ends up being a bit mitigated. He only got to steal 39 attack damage in this instance. Some other abilities, you're going to see this lightning come out that is called Plasma Field. It does more damage the farther away the unit is, and it hits both once on the way out and another time on the way in. So you want to be able to catch people right on the edge of it to maximize the damage. He has a passive ability, which allows him to move faster, which is not particularly interesting, just kind of makes him move faster and has some other passive benefits. But his ultimate is called Eye of the Storm, which he creates a storm above his head, and it will automatically strike units within the area. It will do damage and decrease their armor. So you could see the Keeper of the Light starts with 4 armor, and he has had 4 of his armor taken away. This, combined with the Static Link, which also takes their attack damage, can add up together to be a lot of physical damage. So the Razor tends to just attack, one person in a team fight, take away their damage, put a bunch of minus armor on them, and finish them off. So very much a pretty single target focused hero, whereas Keeper of the Light is a very AoE focused hero. And we're probably going to see him in the mid lane, very often played as a mid laner right now, so a 2 position. And he has this blast that he charges up that both does damage to the enemy, and if he uses his ultimate, can also heal himself and allies. So it can charge up for longer and longer. The damage builds up over time. If you release it early, it does less damage, seen like this. But if you hold it all the way to the max amount, it is one of the strongest damage nukes in the game, but doesn't have any other utility outside of that. Another ability you'll see is Blinding Light, which just kind of pushes heroes around and makes them miss their attacks. So you're going to see a lot of these 2 abilities used by the Keeper of the Light in some of these battles. So just kind of keep an eye on those 2. So you can head back to the draft now and take a look at some of the other heroes that are going to be drafted for this opening game of the best of 5 finals.
Radiant team ban.
So we're going to see Hoodwink, which we saw earlier. Weaver, which we talked a lot about yesterday. If you guys were here for the games yesterday, we saw a lot of Weaver there. Probably a decent amount is going to be in this finals. Is a carry hero that moves very quickly. Venomancer, which we saw once yesterday, which is a support hero that does a lot of poison damage. So a lot of damage over time that slows you down, both your movement speed and your attack speed. And then we have the Enchantress on Betboom's time, which we saw in the series earlier, just a support hero that does some healing and can take over some of those neutral creeps. The Tiny, which is the Rockman there in the middle, which we saw a lot of yesterday, who is a hero that does some AoE stuns and can also reposition both allies and enemies by quite literally tossing them at somebody else. And then we've got a new hero, Visage. You care to explain Visage for us, Avery?
Visage is what we consider a summons hero in Dota 2. There are certain heroes that you get to control their main hero, but also smaller units that they can pop into existence through varying abilities and kind of controls a sub-army of the main unit. Visage counts as one of those, as he can summon a pair of what we call little birds that fly around. They're little gargoyle dudes, and he can control them and he can drop them down and stun people with them. They can also deal damage on their own, and he has various spells and abilities which synergize with the little familiars that help them deal more damage or gain attack speed or keep their tankiness up through a spell called Grave Cloak, which makes him a pretty decent frontliner and a pretty obnoxious team fighter in terms of going in, disrupting people, throwing these familiars around, causing some little mini stuns, getting some extra damage in, and just buying up a bunch of auras or items that are good for all 5 teammates in the fight 5v5. So he's really a 5v5 specialist. It's a hero that can push buildings and objectives really well on top of that, as most summons heroes can. So there's a lot of skill ceiling to the hero in terms of microing the little familiars around in the fight, making sure the stuns go off at the right time, and making sure you're also using all the other abilities off cooldown, as they're pretty low cooldown and they can do a decent amount of damage. So it is a type of hero that we're going to see Betboom pick in this series, as their offlaner Miero likes to play a lot of these summons heroes. They're kind of a category of hero in Dota 2, and he plays a decent amount of them, and it's been something that's working for them this tournament in particular that a lot of other teams aren't playing. So they're kind of going back to what has been working for them so far and trying to assert it against what Falcons have shown here initially in this draft. And it looks like a solid Visage game. Falcons don't have a lot of heroes that can go in and tank his damage initially or kind of break through his tankiness. So it's looking like a pretty okay aura buyer / frontliner here for Betboom, and they were kind of missing that. They had a bunch of heroes that kind of want to play on the backside, throw out some spells, but didn't want to necessarily go in and tank a bunch of damage. So this is something that fit their lineup with what they were looking for to fulfill that role, and they rounded it out with Bloodseeker as kind of their damage dealing carry. Falcons respond with a last pick Underlord, which is kind of their frontline tank hero. This is another hero like Visage who can go in, tank a bunch of damage, provide big team fight auras for everybody else, buff up their HP, buff up their tankiness, make everybody really hard to kill. He has a passive aura which reduces enemy damage across the board in an AoE. So whenever he's existing in the fight, he's a very obnoxious hero to fight through. Here, Austin showing Bloodseeker, which is the carry and the primary damage dealer that we're going to try and play with. And so there's this matchup of, Falcons are trying to pick this Underlord to limit the Bloodseeker's damage in the fight and make it hard for him to run in, not only reducing his base damage, but Underlord also has a spell called Pit of Malice, which he can throw down in the middle of a fight, and it kind of roots heroes temporarily, depending on how long they linger in the pit. It's a very obnoxious spell for a hero like Bloodseeker to try and run in. He has to hit people in melee range, he has to commit onto them, and Underlord's just going to sit there and make his life hard. So this is kind of Falcon saying, yeah, we know what you're trying to do. You're trying to run at us. You're trying to bring us down quickly, and Bloodseeker gets powered up the more enemies are damaged. So the more damage the enemies take, the stronger Bloodseeker becomes. And Falcons are kind of just saying, well, we're just going to sit here and let you run into us, and we're just going to be insanely tanky and really hard to bring down, and then you're not going to get powered up, and you're not going to get all that extra Bloodseeker thirst damage. You can see him racing around here because everybody's low. You're not going to get any of that because we're just going to have auras and we're going to heal each other and be really tanky on the front line and negate your damage in the first place.
Bloodseeker also has an ability that the other ability to look out for. So he moves faster and attacks faster the lower the enemy heroes are. So the more heroes that are low. This is why this Cuddle combination is going to be pretty interesting, because this is a hero that just does a bunch of AoE damage. So if you blast a bunch of heroes and they get them low, then Bloodseeker is going to be really, really fast. Bloodseeker also has an ability. His ultimate is Rupture, which you put on a hero and they will take damage as they move around, which is another interesting little bit. It means the hero usually has to stay still, but Keeper of the Light has this ability that pushes people around. So he will actually be able to forcefully move some heroes and force them to take damage from the Rupture like that, which just helps the synergy. So there's a lot of interesting combination between these two heroes, and something we're going to be looking for as we head into the first game of the best of 5. So Falcons and Falcons and Bet Boom are just starting off their game, so we are about to get to the point where the bounty runes spawn, which we haven't actually talked about the runes yet today. If you were here yesterday, we took a good amount of time talking about them, but runes are these little bits that spawn variously like around the map, and they can do different things. The first runes that spawn in the game, there are 4 of them, and those are the bounty runes. They just give you a little bit of starting gold and are trying to help incentivize just some early action. So if your team is strong at level 1, you may try and fight the enemy team and take control of more of these bounty runes as they spawn, and get your laning phase off to a better start by having more gold in the enemy team. But the risk comes in that if you die, like they tried to contest this one, and Toronto Tokyo might end up dying, as they're going to chase him down. He dies and gives up first blood, which is worth more than just a normal kill. It's for an extra bit of gold. So there is an upside to being aggressive and trying to take control of the bounty runes, where everybody on your team will get more gold. But there's a downside that if you give away a kill, then you end up giving one hero on the enemy team a big amount of gold that can definitely change the laning phase, in which case it was Crit, the Hoodwink, who managed to get the last hit. So he's going to start off with some early items that he normally wouldn't have access to right away.
Teams are always going to be looking for extra runes or first blood in that initial minute, because if you get a big head start heading into the lane, you're generally going to be able to probably win that lane a bit harder and maybe snowball off from there. So giving up the first blood's a pretty big deal, and if you lose out on those initial runes, it can also be a big deal, as that's gold for everybody. So Falcons pretty happy with that start. They got first blood, they split the runes, and they're going to go into these lanes with a little bit of an extra lead. Means you can maybe buy some more early stats or buy some extra regeneration to keep you full HP and be more aggressive on that laning phase and try and build that lead sooner. We're already looking at the CS chart here, or the last hits, to kind of see where people are panning out in these lanes, who's pulling ahead on the early waves, who's getting more of these creep last hits, translating into more early gold. You can already see all of these cores at the top kind of belonging to Falcons here. Very strong start for them across the board on the lanes, even in such an early stage in the game. Can kind of see they're all getting a decent amount of last hits here compared to the Dire or the Bet Boom counterparts. And that's what they want to have happen, particularly with their type of lineup that has a lot of heroes that can dominate that last hit battle. We talked about Underlord reducing enemy base damage. He does the same thing on the lane. So this is a hero that can really dominate the laning phase just by outlast hitting opponents in these creep battles, because he has extra damage and he reduces the enemies. So every time you're going for a last hit, he's fighting you for that. And like we saw there, he gets a deny, or he gets a last hit ahead of you because his hero just hits that much harder. So Falcons are really going to try and use this early advantage and push it and put Bet Boom in a position where they just fall too far behind and can't recover in that mid game and come out guns blazing. BO5.
Yep. Big part of the lane is going to be his interaction with the Bloodseeker. We'll see that the entire game, such as the pit, to be able to try and keep the Bloodseeker from moving around a lot. But the Bloodseeker also has a source of lifesteal. We haven't talked about lifesteal yet today, but lifesteal is basically when you do damage to a unit, you get healed for a certain percent back. Bloodseeker has a form of that. It's not quite lifesteal, but it's very similar in that if he gets the last hit on a creep, it's the same ability that makes him move really fast. If he gets a last hit or the killing blow on a creep or a hero, he will heal for a percent of that creep or hero's HP. So he wants to be able to get all the last hits like you normally would as a core for the golden experience, but also because it heals him back up. And the Underlord is going to try and use his superior damage to prevent the Bloodseeker from getting those killing blows, preventing him from being able to heal up and potentially be able to find a kill at some point, as that's what the Squirrel is quite good at doing. The Hoodwink is very good at doing damage to heroes, and that can add up. You kind of call it like a kill hero. It's a hero that in lane wants to be able to kill heroes and not just focus on creep so much. So The idea being that they keep the Bloodseeker low, they prevent him from getting last hits to heal up, and then at some point in time, they try and kill him.
A lot of discussion on the Venomancer. This is one of my favorite heroes. Not a hero we see a lot. He generally has fluctuated across Dota from a core to support role and kind of back to core, and he can be played in either. He's a very annoying hero to play against. He throws down plague wards that hit you. It cancels blink daggers. There's some of the utility in that. And he offers a lot of slow and a lot of damage over time. Here, Falcons are playing him on the 5 position as a support, simply to try and make the laning stage as strong as possible. This has been one of their answers to Tiny, which has been a pretty strong hero for BetBoom across the event. So when BetBoom picked this Tiny, Falcons decided to try and counter it with the Veno, who is a hero that makes Tiny's life really sad on the lane and can really disrupt him in the game. Not only do his slows take Tiny out of the engagements because he's just a kind of slow melee hero, but the Plague Wards stopping a Blink Dagger means Tiny, as an initiator who is pretty reliant on Blink Dagger, has trouble navigating the fights against the Venomancer here. So Snake King's trying to get a fast start with this hero. He's trying to own the lane. We can see him playing very aggressive here. He's just trying to run at anybody he can, land his early game spells, which do a lot of damage over time. You can see how low this Visage got off a single trade. He's still ticking down to it. And just put enemies in a position where they can't walk up to the waves anymore. He's going to feel really good about it. He already has another Gale up, so he's ready to fight again. Very low cooldown hero, very high damage hero, and can generally farm a decent amount in the mid game as well. So it's a hero that's worked well for Falcons, even though a lot of other teams aren't playing it. It kind of suits their lane dominating style, with supports getting a lot of farm in the mid game.
There's that Plague Ward, so there's the first one we're going to see. It's pretty weak at the start. As you can see, it was easily killed in just 2 hits, but as it gets a little bit stronger, it becomes more and more annoying to deal with. Yeah, you can kill them, but they're applying poison to you and, stopping your Blink Dagger and, just general things that they do things like give vision. There's a lot of utility value to the Venomancer, but he was a little bit too far forward, a little bit too aggressive, and they do punish him through a teleport to the lane. So always something to keep a lookout for is these rotations. We said, this laning phase, the one thing that's different about Dota is it is a very active game. A lot of heroes are going to be moving around the map looking for kills, and it starts really early on. The laning phase may not last very long depending on the heroes and the matchups. So that includes the middle hero, who's going to be moving around quite a bit. We're watching the Enchantress kind of get gone on. There's another one of the abilities of the Underlord, the Firestorm. It's just a AoE, a spell that does damage over time. It just it throws down some fire that comes in waves, and each wave does a bit of damage. It also does percentage-based damage, so it is an ability that will continue to be strong the later in the game it goes. So even when heroes right now, the Bloodseeker has 1,000 HP, but later on he'll have like 3,000 HP, and so the Firestorm will still be strong thanks to the fact that it does a percent of his maximum HP per hit.
We're going to see BetBoom try and invade early. One of the strengths of Caudle, or Keeper of the Light, from the mid position is this hero can play really fast. He generally has really strong early game nukes. He can farm a lot of camps very fast because of that low cooldown, high damage nuke as well. That's a huge AoE blast, so he can clear stacks. He can clear many camps at once. As we see there, he can clear an entire lane wave extremely quickly. So he can accumulate a lot of last hits early. He can get a lot of early farm. He can buy strong fighting items with that, and then he can translate it into taking early fights and maybe trying to get a couple of kills off on the side lanes. He wants to rotate. Here he's buying a vessel, which is basically just a very active item that gets charges whenever you get a kill and reduces enemy healing and deals a certain amount of damage. So it's a very snowball oriented item. He can go, he can run around, and every kill he gets is going to power up his item. and then he can use that item to get another kill, and vice versa. So the more he starts to pick up that momentum, the better his game's going to be. And that's what Bepin we're going to look to do here in the next 5 or 6 minutes or so, particularly when that item completes for him, which is coming out soon. He's going to try and look for some kills on one of these side lanes, probably try and assert his higher level against some of the lower level heroes. Since he's stronger, there's that Spirit Vessel completed. So now he's really looking to do something with this here. He has his ultimate ready, he has pretty good levels, pretty good farm, and the sooner he starts powering up this vessel by getting kills to feed it souls, to feed it charges, the happier he's going to be. Of course, he can just push these waves out super fast to then free himself up to go make those moves as well. And they'll even get a D ward here on an observer, so they're really trying to make this move happen in a way where Falcons can't really see it coming. That's the idea. He could also teleport to a move instead of running there. So it's possible that he's going to teleport top here to try and join this fight that his teammates are setting up for him. Which could maybe like hide the move until he's ready to make it at the last minute. And if the move doesn't work, then he didn't waste his time running all the way top. He just gets to stay mid.
So we can probably take this time to talk about runes. So we saw there was a little item in the river that he picked up that is another example of the runes. So power runes can spawn in the river. There is a right side point and that is farther down and a left side point that is farther up on the river where the power runes spawn. They spawn every 2 minutes, and there is a variety of them, but they all kind of power up your hero in different ways. So we can kind of cycle through some of them. We saw GBK, he picked up what is called a shield rune. So that one gives him a barrier. There's an example of the haste rune that we were looking at before. That was the red rune that it can give you max movement speed. So it makes your hero just run really fast for a specific period of time. What other runes do we have? I'll just play to whatever one shows up. Amplified damage rune. This one, you'll sometimes hear it referred to as the double damage rune. It's what it used to be called. This one will amplify both the attack damage that you do on your hero, as well as the spell damage that you do. So this one can be, a lot of these runes are going to be very powerful for different heroes, and there's just a little bit of luck. And that goes into, first of all, guessing which side of the river the rune spawns in and which one you get. There's a regeneration rune that will heal you up to full. So we're going to see... okay, we're not going to see it. GPK actually denied the regeneration rune because he's full HP, full mana. So he's like, well, I don't need that. But if he was missing HP or mana, the regeneration rune would quickly heal him back up to full. There is an arcane rune, which is a very powerful rune for spellcasters. It reduces the cooldown and mana cost of using spells. You can throw a lot more spells more often and not have as much of a drain on your mana pool. So very often, a lot of mid laners are going to be mages of type that do a lot of spell casting. So that one is probably one of the more powerful runes you'll see some of these mid laners pick up. There's an illusion rune, which we saw a lot of illusion heroes yesterday. An illusion rune just creates 2 illusions of your hero. They cannot cast spells, and they do a percentage of your attack damage and have a percentage of your HP. So they're just weaker versions of yourself that can sometimes fool the enemy because they look like a real hero. Invisibility rune is one of the last ones here. The invisibility rune, it's in the name. It just makes you invisible for a period of time. So enemies cannot see you unless they have the detection, which is through sentry wards or a gem of true sight, or sometimes there are certain abilities that can reveal invisible heroes. And I think that was it, because we already did the shield rune as well. So that's all of the power runes that we're going to see. It's a big part of the mid lane. So maybe next game we'll watch the mid lane and see what kind of runes they pick up and how that affects the game. Those spawn every 2 minutes, so it is a constant factor in Dota 2 and something that the teams will very often play for, particularly in the first 20 minutes.
There's a little arcane rune, or the Keeper of the Light here. Not a bad rune for him. Lowers all his cooldowns, so if he wants to go fight with it right now, he'd be pretty strong to do so. He's just kind of waiting for his next item. Boom aren't necessarily in a huge rush to this game, outside of maybe getting that Keeper of the Light activated a bit. Their lineup kind of just wants to get the items on the Visage so that he can frontline for them, and until then, they risk getting gap closed. As we see here, the Coddle, when he gets gone on, it's not particularly fun for him. He kind of has to just reset. At the same time, Falcons are also trying to get to those frontline tanky items on their Underlord to kind of match that. So when both teams have those big auras that they can go in and they feel confident that I can go in, tank a bunch of spells, create a good situation for my team, then we're probably going to see them be more aggressive. But this game could be a little slower paced in terms of the next 5 or so minutes, just because both these teams kind of want to get to that point where they feel confident enough to do that. And they're not going to go and just try and throw their lives needlessly away if they don't feel like it's going to be a good situation to do it in.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So I see some discussion about the forced movement that Kata was able to do. So there are certain items and abilities that can move heroes around, but moving the hero doesn't stop any channeling abilities. It doesn't prevent them from casting spells or anything like that. So when it comes to the TP scroll, which is both a channel and a movement item, the forced movement doesn't stop that in any way. We're going to get a fight here where the Bloodseeker and Coddle, we're going to see them in action, where they were able to kill a hero right away, and the damage that they're doing is making the Bloodseeker fast. You can see he's kind of zooming around. Once the heroes die or some other heroes heal up, he slows down a little bit as though heroes are no longer on the map. This is a global effect, by the way. So when these heroes are low, anywhere on the map, the Bloodseeker is amped up by the fact. So kind of any damage that you do to enemy heroes is beneficial to this guy. And he will very much appreciate it. Which again is part of the synergy of BetBoom's lineup, is that they have a lot of heroes to throw damage around, particularly in AoE. So that helps amp the Bloodseeker up. And he is your carry, so a lot of your strategy is going to be built around making this guy strong.
Even if I cared for your needs, it's not even close to my...
There's the Razor. He used his Static Link as well as his Eye of the Storm. So that's his ultimate, as well as that ability that drains attack damage. So he decreased the armor of the Visage and drained his attack damage and turned it back around on him in order to get that kill. And since his ultimate is still going on, the Eye of the Storm, he's using it to farm up some neutral creeps and push in the wave as well. So he actually has an illusion item called Manta Style. It's that big one right there in the middle at the top. That is, it creates 2 illusions of him, just like the illusion rune does. So you will see at some point in time some blue versions of this guy walking around. Those are the illusions. It's not the real Razor, though the enemy team may think it is the real Razor. So that'll be one of the items that we'll see have an impact on it. We're not going to talk about all the items in the game. Again, just some ones that are a little bit more unique or will show themselves a little bit more prevalent in the game.
Big rune pickup for him as well. Another strong power rune in the river, spawning at that even minute mark. Amp damage rune. Really nice on a hero that wants to deal a lot of auto attack damage and get in there and can steal more damage away from the enemy. Put even more on top of that, and you might just win a team fight off of that. So they're going to smoke up here. Again, turning their heroes invisible to enemy vision until they go within a close enough vicinity. And they're trying to make an aggressive move with this really strong rune on the Razor. But that move has been read and thwarted pretty successfully here by BetBoom. And now they're going to try and re-engage on their terms and burst this Razor down before he has a chance to use that double damage. And he is very low, and there's the bird stuns that'll finish him off. So really successful turnaround here for BetBoom, who read that move pretty well, kind of baited it in a bit, and then used that tiny blink dagger to reposition the Razor against his will. That is the biggest strength of their lineup, is they can play around the fact Tiny a very strong stun initiator with an early blink dagger here, can always jump and start the fight by tossing an enemy hero back, which, as we saw there, means he can go in, use toss, and reposition or throw an enemy hero towards one of his allies, which is very powerful as it separates that hero from the rest of his team and lets them isolate a target and burst him down. So it's something we're probably going to see a lot this game in terms of Save trying to set these fights up by isolating a single target, particularly if he can pull somebody out of the formation that Falcons want. If he can isolate the frontliner or maybe take one of the high damage dealers and pull him out first, then it can really open up the rest of the fight, particularly for the Bloodseeker, who can also combo that reposition spell with a Rupture, which is a classic Dota 2 combo, which is, you rupture the guy, you toss him back, the forced movement causes him to take even more damage from that Bloodseeker ultimate, and then you're really, really cooking. If you can get all this synergy going together in a single team fight, Bet Boom can really just make their whole lineup work together.
All right, it is 5-13. Bet Boom, the Dire Side team, do have a 2,000 net worth lead, so they're up a little bit, and they've got all of these cool synergies that we talked about with their Bloodseeker carry. Bloodseeker carry, he has the Black King Bar item, so that is one of those really big items that we talk about so much. So he's got the debuff immunity, so he can ignore disables and stuns and stuff. He can ignore that in a fight once he goes into that avatar state, and also shrugs off a lot of the magic damage. So in a straight 5-on-5, they're very strong with that right now, and we're going to see them play into that fight here. Though we'll see whether or not they get the kills they're looking for. The big guy there, Underlord, he creates a portal very similar to the twin gates that are on the corners of the map. He creates a portal of sorts kind of anywhere he wants to, and can go back and forth through that portal, as can his allies and as can enemies. So he was trying to go back through his portal that he created, but the stuns kept on stopping the channeling that you need to go through the gate. So he kept on trying to spend the 2 or 3 seconds to be able to go through the gate, but he kept on getting stunned and denied that opportunity. So Bet Boom win another fight, and they didn't even have to use their Black King Bar. So that was very good for them.
We also just saw Pipe finish for the Visage. This is not an item we have to go into super detail, but it's just an aura item that makes you and your team very tanky. When we talked about these frontliners trying to tank up and make their team stronger as well, there are items such as these auras which not only benefit you, but benefit everybody around you. And so when you go in the fight and this Visage goes in the fight, he's going to be giving benefits not only to himself and his familiars, but to all of his teammates. So that makes those 5-man group up plays a lot more efficient and a lot stronger here from Bet Boom. And the fact that he kind of got to them ahead of the Underlord here means Bet Boom can consider pushing their 5-on-5 advantage, perhaps looking for bigger objectives on the map, Roshan, taking away more enemy farm. Maybe they just want to smoke and take a straight-on 5-on-5 fight. Could be very good for them right now if everybody's too tanky for the enemies to bring down. Aura items are very powerful in Dota because even though one hero's buying them, you're getting the benefit across all 5 as long as you're in the area of effect. Whereas a normal item, you cannot transfer it to your team or give them any real direct benefit most of the time. So they're very strong when you get them. They tend to fall off way later in the game, but if you use them around this 20 to 40 minute mark in the 5-on-5s, you're going to feel really good about it. And there's definitely been some periods in Dota 2 where auras have dominated the meta for the majority of the part. Here's that 5-man smoke, them looking for the fight around the Roshan pit to try and get something going. They're going to find that quick, tiny initiation into the pick-off, and that's just going to lead them straight into these objectives. Again, they're very confident right now in their 5-on-5 capability, so they get a pick into a tower, into Roshan. This is kind of exactly what you want from those big aura timings. Like, group up, assert dominance in that 5-on-5, and if the enemy doesn't feel like they can fight you, then you're going to get some bonus objectives on the map and make yourself even stronger for that next one.
So Bet Boom, they are going to finish off this Roshan. They'll get the Aegis of the Immortal, so we have that second life on the Bloodseeker. So their confidence only gets, greater and greater as they take some of these objectives. But Falcons is reaching some timings of their own. So the Black King Bar is such an important item for Bet Boom and their Bloodseeker to have. And there are some heroes on the Falcon side that are going to be building that as well. And one of them already has it, the Razor. So we talked about how the Razor likes to be able to run in. He puts this static link on somebody, but he needs to stay in range of that person to absorb all of their attack damage. Same goes with Eye of the Storm. That also works in an AoE around him. Now he has a Black King Bar that will allow him, once he latches onto somebody, he can use that avatar state to stay on top of them. So you see it here. He got that link on him. He popped the Black King Bar to make sure that he wouldn't get disabled. He got that kill. And then seeing that the fight is already kind of lost, he did teleport back. He's going to come back into the fight, but they just got the Aegis of the Immortal out of the Bloodseeker. So the Bloodseeker, he came back with a full second life, and he is very scary. They know they can't really keep that going just yet. Malreem is actually, the Razor is going to be able to attach onto him, and he's actually going to be able to bring him down. So there goes, it shows the power of the Razor. His damage amps up very, very quickly, and if you can latch onto the right hero, you are not only increasing your own damage, but also decreasing the enemy's ability to fight back. So he attached himself to the Bloodseeker, who is a hero who does, as a carry, is going to be doing a lot of right-clicking or regular attacking. So he took away his damage, which is already a win by itself, but then giving the damage to the Razor himself allowed him to do a lot and kill the Bloodseeker. So that was a big move and a really big victory for Falcons.
You're also going to see a lot of heroes just teleporting out of these fights at a high level. If you're wondering why that happens or when it happens, it's just if a team feels the fight's not going their way, they're falling behind, that big heroes got picked off that they need to fight, quickest way out of an exchange is to just teleport yourself directly back to your own base. And that's only cancelable by stuns or other disables the enemy team has. So if you have a good read that those disables aren't available or they are not in range to stun you, perhaps you have a Black King Bar available that can prevent those disables going out on you, then that's the safest way home. Just teleport out. Enemies can't do anything about it. You get to reset and save yourself some extra losses on the backside of a fight. So pro teams are always going to try and maximize what they get out of a fight and minimize what they're going to lose. And if they feel like something's going bad, then they're going to try and just bail on that as quickly as possible.
And there are those, we talked about how there are certain abilities that can go through that avatar state, go through debuff immunity. There aren't really any of those abilities in this game here outside of the Bloodseeker's Rupture. So his ultimate that is applied to a unit, and then if they move afterwards, they take damage. That one can go through. But other than that, there really isn't any on either other side. So there's no big disables, no stuns. So there is going to be a lot of times where using your Black King Bar and then teleporting away is kind of a free escape from a bad fight. Looks like the Keeper of the Light, so he's got a couple items. We talked about the Vessel. He's going to be going a Dagon, looks like, up next. So in the bottom right, you can actually see the item that the player is thinking about buying next. It's called their quick buy. It just is easily accessible for them to buy the item when they have the gold to do so. And it's probably one of the funnier items in Dota 2 because it is just a burst of damage. That's kind of all it is. In fact, why do they call it Dagon, Avery?
Oh, wait, why do they?
They call
Actually, don't know that.
They call it Dagon because when you use it on somebody, Dagon.
All right, I'm done with this. Done with this bit. Thought it was actually a lore reason. I thought
You've
you
never
actually
heard
knew the
that one
lore.
before?
No, that's awful. That's actually awful. I legit was thinking, what's the lore behind this? I don't know the lore.
Nope.
It's probably like King Dagon's fucking staff or something, you know? I don't know.
No, that's the lore. It's just when you use it somebody, they got. That's all.
You got me with that one. Fair enough. Fair enough. It's a very aggressive item, a very historic item in Dota 2. Kind of seen as a meme item, honestly. It's one of those items where when someone buys it, you don't know if they're messing around or actually taking the game seriously. Here he is obviously taking the game very seriously. He's in the grand finals of the equivalent of a major. And this item has been buffed recently, so it gives you a lot more stats, and it gives you some spell lifesteal as well, which is kind of a newish mechanic to Dota. It allows you to heal yourself off spell damage, as opposed to healing yourself off of physical damage, such as an auto attack, which for the Keeper of the Light, who's throwing out all these really high damage nukes and blasting people and dealing all this massive spell damage in a fight, can actually add up to a decent amount of heal on top of everything else. And the fact that the item just gives him a nuke means sometimes he can just overwhelm people with an insane amount of, just burst magical damage out of nowhere that, yeah, maybe you have some healing or maybe you have some resistance, but might just overwhelm you. So that's kind of GPK's idea here, is he kind of wants to scale into this game by just overwhelming the opponents with such a large amount of magic damage they can't deal with it. And Dagon is going to help him push over that limit.
Radiant are scanning.
All right, they're going to use the Smoke of Deceit. So Bet Boom want to get aggressive here. Part of the reason they're doing this is, one, they probably feel strong. They have certain items that they picked up that make them feel like they're probably stronger than the enemy right now. But then there's also Roshan respawning. So we talked about in the bottom left there, the countdown timer. So one Roshan already died. He's going to come back and he will come back in anywhere from a minute to 4 minutes. So that little timer just says, hey, Roshan could be coming up in just 45 seconds. We don't know if he's actually going to be up because there is a window where it's up to 3 minutes. So he could spawn right away once this countdown is done, or it could take 3 minutes for him to come back into the game. But the important thing is he could be there. So the team is playing for that objective. So they're in that part of the map. Roshan's going to spawn on the Radiant side. So it's going to be in the bottom right part of the map. And they are playing for that objective. And Falcons, they're trying to contest them. They're also up here. They're also kind of posturing around the pit. We've got these little wards that Venomancer is going to be throwing out. So that helps them get some information on what's going on. They could see some heroes off of it. They can see inside of the pit to see if Roshan is actually up. Now that the timer is gone, you can see a new timer has come in, so we could see the time that Roshan will actually respawn in that 3 minute window, and it's going to be a minute and 20 seconds from now. Now that is just information only for us as the observers. The players themselves do not know if Roshan is up right now or if it's going to be up a long time from now in 3 minutes. They just don't know. So they just have to play like it is going to be up. And they have to fight for it like it's going to be happening anytime soon, which is where this team fight comes in. So we got the Bloodseeker. He uses his Black King bar. And he tried to go for the Underlord, but the Underlord got over the cliff. Now he used the Rupture on the Razors. The Razor can't really move around without taking damage, but the Razor is healing through an item called Satanic. So he is doing damage, and the Satanic is getting him a large amount of lifesteal for a very small window of time. Now, it wasn't enough, as you can see, he tried to back away. The Tiny caught him in the end. The Bloodseeker came back in. Ooh, the support hero of Hoodwink actually killed the Bloodseeker. So the Bloodseeker went in for the kill and underestimated the Hoodwink and actually died himself. Otherwise, it would have been a very clean fight for Betboom. But the Hoodwink, his name is Crit. He makes a really, really big move there, killing the enemy carry. So it was still a good fight for Betboom. The Dire team did win that engagement, but it was not perfectly clean. Unfortunately, they lost their biggest hero. So still a little bit of a blow, and also means they probably don't feel the best about doing the objective without their carry. So they're going to back away from that pit, and we'll see probably another fight over that area in probably a minute.
These fights are also showing the importance of holding a defensive position as both teams were kind of fighting over that high ground spot. We talked about vision earlier and fog of war and what the high ground means in regard to that, how being on a high ground means enemies can't see up it, but you can see down. So teams were fighting over that high ground spot by the gate, trying to hold the vision advantage, trying to be able to see their opponents but not be seen at the same time. And that's why some of these frontliners like the Visage here are valuable in Dota, because they can go in and maybe break that vision hold, break that positioning without feeling too threatened themselves. So Miro's job and his role in this lineup has been pretty pivotal this game, in just making sure him or his teammates are tanky enough to at least push forward into the defensive oriented lineup here from Falcons. And now he has 3 big auras or AoE effect items online. He has a pipe, he has an assault cuirass, and a Vlad. So he's giving a lot of magic resistance and physical resistance to his entire team. You can see those kind of AoE effects going off. They're that green glowing effect on all the units here. So when he's using those items in the fight, or they just have passive abilities, everybody's tanking up, and it's making it hard for Falcons to pick one target out of the bunch. Here again, they're trying to focus down the weakest hero in the support, but even that is hard to do. And they're going to have to play this fight a bit slower, bait out some more spells, bait out some Black King bars. They now have a pipe of their own, signified by them casting that green aura on everybody. So they're trying to battle back in the 5-on-5 department and build some of their own 5-man items to try and deal with the sustain and tank ability that BetBoom have proposed here. Once more, they're fighting over Roshan. Remember, Rosh moved up here during the nighttime interval. He switches the map every 5 minutes. So they now have to do Rosh at the top of the map, which is why all the teams migrated up here to try and contest this. And it seems that we're successful enough in kind of baiting out some big spells and items that BetBoom weren't confident to take that fight, and they're going to be a little late to contest this. Again, they're setting the Visage in first to try and break this high ground hold, but they're too little too late, and now they're just going to have to retreat, giving up that Roshan. It's a big blow to them, because they were building a lot of momentum in this game based around the 5-on-5 clashes, so the fact that they couldn't close out that 5-on-5 in an advantageous position, it feels a little underwhelming for them right now. And now they're kind of pushed into a backward spot of how do we deal with this Aegis and this cheese that Falcons have claimed from this second Roshan as he's powering up through the game. And can we take that 5-on-5 now that there's 2 lives on Skeeter as he holds Aegis the Immortal for the next 4 minutes here?
Yeah, they have the Aegis Immortal. Also, it was the second Roshan, so we have the cheese. That one, you can see the indicator there on the top is under the Razor. So he not only has the Satanic, which we talked about as an item that he can use to heal himself, but he also has the cheese, which instantly heals him for 2,500. So we may see some sort of fight where it looks like he's going to die, he's going to get low, but he has this cheese in his back pocket, ready to go for a rainy day. Now, what you're seeing right now is one of the smaller objectives in the game. That unit is called the Tormentor. The Tormentor is a unit that is kind of similar to Roshan in that it kind of fights back. Whatever damage you do to it, it returns back to any of the units in the area. And if you manage to successfully kill it, you will get an Aghanim Shard for somebody on your team. Aghanim Shard and Aghanim Scepter are 2 items in the game that you can purchase that are unique to every single hero in the game, in that it will buff up a specific ability for your hero. So if you look at the talent list, the skills there at the bottom, and you can see to the right of it, there's this little symbol, and some of them on the heroes, it's lit up blue. That is the Aghanim Shard and the Aghanim Scepter. So for Razor, for example, the Aghanim Shard that he purchased for 1,400 gold, when he uses Static Link on a unit, it actually pulls that unit closer to him. So it's harder for them to escape. It's harder for them to be able to get away and break that link and stop the damage being drained away from them. So can be pretty powerful in certain situations. The Aghanim Shard is always it's the weaker version of an ability upgrade. So it costs 1,400 gold, or you can get one from free from the Tormentor. The Aghanim Scepter costs 4,200 gold to be able to buy and has a bigger effect, sometimes on the same ability, sometimes on a different ability. For example, for the Aghanims on Razor, it allows his Eye of the Storm, which typically only hits one unit at a time in the AoE, can actually hit 2. So that is an item that can have a significant upgrade in team fights. And we're going to see, a number of Aghanim Scepters and particularly Shards upgrading these various heroes. And if we see one that is particularly important, we'll point it out for you.
It's an item you're going to see in a lot of Dota games because, one, it's a fun item. It makes your spells more powerful or do different things. And it's an item that oftentimes changes how a hero's spell functions, which means you can have a bit more pathways to interact with the enemy, or maybe use your spell in a different way. Maybe some of them give an extra charge to that spell so you can get multiple uses of it in a fight. We see the Bloodseeker here. He's also building an Aghanim Scepter that will just give him a new ability called Blood Mist, where he can go in and deal a certain amount of damage per second and slow people based on their total HP. So it's a very strong skill in a team fight. Can help him scale, can help him deal more damage in these later game situations. As the game clock goes later and later, he's going to feel better about buying that item and trying to fight some of the enemy cores. So it does something different for every hero, but you're going to see it a lot of times in games, at least 3 or 4 of them. And you're probably going to see a lot of the shards as well, because the shard is pretty cheap for most of the time, giving you maybe an extra skill, maybe augmenting one of your skills, as Austin talked about. And for 1,400 gold, or getting it for free off Tormentor, it's a pretty damn good deal. Hard to beat. So you're going to see a lot of heroes that almost always end up with shards over the course of these games. There is the Blood Mist. Ags completed.
There is something a little bit confusing about the Aghanim Scepter and Aghanim Shard. The Aghanim Shard is not an item that is in your inventory. When you get it, it is just automatically consumed by your hero and becomes a buff. So it just is usually signified by that bottom part of the Aghanim Scepter and Shard being lit up. Here, Nightfall, or the Bloodseeker, has the Aghanim Scepter in his inventory. It's the one there in the middle bottom. So you see he is using that Blood Mist. It's doing damage to himself, but also doing damage to units around him. But didn't help there, because the Razor is just too much single target damage. The Razor is really, really good at being able to pump a lot of damage into a single unit. And I think pretty much every single fight we're seeing the Razor is just targeting the Bloodseeker at the start of the fight. Every single time he sees the Bloodseeker, he's trying to run him down, put that static link on him, get the Eye of the Storm, hitting on the Bloodseeker, and it is working to great success.
And we're seeing Falcons really utilize the healing mechanics in this game. We talked about Bloodseeker as a carry needs heroes to be lower HP for him to deal more damage. So they bought a bunch of healing items, or sustain items, as they're also called. The Razor here with that Satanic for lifesteal means that he can just keep healing himself as the Bloodseeker tries to damage him. And as a result, not only is he surviving, but the Bloodseeker is not gaining any damage himself, because the healing's negating that thirst presence. So Falcon's itemization has really worked out well for them over the long haul in this game. They kind of built up to a point where they're starting to overcome the capabilities of Bet Boom's 5-man squad, despite having a lead in those early 5-man fights. Now the individual damage coming out from some of these heroes is starting to become overwhelming. The Roshan advantage as well that they got from the last one was pretty significant here, and it's given them a pretty solid lead. Almost 10k. They got 2 lanes of barracks there. As we saw, they cleared through 2 lanes of all of those buildings, which means they've upgraded their creeps in both those lanes, giving themselves even more of an advantage on the map in terms of their army capability. and are kind of now looking to close the game out either by barreling down that last lane. They feel like they're strong enough to do it, or more likely waiting for the next Roshan, which will give them another Aegis of the Immortal, which they can then use to try and take that final fight. So Dota kind of goes through these periods of progression where you take a fight, you maybe take some enemy buildings, and then you go back and farm a little bit, prepare for the next fight, and kind of try and time those fights around these mini objectives that you want to do, whether they're the Tormentor or Roshan or a tier 2 or tier 3 tower. And if you can line all that up, then your gameplay becomes very smooth, and you probably feel good about the game overall.
Yep, and our next objective is going to be that Roshan. See that timer again in the bottom left. So Roshan is going to spawn in 1 minute. It does turn nighttime in just 10 seconds here. So at the 45-minute mark, it's going to turn into night, which means that Roshan will be on the dire side. So he's going to be spawning up in the top left part of the map. So everybody in the game is all making their way over there. And it looks like the fight has already kind of started here. So Maureen, the Razor, he's got his static link on the Bloodseeker. So the fight is kind of already over in a way. He's already successfully gotten that ability on the Bloodseeker. And so as a result, Bet Boom used their Black King bars and teleported back. They just know that they are at a point where they're behind enough that they have to take the team fight in a very specific way. And if it goes kind of any other way, they're probably going to lose it. And any other way in this case is if the Razor gets on top of the Bloodseeker, the fight is going to be bad. But Falcons, they're not even going to try and do Roshan. They're going to go and hit the tier 4s here. So they're trying to go straight for the Ancient, or go Throne is a common way to be able to call it. They feel like Bet Boom, with the 2 of the heroes dead and some of their abilities on cooldowns, or some of the items like the Black King bar, they are just strong enough to go straight for the main objective. And this is a big move that could be a bit risky at times, but in this situation, Falcons was correct in their assessment. They were more than strong enough to be able to do it, and and they managed to close out the game. As Amar said, 0-8 easy. He's referencing to his own kill death score. He went 0, 8, and 14. So he had 0 kills, 8 deaths, 14 assists. But it did not matter what his own KDA was. He had a hard game, but he enabled his team as much as he could and lifted other people up to be able to do more in the game. And as a result, they won as a team. So even if his own individual performance was being brought down by the enemy team who targeted him quite a lot, it didn't matter. He was able to help his team succeed, and in the end, they win the game. So he doesn't care if he has 0 kills and 8 deaths. He is more than happy with the outcome of the game.
That's a big thing about Dota. It's not about the individual performance. It's about how high you can elevate your team, what you can do together, and when you do those things together. And so like we see here, Snake King, 1 and 9. ATF, 0 and 8. These heroes, you could say, well, they individually struggled. They had really rough gains, tough KDAs. They fed, some might even say, gave away a bunch of extra kills that didn't need to be given away. But sometimes there's a bounce. They're maybe giving away some kills, but the rest of the team is getting really strong. And if they have faith that the heroes that are getting strong are the ones that will ultimately carry this game and win it for them, then maybe those deaths don't matter as much. Whereas Bet Boom, they ended this game up 7 kills on Falcons, but couldn't take a fight. So they found a lot of early kills that translated it into that momentum with their lineup getting the strong aura, the 5-man items on their Visage to kind of try and force these early Roshans and take those 5-on-5s. And there was some success in that. But at some point, there were some misplays. They ran out of momentum and they fell a little bit behind. And then the Razor just took the game over. And this is where we talked in that draft that Razor's a very scary hero to give Falcons because they have some of the best Razor players in the world individually. They can flex that hero around. They can play it on multiple different players. They can play it on different roles. They can play it in different ways. So it's a very hard hero to react to. And it's a hero that generally does pretty well in the late game. When that hero has a lot of farm, he can do pretty well to carry a game. He can deal a lot of damage. He can deal with enemy carries very easily. So it's a very terrifying hero to give away to this team. They generally don't lose with it. It was a bold move for BetBoom to give it game 1. And since it didn't work out here, it's very likely from a strategic standpoint that they will ban that hero going forward. Though maybe they'll give it again. Maybe they felt like the Razor wasn't the biggest issue. There were other problems in that game. Maybe they just misplayed it. But I think in a BO5, when you give it away, when you give a team like that a very good hero they're comfortable with and mechanically good on, and you lose to it, in Dota, it feels like, okay, you know, maybe that was just too comfortable for them. Maybe they were too much in their comfort zone, too familiar with that hero, way too good with it. Let's try and play against something else. And that drafting phase allows you to kind of choose what you want to play against and what you don't want to let your enemies play against to some degree. So we'll see what adjustments they make in game 2, but that was kind of a classic game of, like, you know, the 5-man Dota meets some of the individual heroes trying to overcome that with just overwhelming strength. And in this case, the 5-man team lineup from BetBoom did not get there in the end.
And that means that Team Falcons, the team that came into this tournament, one of the favorites, though they were coming in from the lower bracket from this finals, they are up 1 game in this best of 5. So we have potentially, we have as low as 2 games or potentially 4 more games of Dota to get through. Just all depending on if BetBoom is able to fight back successfully in the future games. Again, there's a lot of strategy that goes into it, and especially with a best of 5, because it is a bigger series with more games, you can afford to take certain risks. So like Avery is saying here, the risk of giving them the Razor, it would have been really good if BetBoom could have proved that they could beat the Razor. It would have taken that very key component away from Falcons for the rest of the series, but they didn't manage to do it. And now it means that they're going to have to be thinking about that Razor for the rest of the series and whether or not they want to give that hero to Falcons. But it's all part of the strategy, the back and forth of drafting in a full best of 5. And we're going to talk more about that best of 5 when we get into game 2. But first, we're going to take a break. It's going to be around a 10-minute break between each game. So we'll be back a little bit short of 10 minutes. And then when we come back, we'll start talking about game 2 and some of the heroes there and a couple other things. So hopefully you guys are enjoying the newcomer experience here on this secondary stream. If you guys have any questions, be sure to let us know during this break period of time, and we'll try and tackle it when we come back.
Waiting for the morning, silent night. I'm feeling your heartbeat when we hold on tight. I only wanna feel you, wanna make it
every morning. Come, let's go every morning. Come, let's go every morning. Come, let's go every morning. Hey, yeah. Woo. Oh, yeah. The water in the soul beneath the purple tree. It's a shame that fills my soul with eternal energy. When you're faced by its shadow, the sea knocks me out. And now I'm free, yeah. Hey! The water in the soul beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. And it sets me free. Baby, I'm looking at you. You're the prettiest girl in the room.
Welcome back, everybody. We are heading into game 2 of Bet Boom versus Falcons. We just watched Falcons manage to take the game 1, so they only need to win 2 more games in this series to be able to win the entire best of 5 and hence win the entire tournament, which is a lot of money on the line. One thing I wanted to go over, production, if we can actually take a look at my screen at some point in time, I wanted to talk about some of the strategy in Dota and the drafts that are employed. Sometimes we talked a lot about how the net worth is oftentimes the best example of a team that is winning. But sometimes there are drafts that are put together that are supposed to be ahead. What we mean by that is that it is a lineup that is stronger earlier on in the game and therefore should be able to get a net worth and experience advantage. And I think what was interesting about this last game is we're going to get kicked out. So hold on one second. Let me pull back that graph. Is that you could see that the win probability, the green line, is the win probability, probably one of the best ways to be able to tell who is winning in a Dota game. The green line is kind of all over the place, but a lot of that game, it was favoring Falcons. So despite the fact that, from a viewer experience, we were watching and it felt like Bet Boom with their Bloodseeker and their Keeper of the Light were running around. They were getting kills. They ended the game with more kills than Falcons. They weren't actually that favored for the match. In fact, despite having a net worth lead and an experience lead at times, they still were not favored for most of the match. Meanwhile, if you can see the graph starts going back up, the net worth and experience are relatively even between these two teams. But the green line, the win probability line, just keeps on going up to the favor of Falcons as time goes on. That just means that from the overall, the big picture side, it meant that Falcons heroes were just going to get stronger than the Bet Boom side and their heroes. So Bet Boom in that last game were employing a strategy that was focused a lot more on winning the game in the first 30 minutes and needed to have a net worth and experience. They needed to be bigger. They needed to be richer than their enemy in order to win the game. While Falcons were able to operate with their lineup with less gold and less experience, but still be stronger because the game just went late enough that their lineup was getting there. So just an example of something to keep in mind, and the strategy that is employed in these series is that sometimes these lineups that we look at, sometimes the gold isn't everything. Keeper Light is a great example of a hero that can get a lot of gold and can buy a lot of items, but is weaker than other heroes with an equal amount of gold or levels. So just kind of the complexity of Dota being showcased there in that first game. And now we're going to see what kind of draft both teams are going to employ into game 2, as we're going to see the Keeper of the Light. So Bet and Boom are going to go back to that hero. They have not lost faith in it, but what they did do was ban away the Razor. You could see the Razor there on the left. He's right below. He's the third one down from the top. That's his little hero icon. So the hero that caused all the problems last game, the hero that we talked about, Avery talked about as being a key hero for Falcons, that hero has been banned away. So Bet Boom feel like it wasn't necessarily their own heroes or their own draft that was the problem. They feel like the Razor was just too good for Falcons.
But instead, as we talked about Falcons, one of the strengths being a team that difficult to draft against them because of their player hero pools and the overlap and how confident they are in a lot of those heroes. They're going to pick up something that is equally comfortable for them in this Doombringer. This is a hero we saw in some of the earlier series. We saw in the series yesterday as well. Very powerful hero. He can generate a lot of extra gold. He can doom people, as his name says, and negate healing on that target while dealing an absurd amount of damage. So it's an interesting pickup into the Keeper of the Light because, as we saw in that game 1, the Keeper of the Light, he has some extra heal on top in his blast when his ultimate is activated. Doom can negate some of that. Doom can also negate some of those healing-oriented lineups. The downside is he can only do it on one target. So if you do have a lineup similar to what Bet Boom did game 1, where you're going to build some 5-man items and you're going to group up and you're going to look for early objectives, really Roshan too, if you can get a second life, then you don't necessarily care about Doom as much as you might with more of these single target heroes. So the Doom is, while it's a really comfortable pick for Falcons and one they're really confident with, I think it's one that Bet Boom are happier to play against with this Keeper of the Light opener than the Razor, who can just kind of BKB run in and maybe deal with some of that a bit better than the Doom can. Still, it's Falcons going with a very similar lineup. So again, you kind of have to beat them at their game, beat them with their heroes if you want to succeed here. And that's not a task a lot of teams have been successful with in the last couple months.
10 seconds remaining.
Another repeat hero, the Hoodwink, little squirrel. We've seen time and time again in some of these drafts. Falcons really like this hero for their player crit. That's, again, a 4-position support hero that can do a lot of damage. We saw that one instance last game where I was able to blow up the Bloodseeker. The Bloodseeker tried to go for the kill on the squirrel, and the squirrel was able to fight back. And Muerta is going to be the choice for Bet Boom. So we'll pull up Muerta here, and we can show some of her abilities and kind of showcase what kind of hero she is. She is an interesting one because she can be both a 1-position, so she has the highest priority in farm, or she can also be played as a support. This is due to the nature of some of her basic abilities, which function very well both with gold and without gold. So as a support, if we see it as a support here, we will see the first 2 abilities being used a lot. First one is Deadshot, where it just does damage and slows the unit that is targeted, but it also has a bouncing effect where it can hit that unit and go somewhere else. If it hits that unit and hits a different unit, the second unit also takes damage and is feared. Fear is a different kind of debuff that we talked about. So we have stuns and silences. Fear just means that the unit runs in that direction. So they lose control of their hero and they move in a certain direction. Deadshot can also be used to bounce off of trees. So you're going to see him shoot trees a lot, bounce off of it to be able to get that fear effect on units. The other ability as a support is going to be the Calling. The Calling just summons these ghosts in a little circle, and any unit that walks into the little ghosts, they end up taking damage and are silenced. So they can't use any of their abilities. So the idea being is that you create this, these ghosts, and then you fear them into the ghosts to both silence them and do some extra damage. Now, as a core hero, she has her other 2 abilities that function very well for a core hero. She has a passive ability that allows her to be able to get an extra shot in. So when it's max level, she has a 50% chance to get an extra shot in that can either hit the same unit or a different unit. So in this instance, we could see her shooting both units because they're both in range. But if only one of them was in range, she would be able to get a double shot like that. And then she has her ultimate, Pierce the Veil, which allows her to turn ethereal. Ethereal is just basically she turns into a ghost. So regular people can't attack. You could see the bottom target can't be attacked. Ethereal just means that you cannot be hit by physical attacks, but you do oftentimes take extra damage from spells. So she becomes ethereal, and that's part of it. And then while she's ethereal, she also does an increased amount of damage. So she can shoot you, but you can't shoot her. And that damage is also, she gets a bit of bonus damage, and that damage is also dealt as magic damage rather than physical. So very interesting hero. It's actually the newest hero in Dota 2 and is a hero that can be played in both core and support positions. So we head back to the draft. We'll get a better idea of whether this hero is going to be support or core. Avery, what do you think? What do you think it's going to be this game?
It looks like support 95% here. Generally, this hero is going to be either played as support or only position 1. This is not a hero with a lot of core flexibility. It's not a hero like the Doom or the Razor that we talked about where it can kind of go on different roles. It's pretty locked into what it's doing. It's doing one of those two things. And since Bet Boom picked up Medusa, which is also a hero that's kind of locked into that one position, if Falcons have a read on the draft, they're kind of going to assume that this Morta will end up as a support. Carry Morta also tends to be really volatile. It can be really powerful because it's a magic damage dealing carry, which is kind of a unique aspect to the hero. But that also means it can be a little awkward sometimes. Like it takes a long time to come online. It can sometimes just fail against certain lineups and items. So a lot of teams aren't really favoring it as a carry right now, whereas its spells are still pretty high impact in a lot of general skirmishes and fights. And it's a hero that Save, the 4-position player from Bet Boom, has favored over the last year or two and kind of fits his profile as this, like we talked about at the start, ranged backline spellcaster type hero for Bet Boom that he can really shine on, control the fight, stun some heroes, silence some heroes, deal some damage, and maybe if he gets some farm later on can show us what this hero can do. So it's an interesting pick. I don't think it's a pick that Falcons expected to come out in this draft, and maybe it has some surprise factor going for it that can boost Bet Boom to another level that they need to compete here. We're approaching the last picks. Bet Boom are going to round out their lineup with Centaur, just a classic strength frontline hero that can jump in the fight with an early Blink Dagger and stun people with Hoof Stomp in an AoE. He also has an ultimate that can globally haste his team across the map, which is pretty nice. It's pretty low cooldown. It can be used to engage into the fight or disengage the fight, depending on what you want to use it for. So he's just a kind of durable, tanky frontliner that gives you a well-rounded set of skills. Doesn't necessarily do a huge amount of damage, but can build some team items, can start the fights reliably, and can get pretty damn tanky in those late game situations, which is the type of hero Bet Boom we're looking for here, since they have heroes like the Morta, like the Coddle, like the Keeper of the Light, like the Medusa, a lot of ranged heroes that want somebody to go in and tank the front line for them so that they can throw out their spells. They can be the ones dealing damage instead of the other way around. Again, most of these teams are looking for these types of balanced lineups where they have heroes that want to go in and heroes that kind of want to stay behind them, so they can create a good formation, a good lineup that functions well. On the flip side, Falcons have heroes that go in, so they want a damage dealer. They're going to take the Sven. This is a hero we saw them play earlier in the day in the previous series that was very successful for them. So they're kind of going back to something that, again, feels very comfortable for them. They're very confident in and just playing to their strengths. Is it the greatest Sven game on paper? Maybe not, but it's good enough that they feel like the pick is very viable. And because they're playing really well on it, it kind of pushes it over the edge of, okay, not everything in Dota has to always be perfect. We can just play stuff that we're super confident in and we know how to execute. So it'll be Sven once again for Skeeter here, a hero that has a stun, can be very tanky himself with extra armor, and has that big God Strength ultimate that doubles his damage output for a limited duration. So look for this hero trying to farm up really fast, get a fast Blink Dagger himself, and then kind of just jump in the fights and start stuff for himself. And if he gets that ball rolling, he could do very well for himself here, as he has a lot of squishy backline heroes that he can jump and kind of just like 2 or 3 shot down.
So right now we're showing the Primal Beast and the Sven. So we've kind of seen the Sven a number of times. We saw Primal Beast, though we didn't talk that much about him. Primal Beast, another one of those heroes that likes to go in. He's got this charge ability, Onslaught, which charges up over time, and then he just keeps on running through heroes. Anything he hits takes a little bit of damage, gets pushed around. He also does damage while he moves with his second ability called Trample, which is why he's slamming down on the ground. He's just trampling over anybody who is underneath his feet, so they all take damage. And then he's got an ultimate called Pulverize, where he just grabs a unit and slams them into the ground head first. So just another like control ability that does a decent amount of damage. It can also do a little bit of damage and a little bit of stun to some units around, not just the main unit, but probably one of the better animations in the game, that's for sure. Very satisfying to grab somebody and just slam them into the ground over and over and over again. So we can get into the game now. We got game 2 underway of Bet Boom versus Falcons. We took a look at some of the heroes, talked about some of the strategy that's going to be employed, and now we'll see how it all comes together in game 2. Again, Falcons, who won the first game, if they win this one as well, then they will just be 1 game away from being able to win the whole series, the whole tournament. So very important for Bet Boom to be able to prove that their ideas have merit, that their Keeper of the Light Middle, for example, is worth picking, and that Falcons haven't countered them this time around like they did in game 1.
It's worth mentioning that there are some abilities in this game which go through or pierce that debuff immunity that we discussed earlier with the Black King bar. You're going to see probably a decent amount of Black King bars this game. There's going to be a lot of heroes that want to be able to get their spells off without being interrupted. For example, that Pulverize on the Primal Beast. Sven, during his God Strength, wants to be able to Black King bar and hit people. At the same time, there are some spells that go through that. The Stone Gaze from the Medusa that we saw earlier today is one of those ultimates that can stun you through debuff immunity and turn you to stone. The Clockwork Hookshot is another ultimate that shoots a little ratchet out and hits you and stuns you for a brief duration while pulling the clock into you. So it's like an initiation mechanism. It lets him start the fight, but it's also a short duration stun that goes through Black King bar. So we're going to see Toronto Tokyo maybe try and use that in some of the fights to disable the Sven during that Black King bar God Strength combination and stall out some of that window, maybe limit the damage that he can do. And so those are important factors for Bet Boom to try and play around here, as they're going to have to think about the BKBs coming out from Falcons over the course of the game. And already off to a much better start this game. We saw them give away First Blood last time, but they're going to claim it here instead. And that is a nice boon, a nice set of extra gold and XP to their heroes on this lane that they're probably going to use pretty well.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo makes good use of his Battery Assault ability, which just over a period of time, he lets out these little bits of damage. You can see it, he's activated here. So it's a little mini stun plus a little bit of damage. So it is pretty dangerous early on to fight Clockwork when he's like that. And we saw it there in the First Blood engagement. They almost got a second kill there as well. The Medusa, we talked about the Stone Gaze, her ultimate, where if you look at her, you become petrified, you get turned to stone for a short period of time and take extra physical damage. We also talked about how Medusa is kind of a special hero in that her mana pool is actually her HP pool. She has this ability called Mana Shield, where when she takes damage, the damage, instead of going to her health bar, goes to her mana pool. And So as a result, she has very little HP at all times, but her mana is effectively substituting that missing HP that she has. But she also has another ability called Mystic Snake that we're going to see sometimes. She throws out a magical snake, and it will bounce around. And the more times it bounces, the more damage it does, and the more mana it takes away from the unit and comes back. Or actually doesn't take it away from the unit, not anymore. That's an old mechanic. But when it comes back, it actually gives mana to the Medusa. So it's a way for her to kind of heal her mana pool, which is, again, effectively her health.
It's also worth mentioning that the Keeper of the Light can give mana to heroes. So there's also this mini combination BetBoom are going to try and look for this game. Again, to the concept of using your heroes to make each other stronger. Chakra Magic, it replenishes a certain amount of mana on a target. He can also cast it on himself. But he can cast it on this Medusa in some of the later fights. And that mana restoration that normally wouldn't be super effective on some heroes is going to help her a lot because it translates into effectively HP. It's a form of healing her since her health is based on her mana pool. So that's a little combination that BetBoom are probably going to look for later in this game, on top of the other benefits from Chakra Magic, which help reduce cooldowns and all of that good stuff. But it can make this Medusa very tanky versus what BetBoom have against her, which they don't have a lot of mana burn mechanics within their lineup. There's no real hero that gets rid of the mana through a spell, and there's not too many items that burn or remove mana in Dota 2 in general that their lineup wants to purchase here. So this is a game where Falcons could struggle to reduce that Medusa's mana pool and be able to kill her in the first place, and especially so when BetBoom have some spells that can rejuvenate that mana pool if she does take damage at all.
Ooh, nice bushwhack there from the Hoodwink. So that's that AoE stunning ability that latches you to a tree. Almost set up for the kill on the Clockwork, though he defended himself with the Power Cogs. So that's what that circular little pop-up was. It creates these little structures that if you run into them as an enemy, you will get pushed back and have some of your mana burned. So Toronto Tokyo, or the Clockwork player, was able to use that to kind of defend himself when they were trying to go on him.
Pretty good start for BetBoom in this game too. Definitely not tilted or too despondent over the first game loss here. They're bouncing back pretty nicely. We can see they're farming all three lanes pretty well, doing well in the last hit chart in that upper left corner. They're leading that with multiple of their big core heroes, putting themselves in good position. They also got that first blood and are up on the kill score 3-0. So decent amount of little things going well for them to the start of this game, which always helps in a game of Dota. Feel like you're off to a good start means a lot, and particularly when you have heroes like Medusa, because she's a carry hero that can farm a lot of camps very fast. She can clear through a lot of creeps. She can gain a lot of gold very quickly as long as you get her to her initial set of 1 or 2 items. That's the hardest part for the hero. The faster she gets there, then the faster she can start clearing creeps on the map, and the faster she gets to where she wants to be, which is ultimately those later portions of the game. She's not very strong in the first 10 or 15 minutes, doesn't want to get involved in a lot of fights, doesn't have particularly amazing spells for the first 20 minutes of the game. But if she gets 3 or 4 big items and she pushes the game to the 30, 40, 50 minute mark, like we've seen a lot of them go to today, then she can become really strong and powerful in the fights, particularly if she can claim some later Roshans. So a lot of this is BetBoom trying to just give her a good head start in this game. We're even going to see their mid player, GPK, on that Keeper of the Light, make a rotation down here. He just quickly teleported to the tower and got them an easy kill. This is all to try and boost that start for the Medusa and put her in a really good position to get those initial set of items and then just run away with it. Whereas Falcons, they're going to try and counteract that the best they can. They're going to try and slow the Medusa down, maybe try and gank or kill her a couple times with some multiple hero rotation. or maybe just try and slow her down in the jungle areas later on some of these neutral camps. We'll see how much they can pressure her, but so far, Nightfall, the one position carry player for BetBoom, is having a dream start here on the Medusa.
Yeah, Falcons haven't really come up with too much of a response early. They did try and move their own mid laner around the map a little bit. The big primal beast, the big white shaggy guy in middle that we've seen so often. He started coming down to that bottom lane to try and fight the Medusa lane, but decided against it ultimately. A lot of times what you're going to see is this primal beast, what he wants to do is, because he has his first ability, Onslaught, which allows him to charge forward and get on top of units, you're going to see him make moves like this, where he teleports in and he uses that mobility to catch heroes by surprise and get some kills like that. So he got a nice little kill here in the bottom lane. He'll quickly run back to mid. This ability is particularly good for him being able to get on top of some of the backline heroes. So we talked about some of the mages, that the Keeper of the Light is a big one. He likes to sit back and just throw spells. The Muerta is another one that's relatively squishy and does a lot of damage. So the Primal Beast is going to be looking to charge onto those heroes and kill them before they can get any spells off. So we're going to see a lot of this guy running around trying to get kills. He's going to be a pretty active guy, and he got his first kill of the game. We'll see how many more he gets in this very crucial 15-minute window, because as Avery said, BetBoom, they are pretty okay if the game is kind of chilling, and the Medusa is just getting a lot of farm, a lot of gold and levels. So expect Falcons to try and use this Primal Beast to keep the kills pretty active.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's also a hero that becomes very tanky just due to his innate stat gain, which we talked about this being a unique kind of characteristic of all heroes. Every hero gains a certain amount of HP, mana, or attack speed per level. Since he's a strength primary hero, he's gaining the most stats in his strength per level, and he has the highest strength stat gain in the game at 4.3 strength a level, which basically means every level he goes up, he's gaining about 100 HP total, which is a very large amount compared to some heroes which maybe only gain 20 HP a level or 40 HP a level. So every time he gets one of these kills on the map, he gets a lot of XP off it, he gets a lot of experience, and whenever he gains all that experience, he goes up in level, and whenever he goes up in level, he becomes 100 HP tankier, which means he can be more aggressive in looking for those kills a lot earlier than a lot of other heroes in the game. We're already looking at his HP pool. It's close to 1,600 already at the 10-minute mark, and he hasn't even bought any items that really buff up his HP pool at all. So these types of situations, like, he can tank a huge amount of nuke damage. I mean, here it's an overwhelming amount, but that was a lot to bring him down, and BetBoom had to commit a decent amount. So it's something that can make the hero function very aggressively and look for these types of early plays and get rewarded for them. And something that BetBoom understand and are trying to make sure it's limited. They're trying to bring extra people, outnumber this Primal Beast, contest him with where he wants to go, and make sure he doesn't gain too much momentum by getting random kills or random runes, this type of stuff. So that was a good play by BetBoom, really limiting the Primal's momentum here and making sure he doesn't get all those extra levels. Instead, they're the ones who want all those levels on the Keeper of the Light here, so that he can just get all his spells up as fast as possible, so they're as strong as fast as possible, and then he can start controlling the fights against the Primal Beast, who might have his items or spells delayed.
There's the Stampede usage, so that's the Centaur's ultimate, so it makes himself as well as his allies very fast, and they're running around very quickly, but that was a nice little interaction there. So what happened there was the Doom, the big demon, he used his ultimate ability, which is also called Doom, and he put it on the Clockwork. The Clockwork was taking damage over time and could not heal and was going to die. But what happened there was that they managed to draw the attention of the neutral creeps. The neutral creeps came out and they were the ones to deal the killing blow to the Clockwork, effectively negating the move from Falcons. What should have been a kill for the Doom ends up getting taken away. It goes to the neutral creeps. The neutral creeps and effectively just block the gold and experience that Falcons would have gotten for that kill. So it's you know, a little bit more complex interaction, but a very high level one that comes into play here to get Bet Boom to, you know, make sure that they don't give away too many kills, don't give too much gold or experience away to the enemy team, particularly since they are leading right now. They feel like they're in a very good spot, and they want to be able to find some kills, and they're going to find one here on the Hoodwink. See that fear mechanic, the Muerta from behind used that dead shot, hit the squirrel from behind and feared her into her allies, which was a nice little play from Bet Boom. So Bet Boom playing very well right now. They seem to have bounced back from that game one loss pretty well. They seem very resilient, which is an important part of this team, right? We talked about the storyline of Bet Boom as being a team that is very, very skilled, but have seemed to crumble under the pressure of these bigger tournaments. So the fact that they're here in the finals and they lost the first game, you would expect the pressure to be as high as it possibly can be, but they still seem to be performing pretty well. So it's a good sign for Bet Boom and maybe some of the growth that they've experienced as a team.
Definitely a team that wants that first place trophy at some point. It's going to start to eat away at them. So this is a very important match for them. And Medusa does get to her first farming item here, that Manta style. We saw that last game on the Razor. Works even better for the Medusa here, since her illusions are a bit stronger and can clear through camps a bit faster. So she had a really good start here. You see her net worth in the top left. She is #1 on that net worth chart, which means she is the most farmed hero in the game. She has the most gold accumulated in her total net worth. Very good position for this hero to be in, and exactly what Bet Boom wanted out of this early game, to put her in that position so that now she can start to accelerate at everything she does. She can start to clear through the camps faster, clear through the waves faster, maybe join fights sooner than she otherwise would be able to, and all of that adds up to making her game that much better. Here she's going to join a fight and help her team claim a big hero kill and maybe steal some of the neutral camps away from the enemy, which is a nice move and a nice boon for Bet Boom here, as, you know, if you farm your own side of the map, you're getting that gold, but if you farm the enemy side of the map, you're getting the gold off the creeps plus taking it away from them. So anytime you can get that done, you're going to feel really good about your situation. Meanwhile, Falcons, they tried to make a move somewhere else and were unsuccessful with it. So Falcons getting frustrated in this game too. Not getting the aggressive start they wanted with the Primal Beast, not getting a lot of early kills or ganks going their way, and the Medusa has proven to be kind of a brick wall. They keep having their map restricted by where Nightfall, this position 1 carry, is moving. And you can see now he's just positioning himself on their side of the map, almost daring them to come and try and kill him, because he just knows how good of a start he's had here.
Amar is invisible from the Moonlight Shadow. The Doom trying to go on the Clockwork. Didn't realize there were so many heroes here. And there's another nice use of the dead shot from the Muerta. Again, it feared back the Doom into the Bet Boom team. And they managed to get that kill. Oh, he hit another shot on the Hoodwink this time around. Crit, but seems like they didn't quite have the damage to finish her off. Still, though, 1 kill is pretty decent. And again, they are taking neutral creeps away from Falcons. They are limiting the areas in which this Sven, the notable carry for Falcons, where he can play. Right now, you can see he is in the corner of the map because he's not really sure where to go or what creeps to hit. Some of his creeps have been taken away from him. He wanted to be on this side of the map. Now he's going to go through the Twin Gate to go to the other side of the map, saying, okay, this bottom right part of the map is too busy for me. I'm going to go somewhere else, maybe find a different opportunity. Here's another Doom put on the Centaur. So that'll keep doing damage over time, and will eventually run out and not be able to do enough damage to kill the Centaur. So the Centaur lives because of his very high HP pool, and they kill the Doom instead. So you can see a lot of fast plays. We just had action there on the opposite side of the map, and now we're here at the top part of the map. And we got more action, and some of the same heroes are involved on both sides because they were able to use their teleport scrolls to get there because their tower is still up. So they teleported to their tower and were able to be a part of the fight on either side of the map.
One of the big factors for Bet Boom this game also is they have very low cooldowns, which means a lot of their spells function very rapidly. If you look at some of like the cooldowns for Clockwork, for example, every spell in Dota, once you cast it, you can't cast it for a certain amount of time. But a lot of his spells have very short durations until you can cast them again, 15 seconds, 18 seconds, 12 seconds. So they have a lot of their spells up very rapidly with how their lineup functions, which means they can make these continually fast plays, whereas Falcons, something like a Doom, has a very long cooldown. So if they feel like they need Doom to make plays, they use it, 140-second cooldowns over 2 minutes. They have to wait a decent amount of time before they can try and do something again with that spell. So the difference in some of these lineups comes out in how fast you feel like you can get your damage back online, get your spells back online to make the next set of plays. And if your cooldowns outpace your opponents, then sometimes you can just keep catching them off guard on the map by continually running these plays. Here's another easy pickoff for the Clockwork, just hooks in, sets that kill up. The damage follow-up is very quick. And again, that can happen again in 50 seconds here. Very low committal for him. Just keep doing it at minute after minute. You're going to be pretty happy compared to something like the Doom, which is a huge committal that you want to generally use for big team fights or big objective plays. So Bet Boom are getting a lot of small victories on the map right now. It's giving them a lot of space. They're trying to take away some of that space from their opponents as well. And at some point, they're going to feel like their Medusa is strong enough to force the 5v5, in which point they will likely look towards some of the objectives on the map. Again, either towers, Roshan, enemy high ground, maybe just smoking into a straight 5-on-5. Those are the options they're going to start thinking about here as Nightfall, their position 1, approaches his first real big item in that butterfly, which is a very powerful agility-based item. Gives him a lot of damage, a lot of attack speed, and some extra evasion. So he's going to be really strong when he gets that, because there's not a lot that can deal with his damage output right when he gets that item if Bet Boom want to try and use it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So the Medusa just farming away to get the big item. He's going to be getting an item called the Butterfly, which is an item that just gives him a large amount of agility and will also give him a chance to evade attacks. So it doesn't evade spells or anything, just regular attacks. But that is going to be pretty significant when the Sven, who is the opposing carry on Team Falcons, he's that guy who hits for a lot of damage but very slow. He can maybe only get off 4 or 5 attacks sometimes in a fight. So you need to be able to maximize the damage that you're doing during that window of time. And if he misses 1 or 2 of those attacks, it's going to be a pretty big blow for him. So that butterfly that's now complete gives a 35% evasion. So that when a unit tries to attack the Medusa, there's a 35% chance that they will just straight up miss and not do any damage.
And we're going to see them trying to push that advantage. Now that he has that item completed, he's still well ahead of the enemy carry here. He's just hitting a tier 2 all by himself. That's how confident Nightfall is right now, how strong he is, and how much Falcons are on the back foot. Still looking for some momentum in this game, just unable to have found it. Bet Boom are even going to defend their tier 1 tower 21 minutes in this game. Try and take a fight off it. Again, they have that low initiation, that low cooldown initiation on the Clockwork, so they're kind of happy to try and look for any of these kills. And they'll find another support. They can see him. They lost vision.
So the Moonlight Shadow, the invisibility, helps some of these heroes get away.
Are scanning.
And Falcons will just continue to play kind of a game of cat and mouse, where they don't feel quite as strong as Bet Boom. Bet Boom, we've seen them get a lot of kills. It's 13-2. So they've gotten a lot of kills in this last 22 minutes. Falcons recognize that. They say, okay, they're maybe a bit stronger than us right now. And so they are going to be spread out around the map, and they're going to all try and hit neutral creeps or lane creeps to try and get their next round of items. Basically, they don't feel like they're very strong in this window of time, and they would like to kind of just bide their time until it's a little bit later in the game where they have another round of items that might make them a bit stronger. One of those items is going to be the Black King bar that we've talked about so many times. That item for the Sven is going to be pretty key. So right now, from our perspective, we can see that he has it queued up in the bottom right. So he needs the Ogre Axe as well as the recipe to be able to complete this item. So that means he is about, if we do the math, he is 1,450 gold away from completing this item. So Falcons are probably going to just try and dodge as many fights as possible. They're not going to try and take many engagements. If they do, it's going to be these little one-off engagements like this one in middle lane where they're just trying to get a little bit of action, but as soon as any heroes show up, they immediately try and retreat. So they're going to be doing that for this kind of period of time. So it's up to Bet Boom to try and capitalize on that as much as possible, right? If it's a game of cat and mouse, they need to be a good cat and try and hunt down these mice that are around the map. They need to try and root them out wherever they're hiding away, kill them, and then go for the objectives like they're doing on this mid lane. They're going to take this tier 2 tower.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Biggest thing left on the map right now is definitely Roshan. Bet Boom are going to start thinking about that soon as they can get Aegis of the Immortal, which Roshan drops, on top of their Medusa. Then you're almost like doubling that strength of your strongest hero, which 2 lives on Nightfall right now when he's almost impossible to kill once would just be
Dire's bottom tower
an astronomical advantage. So they're thinking about Roshan a lot, and all these pickoffs are them trying to maybe control the map, control some of the vision on those observer wards, and set themselves up to take this Roshan soon, as Nightfall is approaching his next big item here. And once he has that, he's going to be very confident to just take any sort of 5v5. Again, that early game for the Medusa is where you can slow this hero down. Since he did not get slowed down, he's running away with the net worth right now, pulling super far ahead. And he's just in prime position to carry this game if Falcons can't figure out any solutions to stop him.
Seeing him do that little side objective, the Tormentor. Now the damage is being turned back around. So the damage they put on the Tormentor is being reflected back at them. So you could see like the clockwork got very low in that little battle there. Again, the reward for taking one of those Tormentors is an Aghanim Shard for one of your teammates. So in this case, it was for the Centaur. So you could see if we click on the Centaur, his next to his abilities, there's that little blue light there at the bottom signifying, hey, he has the Aghanim Shard buff on him. So that one specifically isn't that big of a deal. Just helps his double edge, which is his second damage, second ability. It does a bit more damage and makes him a bit stronger every single time he lands it. So we're not going to see a big effect out of that, but it is just something that, you know, if it's free, it's got to be good, right?
Free is free. And this Roshan might be free as well. If Falcons don't feel like they can contest it, they gave up a big pickoff, lost their Primal Beast, their big teamfight initiator, frontliner, and that's all it takes for Bet Boom to say, okay, we can now take this Roshan and you can't come and fight us, which is going to enable that second light for Nightfall here, give the Medusa 2 lives in the fight off that Aegis. Very good situation for him. He's going to be the most powerful hero on the map by far. So then it's going to be a question of what Bet Boom can do with that strength. So you have the strongest hero in the game. The strongest hero in the game has 2 lives. You want to use that to gain more advantage. You want to either push the enemy base, force them to fight you, run around and kill them a bunch while they're trying to dodge you or not fight you. So this game's in BetBoom's control right now, and it's just a question of how much they can get during this period, where Falcons are going to continue to try and skirt around the map, find what farm they can, but not end up fighting this incredibly strong Medusa right now, who is probably not in their wheelhouse to take down twice.
No. All right. Well, BetBoom continue to try and hunt down some heroes. So they found that hero on the right side of the map, and now they smoke up with some of their heroes. So they use that invisibility to walk past a lot of these wards. So you could see on the mini map, we see these little red eyes all over the place. They're sneaking past all of these wards. Now, they may not know each one of these wards are here, but they probably have an idea that there is some sort of vision in the area, and the smoke is allowing them to bypass that. But even though they bypassed it undetected, they have yet to be able to find a hero to pick off. Falcons remains just a little bit too elusive. So they're doing what we call ratting. Again, in that game of cat and mouse, the mouse is trying to hide away. They're in the walls, so to speak. They're trying to nibble away at little bits of the foundation of BetBoom, trying to find neutral camps or creep waves that are unguarded and kill those and then get away real quickly, which in this instance, they almost got away, but the Primal Beast just barely didn't make it through the portal. Now he tried to use his teleport scroll to get away, but that was also denied by an item from the Muerta called the Rod of Atos. So that item locked him down, prevented him from being able to teleport away, and they got a big kill out of it. But there was a lot of heroes that BetBoom, the Radiant side, there was a lot of heroes in that part of the map. So that means Falcons are going to try and make a move in the middle lane. They say to themselves, we outnumber them in this part of the map, we should go for a fight. And they do manage to get a kill, but BetBoom was pretty fast at getting their reinforcements back into play, and were able to get a kill in return. So looks like they're still sticking around, though. Get yet another kill. So really, again, really ratting things out. They're trying to do these guerrilla tactics of like hit and run, because they know that BetBoom's standing force is stronger than them. So they're just going to keep on trying to hit them when they're not paying attention, hit them from behind, and then run away as soon as they turn around. That's kind of what's going on here.
We also saw them drop Gem off that kill as Crit picked it up. So that was a big item loss for BetBoom. Remember, there are 2 items that drop if you die. One of them is that ultimate late game Divine Rapier that we saw earlier today. The other one is Gem of Insight, which gives you invisibility detection on the hero carrying it. But if you die, you drop that item, the enemy can pick it up. So that little support kill on the backside was pretty influential, because not only did they get the kill and slow down this push, but they stole Gem in the process. That's a nice little pickup for Falcons. They're clawing back some of these small victories right now, trying to limit the damage that BetBoom can do during this period where the Medusa's untouchable. But eventually, BetBoom have found the opening they've been looking for, have been able to push towards Falcon's base, and are now sieging one of these lanes. So we'll see how much damage they can get done in this siege, how many buildings they can clear before Falcons try and commit to the fight. Once more, they find a really good backside flank and are now trying to kite the Medusa. So you can see what they're trying to go for in these fights. They're trying to find any target that is not that one position Medusa who's standing there just hitting them all. Do not want to bring her down first, since she still has that second life to work with. But they're going to clear through everybody else almost. If they can get that Centaur, they're going to be really happy with this exchange. Yeah, that is a good fight for Falcons. They managed to kill everybody but the Medusa, who had 2 lives. In fact, they'll even say easy, as they made it look easy, but that is not an easy fight to win. and they played the outskirts really well. They had very good angles into the fight. Maybe this Medusa is unkillable, but the downside of Medusa is the hero is pretty slow. She doesn't have a lot of move speed. She doesn't have a lot of mobility. So she suffers when you use these, as Austin put it, guerrilla tactics and kind of, pick a hero off from the back, pick a hero off from the side, and retreat back into vision. Medusa's not very good at dealing with that type of gameplay. So Falcons really identified the weakness of the hero and exploited it super well. And not only managed to defend their base to a decent degree, they got that gem back at the end of the fight. They got 4 kills out of it and removed that Aegis. Really well played exchange from them and showing you kind of the power of creativity in taking team fights, the angles at which you take them, the targets you go on, and how that can just win you a fight even if you're incredibly far behind, and even if the enemy has a theoretical unkillable hero. How do you deal with a hero that's unkillable? Well, you don't try and kill him, you kill everybody else.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And if they continue to do that, they might get themselves in a spot where they feel a little bit better about their full 5-on-5, and maybe they can take a more traditional team fight where they just mash their 5 heroes against the other 5 heroes of BetBoom. Because the result of that last team fight is that the net worth is actually even. So this was a game that was very favored for BetBoom. But with even net worth, it gives them a much better chance. I think the BetBoom team is still probably favored for the time being, and they feel so too. They're going to smoke up, and they're going to try and take a fight. They are not going to slow down. They're not going to be deterred. They're not upset, per se, about losing that last fight and feeling like they can't fight anymore. They say, we're still strong. It's all about just like how the fight starts and the tactics that are employed. And if they can be the ones to surprise Falcons, be the ones to start the fight, so to speak, then maybe it'll go a lot better for them. And so that's why they're smoked up. They're trying to find a kill. They will get Snaking, who is the 5 position Mirana. So it was just a support kill. It was the hero that is worth the least on the Falcon side, but it's still something to work with, something a little small. Meanwhile, Falcons are kind of, they're playing kind of all over the map and just trying to get as much gold and experience by killing these neutral creeps and these wave creeps, while BetBoom is, focused on using 5 heroes to kill a single one.
Both teams are going to be trying to contest this next Roshan. Maybe they'll fight before it, try and set some pickoffs up, but that is the next biggest objective in the game right now, as both teams want that Aegis on their carry to be able to push the advantage or maybe push the enemy base in the case of BetBoom. So they're going to try and figure out where each other are with any vision mechanics they have, try and get the best observer wards out on the map that they can to scout the enemy and defend that Roshan from just getting completed, and get as much gold as they can to get to their next set of items so they're ready for that fight when it comes. Because you can be incredibly farmed, you can have as much gold as you want, but if you don't actually have the item in time for when you need it, it's not doing anything for you in the bank. So when people talk about timings in Dota, people are talking about teams trying to line up all their gold purchases together so that they have as little gold in the bank as possible when that team fight happens. In other words, they're as strong as possible for when that team fight happens.
The score is 24-8. The net worth is very even. We can even check the graph. Again, if you ever if you're not sure who's really winning a game, you can always check the graph and look at that win probability chart. So the green line is the one that really makes the most sense, and it says that BetBoom is 74% favored to win this game. So they are definitely still maybe a little bit stronger, but again, it all comes down to how the fight starts. So the Clockwork hit his hook shot onto the Sven. We've got the Stone Gaze going off from the Medusa. There's the Stampede to make everybody really fast. But despite their extra movement speed, they didn't actually managed to chase down that many heroes. In fact, now the Sven has come in and is getting a lot of heroes now. He's killed 1 or 2, and now they're actually trying to finish off the Medusa. Almost got her. She had about 200 HP, which is pretty much nothing in the grand context of these fights. So Falcons once again managed to find sort of that hit and run tactic using the Sven, their carry that Skeeter is playing, to be able to find openings to kill other heroes that are not the Medusa. And once they killed enough of those other heroes, they were able to turn their attention onto the Medusa and almost kill her as well, which would have been a massive boon if they'd been able to take out the Medusa, kill that enemy carry. Then it would have been worth a lot of gold, a lot of experience. But they're still going to be very happy with that fight. Especially since they probably feel like they've got the momentum, right? They have won the last 2 or 3 engagements, so they probably feel like they're winning the game by a lot now.
And I mean, we didn't. It's kind of hard to talk about, but Dota is a game of feel. You know, that's not something we can sit here and tell you what that's like. But in any sort of competition in life, you have a feel for how the game is flowing. You have a feel for the momentum, and teams are going to operate on that kind of gut read of the situation, whether they're favored or not, whether they can finish Roshan here or they need to go fight. And so Falcons are they're feeling the momentum right now, and they're continuing to push their advantage. They're just going to find more enemy heroes lingering, compounding their advantage more. And again, they went back to this Sven because they had such a successful game with it earlier in the day. So not only are they finding momentum in this game, they found momentum with this hero that's starting to work for them, and now Skeeter's having another very dominant game on it, which is going to put BetBoom in a position where if they end up losing this game, maybe they have to start thinking about this Sven too, and now you have to start thinking about the Razor that beat you game 1, and then that's how these best of 5s get out of your control. The opponents have too many heroes that are causing you too many problems. And this is a game where they were very favored and they were winning it. That is another big pick-off for them, though. They recover that gem that we talked about. It drops every time a hero dies. Amar tries to get the return kill, but can't really convert on it since he's just alone.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I think he might die.
I might die to the Doom tick.
He's going to die.
Yeah, okay. So
the Doom, that ultimate has a special ability where it prevents you from being able to heal. So it kind of guarantees the damage that it does over time. It does 70 damage a second. So even though he got out of that fight at half HP, he still had the Doom on him. And as Avery likes to say, once you're doomed, you're doomed. That's it. So even though he was able to get away from the fight, the spell eventually did kill him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
So Falcons are kind of just pulling ahead with these small plays. They really recovered this game very well. They played through that Medusa window where she was the strongest hero in the game. You can see that win probability was very heavily favored for BetBoom in that point where they had that Aegis and the Medusa was hitting her stride. But the second they lost that fight, they started to lose a lot of momentum in this game. And once more, they have a lineup that isn't necessarily built to go super, super late past the 50 or 60 minute mark and be comfortable there. They wanted to kind of get these Roshans and push their advantage. And now that they've lost this last one, and that Aegis is on Skeeter instead of Nightfall here, they're struggling to find the openings on the map. So they're once more pushed to the back foot. Falcons are going to try and gobble up as much net worth and gold as they can during this period and continue to make their heroes stronger and stronger as this game goes later and play towards their lineup strengths, which is kind of in that period. The later this goes, the happier they should be. And they have one of those runes we mentioned, double damage rune on their carry. So this Sven hits very hard, very, very hard.
He did 2,200 damage with one of those crits. So he's got the amplified damage, which kind of doubles his attack damage. And then he's got God Strength, which triples his attack damage. It gives 230% bonus damage. So when he hits somebody right now, his regular attacks are doing 1,000 damage. And if he crits, then you're talking well over 2,000 damage, depending if the unit that he's hitting has a bunch of armor or not. So they knew they were very strong in that little window where they had that amplified damage rune, and they use it very well. They get 2 kills, 2 core kills at that. So 2 of Bet Boom's heroes that have a lot of their gold and net worth, and they take a lane of barracks. So that bottom lane of creeps is now going to be powered up for the rest of the game, and they're going to go for more here, though even at a numbers disadvantage, this is still the big scary here, the Medusa that they tried to jump in on. And as you could see, the Medusa is still capable of fighting back in these situations, especially if they're trapped in a situation where they can't go on the Medusa, and the Medusa is just able to pepper them away from a distance. So that's a lot of what happened in that fight situation there. They're still going to chase after these heroes, but they won't be able to catch up. So they do manage to, Bet Boom managed to defend their base, and it was a small win for them, but it's the danger is still out there. They still have this Aegis for another minute, so they still have a second life on the Sven for a small bit of time. There's still the Cheese, which is actually on the Hoodwink. And also just again, they probably feel like they've been losing a lot of fights lately. And they're not sure if they can win fights anymore. Sometimes mentality comes into a thing where if you could win a fight if you just make certain things happen in that engagement. But if every single fight is starting the same way, which Falcons have been sure to kind of do with the way their Sven is getting on top of some of these other heroes and killing them right at the very start of the fight, it can feel like the game is just against you, that there's not a way for you to be able to win.
See if they can bounce back here. Still have capability to win these fights if they can line up their disables really well. They can find some good hook shots or some good centaur stuns with their 2 big initiators, get in there, disable a bunch of heroes, set the follow-up damage. Well, the issue they've been having is it's been Falcons starting a lot of the fights. They've been the ones going in and finding the jumps and the stuns with the Sven, with the Primal Beast. Even Doom has gone in a couple of these fights and just started it for them. And Falcons are pretty confident that if they can start the fight on those damage dealers for Bet Boom, like the Keeper of the Light, who, again, he's kind of a backline spellcaster. He can do a lot of damage, but he's not that tanky. So when he gets jumped first, it's a huge blow to Bet Boom's lineup, and they need to do a better job protecting him or starting the fight on their terms so that the Medusa and the Keeper of the Light can get in there and deal the damage. And a lot of that is dependent on the positioning, the vision the teams are working with, who they see, who they can't see. Maybe you're trying to aggressively go into Falcons and it's not working for you. We're going to see Toronto Tokyo try and start the fight with the clockwork.
Yeah, he tried, landed the hook shot, but his team really wasn't close enough to immediately do something about him jumping forward there with his ultimate and the hook shot. So he dies. Now, he's already back in the fight because he used his buyback. So again, when you die, you can spend a hefty amount of gold to be able to instantly revive your hero. That is something that you can only use every 8 minutes. So once you use it, it goes on cooldown for 8 minutes. So it's both a gold cost as well as a time cost for you. So Toronto Tokyo felt like this part of the game was too important for him to be gone. And so he bought back right away. Part of that is going to be that Roshan might be up in 1 minute. And we said that their Bet Boom's lineup needs Roshan. They need that second life to feel good about the engagements. So they really want to be able to take that, so they can't afford for one of their heroes to be gone for too long. He buys back, and we're going to see Bet Boom start pushing to the top left part of the map where Roshan is going to potentially spawn in 30 seconds. So there is still going to be that window. Roshan may not, it's not guaranteed that it'll be up in 30 seconds. It could be in 3 minutes. But they still have to play like the big objective is going to be available. And you can see Falcons is already set up. They know that Bet Boom is going to be making their way to the top left part of the map, and they're already kind of setting up their defense. So they have certain heroes in certain positions. So the big tanky guys are up in the front, right? They're going to be the ones making first contact with the enemy. They have a ward here on the left to see a certain part of the area that they feel is particularly important. So all in all, they're just kind of like setting up a defense, setting up a perimeter, and waiting for Bet Boom to push into them.
This is one of the harder things to do in Dota, is to push into a defensive position. So if the enemy can occupy that space and set themselves up and just play around their observer wards, play around their vision, keep a good formation, it forces the enemy into a tough spot where they have to find a unique angle into the fight, maybe try and, come around from the backside, plant some of their own vision down. That's what Bet Boom are trying to do here. And they did find a support, but the stun did not land, and so they cannot commit the damage onto that target, and this is going to be an awkward exchange for them. They're just going to have to send their carry in, who tanks the Doom, but it's going to open the fight up for Skeeter, and now he's going to jump and commit everything.
So now they're really trying to commit to kill the Medusa, and Bet Boom is trying their best to be able to throw certain spells off to be able to get them off of the Medusa, but it just doesn't work. And as soon as the Medusa is dead, this is another one of those lineups where when their carry dies, they really don't have much to be able to play with anymore. They put a lot of their eggs in this one basket. So the later the game goes, the more eggs that are in that one basket. And when that basket gets thrown to the ground and those eggs are cracked, it just means that Bet Boom really have nothing to cook with. So Falcons, they continue to win the game. Now they are up by 23,000, so they are very favored. They've got a lot of gold over Bet Boom. It means they're going to have a lot more items, a lot more experience, and they get this Roshan. So this Roshan, the later the game goes, the more Roshans that go down, the more items are given up. So in this case, he got not just an Aegis of the Immortal, but he also got a free consumable Aghanim Scepter. So he was given that item and he used it on himself, and now you could see the Aghanim Scepter part of his skills is lit up. And now when he casts his stun, so we talked about that Storm Hammer where he throws out a stun, it hits a unit and stuns any units in that AoE. Now he can fly like Superman and he can travel with that Storm Hammer, and that'll help him get on top of units. So when he throws out the Storm Hammer at, big hit there. Miero, the Centaur, manages to land a really big stun, just there was no follow-up to it. Their carry was still dead. So he might have jumped the gun there a little bit. Now their carry is back alive, though. So the Medusa is back into play, though Falcons have shown that they can now kind of address the Medusa. They can go for the Medusa first now. They're strong enough to be able to do that. So Bet Boom have to be really careful and not get jumped on. Like there, Malrine, the Primal Beast, he tried to charge on and grab the Keeper of the Light, the man on the horse. Couldn't quite get him. So he's going to turn back, start hitting the barracks. There's the Sven. So there he was using that Stormbolt. So he flew in on the hammer and kind of like Thor, manages to get up and close with the Medusa. They didn't feel like they could keep that fight going necessarily, so they just take the buildings. And now they have Mega Creeps. So again, a massive, massive lead for Falcons. And they're just going to keep it going. They're saying Bet Boom is on the back foot, and they just want to keep hitting them and knock them out in this round. They don't want to give them a chance to be able to get back up. Again, all the barracks are dead. The tier 4, the last tier 4 is down, so now the Ancient is exposed. So there's just 4,500 HP on the Ancient, which is not that much. So they can, if they can finish off that Ancient, the game will be over, or they can try and just kill the enemy heroes and leave it a bit more free. And it looks like this fight has already gone bad enough that Bet Boom is already going to call it. And somebody all chatted GG's, which means good game. So they say this game is done. We're forfeit. Good game. And that means Falcons, they came back. They win game 2. And now they are just one game away in a best of 5. So they could play 3 more games, and they only have to win one of them in order to win the series. So it is a very, very big lead, not just in the game and the momentum, but also in the series. They are right there, very close to being able to win the whole series. You can see some of the crowd is very excited about that. But yeah, that was game 2. We have potentially more games to go, but you can see Bet Boom there on the screen there. Those are the guys who just lost the game. They're looking a bit sad. They're trying to figure out what went wrong in that game, especially since we said that they were winning early on, and they were winning that game. They had to have felt good about the first 20, 30 minutes of that game, but then something went wrong. So something that they've got to talk about in this 10-minute break window and kind of figure out, what do they do moving forward?
Just another lineup that is kind of built around having this good start and transitioning it into a lot of momentum in that mid game. And if you don't play that well, if you don't get some decent building damage or some good team fights going where you control a lot of the map, it's gonna run out of steam at a certain point. It's just how their lineup function in this game, and Team Falcons are playing really well, so they're able to kite that around, set up a lot of situations where they're ratting the map or taking those fights from weird angles, not playing them straight up. And that kind of allowed them to stall this game out, kill the momentum, and get to that later game timing where they really shone. We saw the Primal Beast just become insanely tanky in that late game. He had over 5,000 HP just playing on the front line. There was not enough damage to break that front line, not enough to go through him there. And so Falcons kind of just slowly outscaled, out-farmed, got too much gold, too much strength for Bet Boom to deal with in this game. They were on a timer. So a very frustrating game for Bet Boom because they felt like they were in the lead. They felt like they had a chance to win that game, but they couldn't convert it at the right time. And then the rest of it is just a downhill battle trying to make something happen that is just a low chance. So now they're in a very tough position. They're down 2 games against the best team in the world, arguably, and they gave them 2 of their best signature heroes that they got beat with. So now you're going into a game 3 and you're thinking, well, do I have to ban both of those heroes plus the other bans that I want to still have? Can we play against one of those again? I mean, how do we even beat this team if we haven't beat them in a long time? So this is one of the toughest positions to be in Dota from a strategic standpoint because you don't feel like you have a lot of answers and you're up against a lot of problems and you don't have time to figure it out. You got 1 game now to try and turn the series around.
Yep. And that is just 10 minutes away. So we are going to go to a break right now, and we'll come back in 10 minutes for Game 3 and the rest of this Best of 5 Grand Finals.
One, I wanted you. I never wanted to be the third person you'd be searching for. I had 5 reasons in 1996, 7 minutes in this heavenly sin. I'm picking you up, I made you a mixtape, I played you. I'm calling you up, meet me at Twin Pines Mall. The future's in. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Ate my heart for lunch. We're just 90s kids, and there's 10 reasons that you hated this. I could count the ways that I love you so. Every petal from a bouquet of roses. I'm picking you up, I made you a mixtape, I played you. I'm calling you up, meet me at Twin Pines Mall. The future's in. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. In a memory so sensory, I still smell your Camry. Whoa, one that I used to be. Phasing in and out, acting all crazy. Yeah. Turning my head inside out, spinning my mind till I'm upside down. I never had any doubts, stand out in the crowd. You're resolute just like a leader. Yes, you're a leader, and I'm not gonna lie. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. It's all looking to you, but I'm not playing. Focus, listen, it's obvious. Fight for me and I will fight for you. Yeah. Turning my head inside out, spinning my mind till I'm upside down. I never had any doubts, stand out in the crowd. You're resolute just like a leader. Yes, you're a leader, and I'm not gonna lie. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. Yeah, I'm about to lose it to you, baby. 'Cause girl, you really make me go crazy. You make me go crazy. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. You make me crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. You make me crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. Girl. I've been waiting patiently, sitting on the edge of my seat, eating up the daylight, longing for the nightlight. Driving down the motorway, riding on the edge of my seat. I'm looking in the rearview, 'cause the future is so bittersweet. I need this now, more than I could ever say. Hit me like a hurricane, yeah, hit me like a tidal wave. Take a deep breath, swim hard for the shore. Keep me going under, keep me coming back for more. Keep me coming back for more. Take a deep breath, take a deep breath. Driving down the motorway, riding on the edge of my seat. I'm looking in the rearview, 'cause the future is so bittersweet. I need this now, more than I could ever say. Hit me
Welcome back, everybody. It is going into Game 3 of BetBoom versus Team Falcons. I'm Cap. I'm joined by Avery, aka SVG, and we're going to be taking you through the Newcomer stream and completing this finals, which might end in this next game, considering the fact that Falcons is up 2-0. They only need to win one more game in this best of 5 to close out the series and win the whole tournament. And that would be a very big win for them. It would be one of their biggest wins to date for this team. And it's something that BetBoom is going to have to think long and hard about the ways that Falcons have beat them. And a lot of that comes down to the drafting and strategy that is going to be employed. So we're going to talk about some of the heroes that we see. We're going to break down each one of the heroes, and so you have an idea of kind of what their strengths and weaknesses are, and what they look like in game, and what are some of the key abilities to look out for. So head into the draft here of game number 3. We'll occasionally take a break from that and look at some of the heroes. But Avery, from your perspective, what do you think BetBoom have kind of talked about after that game 2?
Could be a variety of different things. They can go different directions in terms of maybe it was a draft issue, maybe it was a gameplay issue, maybe it's a mentality thing. Maybe the team feels too scared in how they're playing or too lethargic. It's somewhere in these categories. Could be a mix of a lot of them. The easiest adjustments to make is the draft. You know, you can just go into the next draft and you can just pick and ban different heroes. It's pretty straightforward. Knowing what the correct moves in that to make are is a bit more difficult, but from a adjustment standpoint, it's the fastest thing you can change. You can also change mentality fairly fast if you have good leadership and very charismatic leaders. So you can go in and you can say, hey guys, we're playing too afraid, we're not taking risks, we're not playing bold. And you can have someone convince people to, you know, play a lot more aggressive, play more confident, those types of things. And that can change pretty quickly in a series. And gameplay is usually the hardest to change because Dota is so complicated. You have all these built-in habits and your subconscious skill sets, and a lot of that is hard to adjust in the middle of a series. Like you can kind of make some gameplay stuff of, okay, let's itemize a little differently here because they're doing this or something. But in general, how you're playing is how you're going to play for the series. It's going to fluctuate a little, but you're not just going to suddenly become a way better team. So my guess is that BetBoom are trying to analyze this from a draft perspective in terms of, all right, like we're giving them some of their best heroes and we're not beating them. We need to figure out a different exchange that works for us. And they're probably thinking about, you know, were those games that winnable for us? Did we just mess them up? Or was that window to win too small for us to execute right now? And if you feel like you just messed it up, well, you can run it back for a third time and hope you play better. If you feel like the window was too small, then you can try and put yourself in a strategic position where you have more wiggle room to win that game instead of like, we have to hit our Medusa timing in this 10-minute period, and if we miss that, it might be very sad.
Right. We have to win within 30 minutes. Otherwise, if the game goes any longer, we're probably going to lose. Some drafts and lineups are set up for that kind of timing to try and win the game as quick as possible. There was definitely a window, right, in that game 2. Like, would you say that game 2, BetBoom really had a very real shot to win that game, right?
Yes, I think they can execute that mid game better. They can play those team fights better too. I think a lot of those team fights, they just got outplayed. Like those were not necessarily easy team fights for Falcons to win, but Falcons made the better moves. They found the openings. They had really good angles into the fight for their initiators. And a lot of that just turned the tide very quickly. So that's probably the part that was the most frustrating for BetBoom is they just got caught off guard, and you don't like to get caught off guard in a competitive atmosphere because it makes you feel like you're the worst team or you're just worse players, which isn't always true, but it makes you feel like that. So that's something that BetBoom are going to have to overcome here in game 3 and just be more on their toes and more alert and more on point with it, how they're taking the team fights and how they're executing those down the stretch.
All right, so we have seen a lot of Shadow Demon both today and yesterday, so I feel like we're pretty familiar with that hero. Dragon Knight is a hero that we saw yesterday, but I don't believe we've seen it yet today. Am I wrong in that, Avery? I think I'm right.
No, that's correct.
All right, so Dragon Knight, that'll be the first hero we kind of show off here. So Dragon Knight is a core hero and can play in either one of the 3 lanes. So like the Razor that we talked about before, it can be in any of the lanes. So it can be a 1, 2, or 3 position. And a lot of that is based off of the fact that he can turn into a literal dragon. So it's a tool that he has to be able to use, and we'll showcase that pretty soon here, as I need to be able to share my screen first with production. But he can turn into a dragon. So while he is normally a melee knight, when he uses his ultimate here, Elder Dragon form, he turns into a dragon and is able to have a ranged attack with various bonuses. So early on, the early level 6, the first round of your ultimate, you just have a green dragon, and it does damage over time after you hit somebody. So you could see that it's called Corrosive Breath. So he hits somebody, and it does kind of like this poison damage. So it kind of takes away at him. The level 2 version of this. So if we were, I'm not sure if it's going to work. We'll see. We'll level it up and try and cast it again. There we go. He turns into a red dragon. So that will also do the poison damage. And then it will also do splash damage. So if we have some heroes next to each other, we'll see we hit the one unit and it hits the other units and also applies that damage over time. And then when he gets to level 18 or access to his level 3 ultimate, he turns into a frost dragon. So has the same benefits as before with the poison damage as well as the splash, but then when he hits them, they are also slowed down. So very good against melee heroes. And then this hero is a bit special because he also has an Aghanim Scepter, and that will give him a 4th level of his dragon, which when we hit it, he turns into a black dragon. The black dragon has all the same bonuses from the previous level. So it has the poison damage and the splash damage, as well as the slow. But then on top of that, he also is able to do this nifty thing. It's called tree walking or cliff walking, or in general just referred to as free pathing. Kind of means that he can go wherever he wants. Very, very few heroes can do something like this. He can just walk over cliffs. He can walk over trees. He can walk over pretty much anything in the game. He's only confined by the edges of the map. That is the only thing that is able to stop him from kind of walking where he wants to. There are some other bonuses that go along with this, like increased magic resistance, some extra damage, some extra movement speed. But this kind of is the whole idea of the heroes, the fact that he can turn into a dragon, and that dragon form is very powerful. Also see some other abilities, like he can also breathe fire or individually stun one unit up close for a long period of time. But it's really the black dragon that makes the hero as strong as he is. So we're going to see a lot of this black dragon, especially as the game goes later. The black dragon is going to make an appearance, and it's just a constant threat for the enemy team. Now, we have some other heroes that are going to be showing themselves. We already seen the Mars. So that is going to be another component. We've seen the Mars in his arena. And we've also seen the Dark Willow. But we haven't actually seen them together so much. And they've got a pretty fun combination. So I think Dota is most interesting where there is the synergy between different heroes and their abilities. And we're going to show off one of these here. When both of these heroes use their ultimates together, it makes for a pretty nice combination. So Mars, if you remember, has the Arena of Blood. So he summons this arena, and units are stuck inside. And if they can't get inside the arena, and if they're inside the arena and try and get out of the arena, they will run into the wall and they will take damage. Dark Willow has an ability called Terrorize, which after a short delay, hits units in an AoE and causes them to fear, which is one of the debuffs where it just means that a unit runs in one direction constantly. So the idea with this combination is we're going to have the arena, which keeps heroes in an area, the terrorize to make them all run in a direction, and they just run into the wall over and over again and take a bunch of damage. So pretty common combination that has been seen a fair number of times in Dota. And yeah, something that we're going to be looking for on the Team Falcons team. Then we've got some heroes on BetBoom. Anything you want to point out for those heroes, Avery?
I think they're going back for a more late game oriented stable lineup this time around. So Terrorblade for BetBoom here, really late game oriented carry. He can scale very hard. He is another one of these melee heroes like the DK that has a ranged form based off of a spell called Metamorphosis, which turns him into a ranged hero instead of a melee hero and gives him a lot of bonus damage. So he's kind of like Sven. When you pop this meta, you want to engage the fight and fight during that duration, but that spell does have a timer on it, and when it runs out, he returns to melee form and he's a lot weaker. So he's kind of a cooldown base carry, but very powerful in that upgraded form, and it makes him a late game powerhouse. A lot of teams are going to go to this hero when they feel like they're struggling in the late game and they want to find some footing there. So BetBoom made the adjustment after the first two games, felt like they weren't scaling hard enough. They weren't reaching a strong enough power point in those late game fights. And so they're going to pick up Terrorblade to try and help them accomplish that. A hero that their players are very comfortable and confident on at least accomplishing that task. Also a hero that's kind of unique because he can reflect heroes against themselves. So he has a spell called Reflection that creates an illusion of enemy heroes that then hits those enemy heroes. And it's very good versus something like the Dragon Knight because, as we talked about, Dragon Knight has all of those effects on his attack. The slow, the poison, the splash. Well, Reflection reflects all of those against him. So it causes the DK or the Dragon Knight to slow himself here and not be able to move, take a bunch of damage. Very annoying interaction for the Dragon Knight and a very good one for the Terrorblade. So the Terrorblade is giving them the scale that they desire. Also some good counter matchups here that he feels very good playing into. So it's a very nice pick. Something that's, again, very comfortable for them and kind of making up for what they were lacking in those first two games that they're going to try and fix going into this game 3 and turn this series around. Falcons have one pick left to either try and address the late game strength of this Terrorblade or maybe make his game a lot more difficult. And
we'll just show one more mechanic real quickly, Avery. We'll show the ultimate for Terrorblade. This ability is called Sunder, and it just swaps HP with a unit. So it can be with an ally or an enemy. So you can see here, our Terrorblade is a little bit low, and he just swaps HP with the full health Mars. So you're going to see that be used in some of these fights. Pretty crucial ability. But as Avery said, a lot of this hero is based around the fact that he can turn into this long range demon. So that kind of what makes him a strong carry. So we can head back into the draft now and take a look at what is going to be the last hero for Team Falcons.
And they also have another hero they can flex around in this Dragon Knight. So they had a lot of options here in their last pick, depending on how they wanted to go. But they'll take up the Timbersaw again. Played this hero earlier. Very high damage hero. He deals a lot of pure damage, which means his damage ignores resistances. It is not reduced by enemy magic resistance, for example. So he's a very good hero for giving you consistent, reliable damage output in a fight that's hard for the enemy just to mitigate. And he can also be very tanky on the front line. He's a strength hero, can get a lot of armor stacks up, or he's universal, but kind of functions like a strength hero, and he gets a lot of HP very fast. He gets a lot of armor. So he's a good hero to try and deal with the Terrorblade here because, one, he can go in and tank a bunch of the Terrorblade's hits, not care about it. And two, he can deal a lot of kind of pure base spell damage to this Terrorblade, who's an agility hero. So he lacks the HP to kind of tank those spells and would rather fight a physical on physical battle. So this is going to be Falcon's answer to the Terrorblade here in this Timbersaw. And they've once more gone for a lineup with a bunch of heroes that all kind of scale into that late game a little bit on their own. So the idea is that when they all get there, they combine together to be stronger than the single Terrorblade on the side of Bet Boom that maybe has to pick up more of that damage slack. So it's another interesting draft.
Kind of like game one, Bet Boom are putting a lot of their eggs in one basket sort of deal, right?
Yeah, to a degree. They have Zeus, who is another pretty high damage dealer, but we've seen this hero struggle in a lot of the late game situations. He's a hero, unlike the Timber, you can build magic resistance up. You can get tanky versus Zeus, and he sometimes struggles to deal damage in those later fights. So this is a lineup for Bet Boom that is, it's kind of like the last one. They fell into a similar pattern where it's a lot about the carry. He has to carry a lot of weight. He needs to get Roshans in this game. He needs to get to his timings faster than Falcons can. Otherwise, I think he's just going to be outmatched in a lot of these late game fights. And so Bet Boom are not necessarily on a strict timer, but I think they're going to feel some pressure to really use this Terrorblade pick to its full capacity.
Okay, well, we can get into game 3, where the various heroes are going to be running out to their prescribed lanes and get into what could be the last game of our best of 5 finals. Again, if you guys have any questions about Dota 2, don't be afraid to ask any newcomer questions in particular. Anything that you're new to the game and you would like to be able to have some answers on. This stream is curated for you guys. Just trying to help people learn more about Dota and have a better time and better understanding of kind of the game that they're watching. So
30 seconds to battle.
we're going to have we call this a late smoke movement. So we are waiting for the bounty runes to spawn. And all 5 heroes from Bet Boom have smoke, so they don't give away their positioning. And usually what this means is they're trying to get some sort of advantage for this initial clash, whether that's trying to get an early kill and get that extra bonus gold for first blood, or they're just trying to get more bounty runes, which in this case, it looks like it was the latter. So they're actually going to get 3 bounty runes, whereas Falcons are only going to get 1. So that means they just start off with a 400 net worth advantage in total. So it's a pretty nice start for Bet Boom. It's not going to decide the outcome of the lanes that much, but it can have an impact.
So someone asked me about the damage from Falcon's lineup. So we talked a lot about this Terrorblade and Zeus being almost all the damage for Bet Boom as this game goes later. Falcons, they want this Timbersaw. Malorine's playing at mid here. He kind of can match the Zeus in terms of he's just a very high damage output hero. He can scale very well. He can definitely take this Terrorblade down in those late game situations just through his spell damage capacity, not necessarily the auto attacks. The Mars and the DK can also pick up some of that slack for Falcons. They're kind of what we call semi-carries. They're heroes that exist somewhere between a stunner, frontliner, and a damage dealer. So they do a little bit of both. They can go in frontline and stun some heroes, but they can also deal a decent amount of damage. So Falcon's idea is if you combine a couple of these semi-carries, you get 1 full carry, and then you can be confident going into that late game. So they have a lot of damage to pile onto these 3 cores as well from the 2 supports, both the Enchantress and the Dark Willow that Falcons have brought out in this game can follow up those 3 cores with some decent damage as well. They're high damage supports. Not necessarily the most instant lockdown or stuns, but a lot of good follow-up. And since they have cores that can go in and start the fight for them, heroes like the Mars, the Dragon Knight, these types of supports make sense with what they want to do.
All right, so we're watching this mid matchup, the Timbersaw versus the Zeus. We didn't really get, so we talked about the bounty runes, and we talked about the power runes. There are a couple other runes in the game, but runes are important for a couple of different reasons. And one of them, in the first, instead of power runes at minute 2 and minute 4, there are water runes that spawn. These don't have nearly the same kind of big impact that the power runes have. They just give you a little bit of health and mana. But part of the reason that they're important is that one of the consumables that a lot of mid laners use is a bottle. So we could see the water rune there on the right, a little bit of description of that. But also we can see the bottle in the inventory of both the Timbersaw and the Zeus. So both of these mid laners are using this item. The item is a refillable consumable where a full bottle represents 3 different charges. It's basically you just sip on some water and you get some health and mana back. And you can do that 3 times. And then the bottle is empty. You can refill the bottle by picking up runes. So in this situation, we're going to see like the Timbersaw, he is dragging these creeps along and he's going to make his way to a bounty rune that spawns down here. And you'll see his bottle when he picks it up. Boop, it goes into the bottle and he can activate it at any time to use that rune. So he activates it and gets the bounty rune, so he gets the extra gold. And it also gave him 2 additional charges, so some more water he can sip on. So it just gives him some more HP and mana to get back. So a lot of this matchup in the mid lane that we see is comes a lot down to getting these last hits, the killing blow on the creeps, but it also comes down to getting these runes and being able to get more HP and mana because of it, which allows you to throw more spells around, potentially allows you to kill the opposing force in the mid lane, or maybe just keeps you alive long enough that you get to some later levels that make you more powerful.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And he wants to have a very fast game here because the Zeus is not going to really be able to stop him getting all the creeps off of the early laning stage. And so he's going to have a lot of gold early. He's probably going to be the most farmed hero in the game. He might be the highest level hero in the game as well. And so he's going to try and ramp that pressure up. We do see Bet Boom score first blood bottom, so that's a nice pickup for them. Save able to secure that on snaking on the support. So even though Skeeter's doing fine here, Bet Boom are able to find a little bit of an opening on that weaker hero. And not a bad little swing of momentum for them.
Yeah, not too bad at all, considering the fact they started off with that little bit of gold advantage from the bounty runes, and now they got the extra gold that you get for the very first kill in the game. So they're pretty happy with themselves. So you can see the last hits on the left-hand side. Looks like it's pretty even between the various different lanes. The Timbersaw is doing the best in the mid lane, but he has also had to go back to base, so he might miss some experience as a result of that. So, yeah, he's doing well, but all in all, the entire game seems relatively even.
Not a bad place for Bet Boom to be in. I think they've done pretty well in lanes, all these games. I don't think that's been necessarily an issue for them. I think it's been more that mid-game, how to take those team fights. So for them, the adjustments need to come there, not necessarily during this period.
Is under attack.
Well, we'll see what else they can get done. I think Mallory here on the Timber should continue to have a very good game, and I would not be surprised to see him maybe try and rotate to some of these side lanes. We saw the Terrorblade getting really low top. And he's just going to plant his own Observer Ward to try and scout enemy jungle so he can play really aggressive, look for kills. Remember, this is a hero with a lot of damage. He can get that damage out very easily and very reliably. So for him to find some enemy heroes and pick them off is a big boon to the flow of his game. Won't find anybody here, but he'll kill some creeps in an enemy ward.
Under attack.
You see here in the bottom lane, they tried to go on the Kunkka, the Sea Captain, and he was able to live, but he took a lot of damage in the process, so had to back away. There's that Timbersaw. So he's making his first move. Timbersaw is able to cut down trees to make it easier on getting on top of heroes, and he does a lot of damage if you get hit by some of his spells while you're around trees. But we could see in that instance, he went in for a kill, and a lot of Bet Boom members showed up. and he was kind of outnumbered and very easily killed. And now that they have even more of a numbers advantage, they're going to keep going for whatever heroes they can find, and they'll get an additional kill on the Mars. So they got 2 different core kills. They got the mid Timbersaw as well as the off-lane Mars. So that's very, very good for BetBoom. They're going to be very happy with that exchange, as that kind of helps protect their own carry in the Terrorblade and allows him to be able to keep killing creeps in the lane, keep getting those last hits, and also helps the mid Zeus because he was able to be a part of kills, and kills give you experience. And as a sort of a backline magic damage dealer, a mage of sorts, the experience is probably the most important thing. He wants max level of his abilities so he can throw the most powerful spells around as early as possible.
So BetBoom were definitely ready for that Timbersaw. They're ready to bring extra heroes to try and deal with him. As we can see, he's making another move, and then all of those teleports come out on that tower to try and counteract this play. We'll see if Maureen can get anything done, but BetBoom really are bringing numbers against him, so they're just going to trade out a couple of kills. He wants more off this for sure. Knows how much damage he can do, and there's some of that damage. Gets the cleanup kill, so a much more successful move for the mid Timbersaw in this situation than that top move earlier, and that's more of what he was looking for, using his strength to dominate this early game period. As BetBoom found a couple openings, but overall this Timber is pulling ahead. Well, there's that Thunder.
Oh. Yeah, he swapped health with the enemy. It's because he knows that he's being hunted down right now, so he wanted as much HP as possible to try and survive, but ultimately it wasn't enough. Part of that is because those pink brambles on the ground, that is one of the abilities of the Dark Willow. She throws out this bramble maze, and it creates these little points of contact where if you run into them, you are stuck in that area for a little window of time, and you take some damage. So because that was able to land, they were able to lock down the Terrorblade, catch up to him, surround him with a bunch of heroes, and just throw damage at him.
We're seeing a lot of heroes mid. This is them trying to fight for these runes that spawn. We'll see the Zeus pick up a shield rune. Maybe not the best rune for him, but the team's happy to prioritize taking these just to prevent the enemy mid from getting them and being able to use them to take those aggressive fights. So these are very powerful in the early game. We've seen a couple of the double damage runes be really good in the late game. Just depends on a little rune luck when you get them and how you can use them. Like some things in Dota, a little luck goes a long way. So BetBoom happy with that pickup. And it'll limit some of the Timber's aggression right now as he has to go to base. He was wanting the resource refill off that rune, but did not get it, so he'll have to go all the way to the fountain to refill his mana. Still having a very farmed game here on this Timbersaw. You can see he's leading the net worth by a decent margin here. So he's still the strongest hero on the map, but he has to transition that into something here. You never want to just sit on your position in Dota. You want to continually press your advantage. So Falcons are going to start pushing at some towers, poking at BetBoom's lineup, trying to make this Terrorblade feel like he has to come and defend, which is not where his hero necessarily excels. We'll see if Falcons can make another move on this Terrorblade. They would really like to kill him a couple times in this early game to slow down that carry potential, make sure he can't scale as fast or as well as he would want in this type of game. He is the biggest priority target for sure on the map if they can ever execute and get that kill. And BetBoom are going to do a decent job of protecting him. They're going to make sure that they cover angles to maybe try and kill him or try and interfere with smoke plays that Falcons are making. So Falcons are making a smoke play right now. They went mid with it, and they rushed a Blink Dagger on that Dragon Knight, which lets them reliably make that move. So very fast play from them, getting the carry involved early. Not something BetBoom expected, caught them off guard, and now they're just running them down, getting extra kills on top of it. So that's 3 kills off of 1 smoke move for Falcons, a huge swing. And we're going to see them start to build this net worth lead. This game is already getting out of Bet Boom's control more than they wanted it to.
Oh, yeah. It's a 4,000 net worth lead for Falcons. That is a very large lead for so early on into the game. In fact, now it's 5,000 after they took that mid tower. So the Timbersaw is very big. He's got a lot of gold. He's going to have a lot of items coming in soon. One thing we haven't talked about, we've kind of alluded to it a few times. There is an armor system in Dota. It's relatively simple in that regular armor protects you against physical damage, and magic armor or magic resistance helps you resist magic damage. In that regard, the Zeus, who we followed a lot yesterday and is the mid laner for Bet Boom here, throws around a lot of magic damage. So if you can get a lot of magic resistance, you will significantly cut down the amount of damage that hero is able to do. And with all of this extra gold that Falcons have, they are going to get an item that gives you a lot of magic resistance on the Timbersaw. So that is going to be a pretty powerful item. We're not going to see any active effect from it like we saw from like the pipe earlier. It's just a passive effect. But you'll see when they throw spells at him, they're just not going to do as much damage as they do on the other heroes. And the same thing kind of applies with the other heroes. They're probably going to get a Black King bar, and we've talked about how that can be very effective against magic damage as well, as it gives you 60% magic resistance. So, very strong.
He's just tanking up. He's going to frontline. He's going to negate a huge amount of the damage from almost all these heroes except the Terrorblade, which is going to present a huge problem for Bet Boom in terms of putting even more pressure on that Terrorblade pick to really carry this game. And since this game is not necessarily going that well for Bet Boom, that is going to be a lot of pressure to overcome.
Yeah, though this fight might be a little bit better for them, or at least it starts out okay. They kill the Dragon Knight. Now the Timbersaw goes right in the middle of all these heroes. Again, he is very tanky, so he can make that kind of move. So he's using his ability Timber Chain, where he throws out a chain, and if it attaches to a tree, it will pull him to that tree. So that's how he's able to like move around the map so quickly. So you saw him kind of jump in there. It's because he used his Timber Chain on a tree behind them and kind of hook-shotted his way into the middle of everybody. So you can see this here. Not only is he very tanky, especially if you're ahead like this, but he's also can be pretty fast in a way, in that his ability allows him to move around in both the map as well as the individual battles very quickly. So
you can also see how high level this Timbersaw is this game because of the start he's had. All these kills added up. He's the solo mid, which means he gets all the experience off that mid lane, and he's already level 14 in this game, which compared to a lot of the other heroes around him, even on his own team, or especially the enemy team, is a pretty big advantage. The more experience you get, the tankier you are, the higher level your spells are, the more damage you're going to deal. All these things compound. So he's in a very, very strong position. He has a lot of effective HP at this point in the game versus all the magic damage because he built up the early magic resistance. He has a lot of HP to work with, and his spells deal a lot of damage because they're almost all maxed out already. So this is going to be a tough hero for Bet Boom to deal with. They do have some ways they can disable him and bring the Terrorblade in to try and, you know, lay some physical damage into him as well. But it's still going to be a heavy committal for them. And while they're thinking about that, Falcons are continuing to pick them off across the map as they're still trying to wait for their lineup to come online in terms of Terrorblade getting one or two items, being ready to fight. And because this early game is slow, it's getting delayed and more delayed, and Falcons are continuing to pull ahead. So that 5v5 is just not necessarily the easiest option for Bet Boom to try and regain some of this territory. While that's happening, Falcons are making the most of it, continuing to extend their lead here, continuing to find those next set of fighting items. They're very far ahead now. I mean, the pressure is on. If the pressure wasn't on before this game started for Bet Boom, it is definitely on now, as you lose this game and you're out.
Yeah,
gonna
especially
have to
since
pull it
they came into this series being the team that came through the upper bracket. So they were supposed to be the ones favored for this series. They probably thought they were the better team, and now they might just lose the finals without winning a single game.
Dire's middle tower
So
is
smoke
under
up,
attack.
Bet Boom. They're going to use that smoke of deceit to disguise some of their heroes' movements. So if there's any vision in this area, they're going to walk past it. And they run into the Dragon Knight. But because the Dragon Knight had a Blink Dagger, he saw the heroes and reacted really quickly and was able to jump out of their range before they could throw any attacks at him. And since they didn't get that pick off, Bet Boom are not sure if they can really take the team fight, because they were probably hoping just to outnumber somebody, you know, take some sort of like 4-on-1, 4-on-2 scenario where even if they're behind with just, you know, outnumbering their opponent, they could still win a fight. But they missed that opportunity, and now they're going to have to take a more straightforward fight, which they're going to start off by going on the Mars. So the Kunkka uses his combination of abilities to do a decent amount of damage. Didn't kill the Mars, but they do kill the Enchantress. Now that Timbersaw jumps in, he does a bunch of damage. They kill one of the supports of Bet Boom. Now he kills a core in the Kunkka. So now Bet Boom is fully retreating. They just got to try and get out of here. But the Timbersaw is really good at chasing after heroes. You can see he keeps on using that Timber Chain to catch up to heroes. Now the Mars got the Terrorblade inside the arena. So now the Terrorblade is having a hard time getting back. He uses Sunder on an ally. So he traded HP with an ally so he could be back up to full HP because he was afraid he was going to die. And his hero is just more important than the other person's hero. So he used Sunder to make sure he would stay alive. And indeed, he does stay alive. But Bet Boom continue to be losing fights. So they wanted to make an aggressive move. They did not find the right kind of opening to be able to win that fight, and actually received losses from it instead of gaining an advantage.
They're having issues dealing with the front line of Falcons right now. And as we're seeing this game progress, Falcons, they're building this lead. They're continuing to build that lead across all of their heroes. None of their heroes are really falling behind. Their supports are finding a lot of farm on the map. They're finding the levels. And meanwhile, the supports in the off lane or the 3 position from Bet Boom are really struggling to keep up because they need those team fights to go well for them to get the golden experience. They're not going to be given as much farm priority. They're not going to have as many camps or creeps to hit, and they're not going to do it as efficiently or as fast. So if the team fights don't go well for something like the Kunkka here, he's really going to fall behind quickly. And that's a big concern for Bet Boom because he is their big team fight presence. So it just makes the fights even harder if he can't find some footing in this game. We're going to see Falcons make another smoke aggressive play to try and catch Bet Boom, but they were a little late to the party and won't find anything.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, Bet Boom was doing that Tormentor objective that we talked about before, the cube, that if you kill it, will give you a Aghanim Shard. So when you're fighting that cube, it turns a bunch of damage back around on you. So Falcons were hoping to be able to get to that while Bet Boom was fighting the cube, and as a result, their health would probably be a bit diminished, and they would be able to find kind of an easy team fight. But Xavier said, a little bit late to the party. It does mean that Bet Boom got an Aghanim Shard for one of their heroes. They got it for Shadow Demon. It's basically just a heal. He got this Demonic Cleanse ability. He got a new ability, and it just provides a heal for a unit after a short period of time.
Another big team fight.
Yeah, the arena. It catches a bunch of heroes. Ooh, there's that spear to be able to stop the teleport away from Miro. Again, a lot of these fights, if Falcons are bringing the same number of heroes as Bet Boom, the fight, because of the gold advantage that they have, just the items and levels, just the advantage that they have means that the fight is already very favored for them. So you're seeing Bet Boom a fight kind of starts and they think maybe they have an advantage, but then they see a bunch of heroes and they say, oh, okay, we don't have the advantage, and they just try and get out. They try and teleport away or run away, and then it's just Falcons kind of running down whatever heroes they can. I guess a good question in this regard is, people probably wonder, like, why is Bet Boom trying to fight them if they keep losing the fights? Can you explain that, Avery?
Well, the thing is, when you start losing this many fights in a row, the enemy is going to take a lot of your map space away. They're going to farm your camps aggressively. And so if you don't fight them back, you're just losing an amount of gold per minute that they're taking away from you and stealing and gaining that advantage every minute, and it compounds. And at some point, you're going to have to fight them anyway because they're going to start pushing your base. They're going to go high ground. And so in this situation, you have to just try and fight to regain something so you can maintain the status quo. And that means, you know, taking whatever you feel like you can get. Even if it's maybe not something that's going to work out, it's better to take the risk now than just slowly lose over time.
So we have a bit of all chat. Maybe, Avery, you can explain this one too. Segator said, time to BKB TP home. So he's kind of saying, you know, like they're using the Black King bar and teleporting back to base. He's saying, you know, we're going to send you home. We're going to send you out of this tournament. Toronto Tokyo responded, I can do it to your face too. You care to explain that?
I don't even know what that means.
Neither do I.
He's just very frustrated right now. Which is understandable. They feel like they're probably losing this game very hard, and you know they're about to be eliminated, and they're getting trash talked at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very frustrating position.
Well,
Dire's top tower.
we're now at a position where this is that kind of time of the game where one team is winning enough that they're probably going to be looking at that objective of Roshan. Again, it's pretty rare for a team to be so far ahead that they're willing to go high ground without the extra life. That's just due to the comeback mechanisms that are in Dota. In different versions of Dota, it's been a little bit different, maybe a little bit more fast-paced. People are more willing to all in. We saw, you know, there was various times in Dota's history where games would end in 20, 25 minutes. You know, like right now, the game would already be over. And that was just because some differences in the game that existed. The current game is a little bit slower and more methodical, and that just kind of means that a team that has an advantage will try and grow that advantage to be as big as possible before they try and assault the enemy base. So they're always going to be able to want to do Roshan first and get that Aegis of Immortal, get that extra life in. So Falcons probably looked for them to do that at some point soon.
Radiant are scanning.
We
They're gonna be
also
really
are
happy.
still waiting on the Black Dragon. The Dragonite, he has the Red Dragon. He just hit level 18, so he does have the Frost Dragon available, or the Blue Dragon. And then he wants to get his Aghanim Scepter, and then he can get the Black Dragon that we saw. So the most powerful of all the dragons, the one that can kind of fly and do whatever he wants. So that is going to be coming very, very soon.
Dire's bottom tower.
Also gives him extra magic resistance, so he can scale even better versus a lot of the magic damage Bet Boom are trying to put out, like the Zeus, who's pretty much entirely reliant on magic damage as a hero. This build does look a little strange. Zeus, he has a unique shard that lets him proc or cast a chain lightning off every attack. So whenever he right-click attacks a unit, it will activate a chain lightning on that target. And this means he can farm really fast, he can clear waves really fast, and it's kind of changed up the itemization for the hero, which means he can go for some more like hybridish builds where he can build some attack speed or some HP or maybe some more agility kind of items and scale off dealing some magic damage through his right clicks instead of simply as a spellcaster. So the hero has a bit more flexibility now, and he has some of these kind of creative hybrid builds that turn him into a pseudo right click spellcaster type dude. It's kind of wacky, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But generally in Dota, it's easier to scale through physical damage than magical damage in general. So the hero is going to struggle no matter what, but if he can at least, farm a bit faster and clear waves a bit faster without depleting his mana pool entirely, then he'll be a bit happier on average. But there's that Ags for the Dragon Knight. So Black Dragon is available for this next fight. And that is going to be an extremely tanky boy on that front line for Team Falcons. He has an insane amount of magic resistance when he activates that. Also has some magic resistance items.
Yeah.
So
there's
a
even
lot
some
of that damage can be negated.
There's even some magic resistant talents in the game as well. So if you look at Timbersaw, he has an item that gives him some magic resistance, but he also has a talent, that tree on the left. At level 20, he gains access to 2 different talents, one of which is 20% magic resistance. So he opted to take that one. Just another example, another way for a certain very specific heroes to be able to deal with magic damage. Again, every one of those talent trees is specific to each hero. It's unique to each hero, so no two heroes have this same talent tree. Just like many heroes, all the heroes don't have the same Aghanim Scepter or Aghanim Shard. Every single one of them is unique to that hero.
There's that glorious Black Dragon going to work. We'll see who takes the Aegis here, but it will be Skeeter. And it makes sense for Falcons since he is kind of the hero that wants to go in first, start the fight. He probably feels like he's invincible with all the resistance he's built up. And so if he goes in first and they try and commit on him to kill him once, Aegis just makes that a fool's folly as the pickoffs continue to come in here. And Falcons are in a position now where they can try and push and end this game. If they want to, they have the Aegis on their strong hero. They have a lot of farm across the board. They have more than enough damage and more than enough tank ability to go high ground. So they're going to try and set the map up in a way where they can push the lanes in, let the creeps help them, and then go for probably a high ground siege here in the next few minutes or so. And try and end this game and end this series. They can.
The Black Dragon, one small note of the Black Dragon is we talked about that the poison that he puts on units when he attacks people. That damage over time also applies to buildings. So it's another reason why this Black Dragon is so strong, and another reason why it's going to be good here when it comes to assaulting the enemy base. So he just goes right in there. They already got 2 hero kills. And he uses his Manta to create 2 illusions of himself. Those illusions will attack some different buildings, and he'll start chipping away at these tier 3 towers. Bet Boom, they don't feel like they can fight. I mean, they have been losing every single team fight in this game, but while they're missing 2 heroes, they definitely cannot take a real engagement. So they are going to hit some creeps and wait for their allies to respawn. And they got 10 more seconds until their last ally is back up. So they might wait for that in full before defending. But it looks like Falcons, they also see those death timers. They know how long it takes for the Bet Boom heroes to come back. So and once it gets close to Bet Boom getting all 5 of their heroes back up again, they just back away from the base. They say it's not worth the risk of trying to take a fight into a team that's in a defensive position with all 5 heroes. They're just going to back away and wait for another opportunity to present itself. Another time where they can get a initiation, where they can jump onto some hero that is out of position and kill it and get a numbers advantage and then go high ground again. or maybe they just wait for a certain cooldown, like this Black Dragon form that is back up again. So with that Black Dragon, they're going to go for the second lane of barracks. The Black Dragon is very tough to beat, very hard to bring down, and he still has that second life as well. He still has 2 minutes on the Aegis of Immortal. So they're trying to say, you know, Bet Boom, we're going to take all your buildings unless you come out here and stop us. And you have to try and fight us against this double life Dragon Knight.
Bet Boom are gonna probably have to here, and it's gonna be potentially their last fight in this tournament. If they can't pull out a miracle. They're gonna need a miracle because they are very far behind. They're up against a lot of items, a lot of levels that they're missing. And they just missed their opportunity to kind of get the Terrorblade in a position where he could carry this game. Still missing that Black King bar of his own, which is what he kind of needs to man up in the fight. Then he can at least start dealing some damage. Problem is he didn't really get to his damage items, so it's not going to be impressive, but at least gives him a chance to do something. He can reflect that Dragon Knight like we talked about. He can, you know, maybe put some damage into this Mars, but it's going to be a tough one for sure. He does finish it up there. So Bet Boom are all in on this next base defense. Falcons come for their throne.
The Black Dragon starts the assault, and Bet Boom are gonna have to do something about it. And they try and get close. You can see the Timbersaw already kind of jumped in, did some damage to the Gyrocopter support. Almost killing him in the process, but not quite. The boat comes in from Kunkka, so the Sea Captain gets a combo here. That's going to be able to bring down a hero. Now, that is just a support hero, but it does give Bet Boom the numbers advantage. They have now a 5 versus 4 on their hands, so it's not the biggest deal that they got that one kill, but it's something small to be able to work with, and maybe makes them strong enough to be able to take a further fight. So the Black Dragon is still a problem. Especially once he uses Black King bar, then no magic damage is getting through that. And they managed to get 2 of those kills. The Terrorblade is finally going to use his Black King bar. So they can't really kill him, but you could see his damage is just not that threatening. In fact, Mars, he uses his Black King bar and he uses his Satanic to heal himself up to full, and then he just teleported away right in front of the full Bet Boom team. So he was kind of showing off, I'm so powerful I can just kind of stand here and take whatever you're going to throw at me. Falcons kind of set up in the same situation. They did a little bit more damage. They're basically 1 push away from ending the game. They may do that now. They may wait 2 minutes for Roshan to spawn. They may try and get yet another Aegis. It all just kind of depends on the opportunity that presents itself. They're going to be ready to pounce on any hero they think is out of position. And if they kill that hero and they can take a 4 versus 5, then they will probably go to that high ground. But if they don't find anybody, then maybe they'll just settle on waiting for Roshan. And when you're already winning, a lot of times there's no rush to try and end the game. You can just kind of keep building up an advantage, hoard more and more of that gold like a good dragon does.
No reason to risk some crazy dive here or anything if you're Falcons. Just continue to play around your lineup, play to its strength. You have a very tanky front line, very good building killer.
That, and Timbersaw immediately did go for kind of a crazy jump inside the base.
These lads are young and crazy, you know. They're going to do what they're going to do. But Skeeter, he's the veteran. He's going to play it slow.
Now, he was forced to use his BKB, and so this Black King bar in order to run away. So he was actually taking enough damage that he was kind of in danger there. They almost finished up the final buildings. That melee barracks is at half health. The melee barracks does regenerate over time, so it will start healing back up to full HP, but just 1 building away from being able to get mega creeps, which this early into the game is usually the signal of the end of the game. There's not many lineups that would be able to play against Mega Creeps this early on. But as we said, BetBoom, they were able to defend well enough that Falcons didn't like find an opening to be able to end the game outright. So now we're in this window where Roshan could be up. It's actually going to respawn in 2 minutes, but again, it is a 3-minute window where it could spawn at any time. And both teams don't really know when exactly that's going to be in that 3-minute window. So they're going to kind of play like Roshan could be up anytime soon. And very likely we'll see them go back and do it. Or maybe Falcons. Well, they got an opening here. They killed the Shadow Demon, who we saw with the Reflection. Shadow Demon also has that illusion ability called Disruption, which is really good against the Black Dragon. So maybe they feel like with that hero being gone, they can go and take that final building. And Skeeter's going to jump in. He's going to go for it. A little bit of Torrent stun to slow him down. Building damage is going to be taken. So BetBoom actually just give it up. They say, we can play against Mega Creeps. Their chances of actually playing against Mega Creeps and winning the game are
Not great.
almost none.
Yeah, not with this lineup. There are certain lineups that can play against Mega Creeps. They have really good creep clear. They can, defend the base against the overwhelming strength decently well. They have a bunch of AoE, and then maybe you can scale into some ultra late game timing. But this lineup, probably not one of those. This is one of those lineups, they're going to do it because they're at brink of elimination in a tournament, but it's almost impossible for them to come back from this point, which is why Falcons played that slow and methodically like they did, because they know if they get to this point, it is very likely that it's just a guaranteed win. Well, we're going to see them try and close out some of this last fight, throw out some of their remaining all chat.
There's the Torrent Storm from the Kunkka. The Aghanim Scepter upgrade to his Torrent. So he throws just a bunch of Torrents in an area. So that's what all that splashing was. And Save comes in. The Shadow Demon, he got the disruption on the Dragonite. So it created some of those illusions. Those illusions pretty quickly got killed. The Terror Blade, a carry for BetBoom, had to use his BKB, had to use his Metamorphosis, couldn't kill anything. And as a result, they know they can't really take the team fight anymore. And that's just it. So 3-0 for Falcons. Very dominant victory.
Man, they look ecstatic. Classic tournament win pop-off from them. Of course, this is a team that tries to stay level-headed on some of their players, and they're going to be excited about this win, but they've won a couple of the previous tournaments, so this isn't like the first one they've ever done. Some of these players are TI veterans, so they're still in that mode of like, we're competing. But big win for this team. Big land victory for them. This is a very high stakes land, huge crowd, a lot of adrenaline, a lot of stress. They got knocked down to lower brackets, so they looked a lot more mortal this tournament than some of the previous ones, but still able to pull it out. Still able to be the best team in the clutch, and in the end, it wasn't even close. I don't feel like anybody really challenged them down the stretch. There were like parts of these games where you could see they were struggling a bit, but I felt like they just had a better grasp of what they wanted to do, a better grasp of the meta, and again, very difficult team to draft against. No one really figured it out.
Absolutely true. So here we get the trophy lift. As the winners of the tournament, they get to lift the trophy and celebrate with the crowd that's going to be cheering alongside them. And they are also the winners of $300,000. They are also the winners of 6,400 EPT points. Basically, this is just a point system that gets them invited to the big finals in the summer, which is a bigger tournament for even more money. So this was a very, very big victory and a big milestone on a larger journey to the end of the year. So, yeah, fantastic performance by Falcons. BetBoom, unfortunately, we didn't really have much to be able to say about them in this series, just because they kind of got rolled over in that 3-0. Falcons just came into this tournament and came into this finals way too hot. But they did a very good job for themselves, did better than they've done in a lot of bigger tournaments. And, grand finals, being in the grand finals is still quite the accomplishment. So shout out to them as well.
I mean, a decent tournament run. I think if they weren't one of the teams with that, big question of can they actually win an event, it wouldn't sting as much. But for them, this one's probably going to sting because they're not a team that's satisfied with getting a second or a third anymore. They're a team that wants that first place. They've been denied so many times, and they will be denied here yet again. So this is going to be a rough tournament loss for them, getting so close and yet so far in the end. But still a heck of a run from this team. One of the best teams in the world for sure. This was not their best showing in this grand final. Maybe a bad team matchup, maybe just a bad strategic matchup, but sometimes that's how Dota goes. Sometimes you win easy, sometimes you lose, and sometimes, well, you can't draw. So I guess there's something else in the middle, but I don't know what it is. You can go enjoy your cosmetics.
The outcomes.
You can go enjoy your cosmetics, and then you win in your own heart, with your pretty hats. And that's what Dota's all about in the end, is looking stylish.
All right, guys. So this was the Newcomer stream. This is something that ESL developed with 1xBet as a product, as a kind of a secondary stream, an opportunity for people who don't know Dota nearly as well as the rabid fan base, and wanted to be able to learn something while they watch the tournament. So if you guys enjoyed this, be sure to let us know. I think ESL is very open to feedback. If you guys really like this and wanted to see more of it, you might see more of it in future tournaments like the Esports World Cup that happens later on in the year in the summer. Might show up there. It depends on your guys' feedback. We will drop a link in the chat for a survey, which you can take, that you can kind of rate what you think about the tournament production, and in that you can mention this stream in particular if you want to see more of these Newcomer streams. It may not be us, myself, and Avery covering this one. There are other people who can do this just as well. So, but either way, if you guys like the product and want to see more of it, be sure to be pushing for it. If you guys have any final questions that you wanted to ask before we close out the Newcomer stream, now's the time to drop it. Otherwise, we are going to close out the stream. So, always good to be able to bring more people into Dota. I think it's a game that is very complex and can be very intimidating to try and learn. And as a result, I think a lot of people find that their friends and family, while they're into it, their friends and family don't really get into it. And don't really understand the game as much. So any chance to be able to bring people into Dota, I think, is always good, always healthy for the scene to have more people watching and more people playing. Doesn't have to always be playing. Sometimes people just like to watch the game, and that's fair enough.
Yeah, I think it's a very intimidating game, but you don't have to know everything about the game to enjoy watching the game. Mm-hmm. Watching and playing Dota are two very different beasts as well. So if you just want to be a casual viewer, play a couple turbo games here or there, a couple pub games, a couple bot games, whatever it is, you don't have to play that much Dota to understand what's happening and to enjoy it. It's a very cool spectator game as well. And, a lot of people just enjoy watching Dota more than playing it itself. So as long as you learn enough to kind of know what's going on and you can absorb the cool plays and the dope tournaments and all that, then that's a perfectly valid route to go as well. You don't have to feel like you have to learn everything about this game and be super omega good at everything to, be able to enjoy it. So don't be afraid of the game.
There is also the Learn tab. So if you're interested in actually playing some Dota, or maybe you just want to learn a bit more about it, get some hands-on experience, there is a whole Learn tab in the Dota client. And there is a whole tutorial system to be able to get you from teaching the basics of how to move your hero around to all the various mechanics such as vision, what disables are, how to start a fight, all kinds of things. There's a whole
all free,
and it's all free. That's right.
Yeah, Dota
In fact-
is the actual free-to-play game, guys. Like, it doesn't
Yeah.
cost you anything to play Dota. There's no hidden mechanics or heroes or anything locked behind a paywall. Everything in the game is absolutely 100% free-to-play, and it always has been. So there's no downside to trying it if you don't like it. You know, you can purchase optional cosmetics, but that's it. They're just cosmetics. They don't do anything. So the game of Dota has always been open and free to anybody, and that's one of the greatest things about it. So if you feel like, oh, I don't want to try new games, I don't want to pay $60, well, it ain't no $60, you know? It's just your time.
There's in fact it's more than free. It's better than free. If you play through the tutorial, there is a lot of cosmetics that you can get from playing through the tutorial. I myself have never actually done this, but I'm looking at it right now. So there are 4 different tiers to the tutorial. Each one has like 8 kind of little missions to kind of show you what the game is about. And for each one of the tiers, you get 4 different cosmetics, and you get some shards, which are like kind of an in-game currency that help you buy more cosmetics. So all the more incentive for you guys to check that out. But yeah, I think that about closes it up. I think we got a lot of feedback about people who were watching with, their partners or their brother and sister, families, some loved ones and stuff like that. We got a lot of feedback that was the situation. A lot of people were watching that stream. So if you're doing that, thank you very much for watching. Even if we guys don't see you guys in chat, hopefully we helped you guys learn something about Dota, helped you guys bond around this great game. And that is it for the Newcomer stream. So thank you very much for watching. We really appreciate all you guys showing up. Shout out to everybody who already knew Dota and is in chat just participating, trying to help other people learn about the game. Shout out to you guys as well. And hopefully, if you guys push for more of it, there may be more Newcomer streams in the future. But for now, thank you very much for watching. That closes out ESL 1 Birmingham, the Newcomer stream. And hopefully we'll see you another time at another tournament.